Mia, munataka kurudi kwa moto ama munataka kuokoka? Munataka kuokoka? Njia ya kuokoka ni baba. Nawaambia.
Mlikataa Raila. Raila alikuwa mtu wa kwanza kulilia watu. Raila ndio mwenye kuongoza hii nchi. Mpende.
Muniache niunge Raila kwa amani. Na mimi naambia nyinyi watu wa Azimio, hapa Rift Valley tuko pamoja, petition ile ya pesa 8. Dawa ya hii Kenya ni kusupport Raila Amolo Odinga 100%.
Raila Tangasikio, tuko nawe hadi mwisho. Tuungane tuondoe Ruto, serikali feki ya uongo. Baba regesha maandamano, hawa mafisi tuwaone kando. Ruto ainue mkono, Gachagua afunge mdomo.
Baba tapika maandamano. Baba tapika maandamano. Baba tuende maandamano. Wakenya wamechoka.
Tunaingia vijijini, mijini na hata jijini kukuletea taarifa mchana kutwa. Usiku tunaketi kitako, tunadadavua tukichanganua taarifa na makala muhimu yanayokuhusu wewe na familia yako. Ungana na Bernard Ngozi kwenye Open Forum Political Show kuanzia saa 4 usiku hadi dakika zake kila siku ya wiki kwenye Sound Candy Talk. Tukutane Sound Candy Talk.
Shalom, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you're watching us from. This is your most loved show.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Sound Candy Talk, Open Forum Political Discussion Show, the show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, a lot is taking place so fast in this great nation, and therefore everybody must work hard to stay on the cutting edge in knowing what is happening, why it is happening, where it's happening, and of course, what is the right position to take in all that is happening to salvage the country and to put it on the right path for the posterity of generations yet unborn. I want to salute everybody for your faithful support and faithful followership. We urge you to make sure that you invite somebody as we start out the conversation, and make sure you don't watch alone. And you remind everybody that we are on now and ready to dive into the subject of the day. Well, we'll be looking closely on the King Charles visit to Kenya and the land question. I know that's a thorny issue that we'll be diving into. I believe we all need to get right information about this entire scenario for us to be better placed to judge matters. And therefore, Jeremiah will be helping us into tracing the footsteps of the land issue in Kenya and how it relates to the royal family and the whole colonial factor as we look at Kenya and, of course, begin to embrace what is the future for Kenya and how do we play our role safely and rightly for that matter. So make sure you stay tuned and help somebody to join, even as we wait for our guest to come in and help us with the subject of tonight. Well, Ruto in Mombasa, it appears with the hidden cameras that it was staff addressing the multitude, or rather the Mombasa residents who could not take the Ruto rhetorics anymore and decided to talk back at him and told him, you must address the fuel situation or just go back to where you came from. Well, things are becoming elephant for William Ruto. That is not the first time that is happening, and therefore he needs to style up, or else things are falling apart right under his feet. And that is not good for him and his administration. Then one more thing, one more aspect of our discussion tonight is our tribute to Dr. Joe Kayo. Dr. Joe Kayo is the father of Pentecostalism in East and Central Africa. He is the founding, whatever, mind behind the widely known Deliverance Church. He's been in preaching business for over 60 years, and he has proven to be faithful to the cause. We have all learned what we know from him. And every serious preacher you know in Kenya and elsewhere has rubbed shoulders with Dr. Joe Kayo in one way or another. I personally have very close ties with the Kayo family in terms of spiritual mentorship and all manner of fruits that I know and I've drawn from his wisdom all my life. My boss, who is my bishop, Apostle Silas Canale, is a product of his mentorship for over 15 years. And therefore, Mzee Kayo, as we always refer to him, will live to celebrate his life well lived to the fullness, because the only marching soldier in the city of Nairobi when he's over 80. And we have all been left, amazed at how strong he got according to the scripture. Like his age, so has he been strong all through. Well, he was promoted to glory last night, and therefore we are paying tribute to him as we celebrate his commitment to the cause. Those of you who are in Kenya and are old timers, you know the Jesus 1970, Jesus 1971, all the way to Jesus 2023. And he has kept one message, Jesus and Jesus alone. Many preachers have preached many things, but this man, he has kept the Jesus as the center of his preaching all his life. Well, we celebrate him, and we call upon you to pay your tribute to him. We will also be engaging whatever that is happening with his preparations, with the preparations for his burial and the rest. We'll keep you abreast. I want to salute everybody. Thank you. Hiyo namba ya watazamaji, tafadhali tujikaze kuhakikisha kwamba inapanda. Share link na kila mtu katika maisha yako. Tafadhali usitazame kipindi peke yako. Sisi tuko hapa, hii inaitwa Sound Candid Talk, na jukumu letu ni kuhakikisha kwamba ukweli wa maneno unasimama imara. Okay, and then of course leo imesemekana kwamba ni Taxpayers Day. Is it Taxpayers Day or Zakayo's Day? So sijui na maoni yepi. Namuona Haron hapo na wasabai kila mmoja wetu. Asante sana, anatuhimiza kulike video and then of course share kwa groups kama vile tumehimiza kila wakati, and then of course pia na kuhimiza kama huja join WhatsApp group yetu, wewe unatumia namba yangu ya simu, alafu nitakuwa either kuongeza kwa group ama nikutumie link ya kujoin our WhatsApp group. It's important so that you won't miss out on what is happening. Otherwise, I want us to dive deep into what's cooking at wherever that is going on around us, so that nobody is left out in all that is happening. And one of the greatest realities that we must all come to terms with is the land issue in this country. And when I talk about the land issue in this country, you will notice without fail that this has been on since before and after independence. So this is a very, very serious matter. We have had commission after commission looking into the land issue. And so if there is a subject, you need to have proper understanding of the same, should be the land issue in Kenya. And so I'm calling upon us to be on the forefront in ensuring that we don't miss out on all this and understand it fully. So karibu sana mahala pote ulipo, na kushukuru kwa kuwa mstari wa mbele kukaribisha mtu na kuhimiza kila mmoja amakinike kuwa pamoja nasi. Na link ya kutumia kuingia studio nishaweka hapo kwa comment section. Click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio. Then find yourself in this space for us to get talking. William Adilo, good evening to you. Thank you so much. Tunim Hamud, ambaye ni permanent secretary wetu, asante sana kwa kuwa mwaminifu siku zote. Tunakushukuru kwa uaminifu wako. Hadija, ndio huyo, hiyo jina lingine Smith. If I miss it, begin by blaming me. Okay, natoka German. Thank you so much. Asema it's very cold. Hata huku El Nino imekuja. Zakayo alisema haikuji, lakini imenyesha siku nzima leo. Kwa hivyo Zakayo ni nabii wa uongo kwa mambo yote, si kwa siasa tu, hata katika masuala yake ya meteorological adherence. He still got it wrong. In reviving the economy, he got it wrong. In revamping education, he got it wrong. So William Ruto is a wrong issue that we have in this country that we all must adhere to, attend to, if you're going to ensure that we get it correct. So please, kwa mstari wa mbele kukaribisha mtu na kuhimiza. And then of course, kuna njia tatu: comment section, unaingia studio unaongea, alafu ya mwisho ni wewe kufanya nini? Kupiga kura yako katika our two channels, Sound Candid Talk Live na Sound Candid Talk. So kuna hapo poll questions tumeuliza, ambalo tungependa wewe ukatoe maoni yako. And the poll is simple. Is there any good that has accrued to Kenya from Ruto's leadership? Is there any good that has accrued to Kenya from Ruto's leadership? Like the video and vote. So far, 10 people have cast their vote on Sound Candid Talk Live. And what has happened? 10% say yes, 90% say no. There is no good whatsoever that has accrued to Kenya by reason of Ruto's leadership. On Sound Candid Talk, 13 votes, 14, 15, 16 votes. And is there any good that has accrued to Kenya from Ruto's leadership? Well, 6% say yes and 94% say no. So be at liberty to participate into our poll, and of course ensure that you are liking the video even before you cast your vote. Excited to see you. Thank you so much. Please, let's be on the forefront even as we dive into this very important question. And then, of course, as we continue to pay tribute to the passing on of the hero of Pentecostal faith in Eastern Central Africa, Dr. Joe Kayo. Asante sana. Namwona mgeni wetu amefika, Jeremani. Vipi lakini? Jeremani, sorry. Welcome to the show. Good to see you, sir.
Asante Bernard, good to see you too.
Sawa sawa, tuambie mambo inaendeleaje huko. Huko pia kuna baridi, nimeambiwa German ni baridi.
Yeah. I think we are doing temperatures of about not too. It's warmer today, so we're doing temperatures of about 5 degrees. So
Wow.
not too bad.
5 degrees, not too bad. That one I will not survive me.
Not too bad. We have seen temperatures drop to -3 in the week. So yeah, we are doing well. The week started off with about 0 degrees centigrade, and at some point it was -3. So 5 degrees is warm enough.
Congratulations for you people. I would say like what my Archbishop used to say, that one I live for you. All the same, thank you so much for making time to join us, and I want us to dive right into the subject tonight. And we're looking at King Charles' visit to Kenya and the land or question. You can start us off and bring us up to speed, sir.
Right. Bernard, I was really hoping you would have some videos for me to review before we kick it off. I've not had the chance to see what has been some of the highlights from the trip. I know the last pictures I saw was of the king and queen marching in, not marching, but walking into State House. And it was curious for me to see the queen holding her own umbrella. I know in Kenya, an MCA will not hold his own umbrella, come rain, come shine. There must be a bodyguard behind them holding the umbrella on their behalf. And the umbrella element also reminds me of Saitoti. I remember Saitoti scolded one of his aides one time when he moved and walked out of sight of the umbrella, and he was complaining, unataka ninyeshewe. So that umbrella bit to me was also a good or minor point of note as to what royalty is, or at least what the king and queen perceive royalty to be. I know, as I said, in many instances, you'd hardly find people, not your everyday Kenyan, always finds it difficult working with an umbrella. So that umbrella to me was quite the point of note. I'm sure there have been other sightly events that people may have noted during the trip, but I was also looking at the opening graphics to today's video, and I saw Raila speaking to the king and Ruto right in the background of that conversation in a bow tie. And that discussion looked like or that picture or that snapshot spoke volumes for those who are able to look at body language. The other thing that I noted from this trip was that a clip or a picture circulated online saying years ago, Prince Charles visited the country and he was welcomed by Moses Mudavadi. Years later, he's coming as king and is being welcomed by Musalia Mudavadi, the son. There was quite the contrast about generations there. And I thought it was quite strategic that the king was being received today by the son of the person who received him years ago. The other thing that I noted from clips that I saw circulating online was the presence of Rai standing on the sides when the king was being received. I don't know where that was. and someone commented on that tweet. Was it a tweet or one of the forums that I was looking at, and was commenting that previously he had been kidnapped and today he's shaking hands with royalty. How tables turn all of a sudden. And it also reminded me that Kenyans have never gotten the answer as to what happened. Rai has never come to tell Kenyans who kidnapped him. Yes, we saw videos circulate of him being accosted in traffic, and then he disappeared. I don't know if he has made other appearances on media thereafter, but one of the things that I noted very starkly was that this was the instance that I have seen Rai since the last time I saw a clip circulating of him being kidnapped. And then that also speaks volumes as to what happens around power. It was a curious sight for me to also see that the king actually walked out of his path to go and shake his hands. And it tells me that Rai is not your everyday common mwananchi. It tells me Rai has connections that go far and wide. I don't know if the king would be able to spot Jeremani in a line of people for whatever reason. But I noted that he did go out of his way to shake Rai's hand. And I thought that was a very telling sight. Other than that, I may need to get updates from you about what new things may have transpired with the king's arrival.
Wow, thank you. You seem to have captured almost everything. Maybe just his response to a small girl about them planting tree together at Karura. There is a young girl who is an activist to environment with, I think, the Green Belt movement that was left by Wangare Maathai. So she sent an email to the king requesting that she wishes one day to be able to plant a tree together with him. And it appears that the king replied and made good the promise and made time in his schedule. They went to Karura and the mother there, and they planted a tree. And that showed the king as not somebody who's lofty up there that nobody else can touch. If she is able to respond to an email by a small girl, then he's human enough to be touched by every person. Unlike majority of our leaders, an email from a small girl is is not even opened, let alone replied. But we saw that happening. And then, of course, other instances are to do with, of course, the visit of the memorial parks, memorial for the soldiers of World War in Kariako, at the Uhuru Gardens, and other places. I'm told even in Mombasa that also happened. And so we are looking at somebody who came to trace the history of the connections between Kenya and Britain. And he wants to have that personal touch. Although these things happened when the mother was queen, and of course, by then he was a toddler or something. But now he's coming personally to connect the dots of all that transpired before he got on the throne, so that he can perpetuate the throne with the proper historical backup. Something that we seem to be losing as the current Ruto administration. They will run away from history many miles away. They don't want to identify with it. They don't want even it mentioned. if you've noted the pattern of the Ruto administration, even on historical celebrations like Mashujaa Day, Jamhuri Day, and which one is this? Madaraka Day. There is no reference to history. He has turned them into current projects celebration. Like the last Mashujaa Day, it was about universal health care. Okay. The previous Madaraka Day, I think they were doing something else on, I think, job creation or something like that. So there is that, or wherever, commitment to try and make history forgotten with that administration. And to me, that is trying to walk on air. Because if you don't have history, you don't have a base. And so you're walking on air, to stumble and fall becomes very easy. And that seems to be what is ailing the country, because the country right now is in the limbo. They are nowhere. It's nowhere. You can't hold it. It's become liquid. You hold this one, it slips away. You hold this, it slips away. And that's, I believe, the reason why he couldn't finish his speech in Mombasa. Understand, the Mombasa people told him off. Just address the fuel issue, or just go back to where you came from. And so this aspect of leaders tracing their history so that they are secure in the throne is something that we have to call our attention to. Before Obama ran for presidency, he had to come to Kenya and connect with his roots and then go back and succeed. So why is the Kenya Kwanza administration keen on making Kenyans forget history? Is it something to do with it becomes easier to manipulate the people when you detach them from history? Is it their scheme to keep the country under their ambit by making them not be solid, resolute about where they come from, so that they can't tell where they're going? Something that I believe we need to dive into. Otherwise, no other instances. I think it was just a historical tour, in my opinion, because that played a huge role in all the itinerary. There wasn't much. There was no opening of school. There was no visiting of school. It was visiting graves, visiting places. I think he missed to get to the where is it called? The Nyeri. There was the Nyeri shrine where the mother was declared queen on her visit in was it 1952 or something? He will let me know on that one. Asante sana. Carry on. Now you can respond.
Sure. Thank you for that additional information, Bernard. There's two more things that I also noticed arising from that visit. One of the things that I noticed was that the king is the head of state, and he was received at the airport by Musalia Mudavadi, who I believe is I don't know if that title has been formally adopted, Chief Cabinet Secretary. And I found that a point of curiosity on several fronts. Number one, this is a head of state being received by, I would call, someone senior in the cabinet. In hierarchy, I believe Musalia Mudavadi is not even the number 2 in the country. I saw some memes going around of the king meeting Ruto and Gachagua in the periphery, peeping through windows in State House and walking behind them in yellow tracksuit. I saw such tweets, memes circulating. And I was curious as to whether that depiction was that Gachagua was being sidelined from some of these activities, or the monarchy's visit. The other bit that I also found very cute, and maybe you can also assist me there. I don't have background information as to what other involvements there were for Gachagua. The other curious bit that I found was as you mentioned, the little girl who said her wish was to plant a tree with the king. And she had done that by way of writing a letter. And my curious question was, if a little girl in Kenya can write a letter that a king of a different sovereign nation can understand, receive, and actually address, make it happen, what does it say about Kenya, where a girl of that age, very unknown, cannot even write a letter that will be addressed by parliament, while she is considered to be a sovereign, but will never get audience through a petition or writing a letter to parliament. And I say this because I've been very interested in seeing that clause on petitions to parliament opened up so that even a 7-year-old can write a letter to parliament and say, my school does not have a roof. Can parliament address this? And that forms a petition without having to take that small girl through hoops of trying to find out whether other government bodies are addressing that matter of the roof in her school, or whether this matter has been addressed in any other legal means before they can give her a hearing. And that's why I come back to the point and say, if that little girl is able to get a hearing or write a letter and get a hearing from a king, parliament should borrow a leaf from such a scene and say, do we make laws that make us inaccessible to our citizens? And in the same token, how is it that our citizens are very, very welcomed by our sovereign head of state and given a hearing, while we are not very accessible to the same citizenry? That is a minor comment I wanted to make in addition to what you say. Thank you, Bernard. In addition to that, allow me to salute Chaka Mdune. It's been a while since I saw him, and I appreciate his presence.
Thank you so much, Jeremani, for that good start out. We appreciate it. And ladies and gentlemen, let's be on the forefront. That number of viewers want it above 100. Please be on the forefront. Karibisha mtu. Now we are live on Sound Candid Talk Live, Sound Candid Talk, and that is YouTube, as well as Sound Candid Talk Facebook. So please make sure that you share those links. And if you are not a subscriber to Sound Candid Talk Live, our backup channel, we encourage you to do that, because we suffered. Some of you did not get us for the whole week when we had issues with Sound Candid Talk. And the reason you missed us is because you are only a subscriber to one of our channels. It's important that we have a backup channel, and for you to be on the safe side, subscribe to the backup channel. I'll be sharing the link to that particular channel shortly. Please, if you have not subscribed to that, do so. It will save you many hours of searching and researching and re-googling and searching and not be able to find the show. There is no day we did not do the show. We were live all through the 7 days, but on Sound Candid Talk Live. So tunakuomba tafadhali, kama uja subscribe. Kama uja like video, tafadhali like video vizuri, na hakikisha kwamba maoni yako pia unayatoa vizuri. Na wale watu wa Facebook, share hiyo Facebook, follow your page, and then mambo yatakuwa shwari. Tumsalimie. Yes, Jeremani.
Sorry, Bernard, hijacking your opening remarks. I just wanted to make one commentary on the poll question you posed. Is there any good that has accrued to Kenya? And my quick thoughts were, did you mean net accrual or just mean any good whatsoever? That was my small commentary on that.
If you have spotted any good, please let us know, because we are searching for it. And it appears we'll need to put a commission of inquiry to secure any good that has accrued to Kenya since Ruto administration started. Kenyans are crying everywhere. Sio mama mboga, sio mkokoteni, sio hawkers, sio wanafunzi wa shule, sio walimu, sio askari, okay? Hata askari walinyolewa. Waliongezewa mshahara wa 1,000 na wakakatwa 3,000. Sasa so kama umepata any good that has come to Kenya with the Ruto administration, please let us know. And that's why I want you to participate into the poll. Thank you for pointing that out too. I hope by the close of the show tutakuwa tumejua kama kuna mtu ameona hiyo uondo ambao umekuja kwa nchi kwa sababu ya Ruto, atatuonyesha. Haya, Haruni nimekuona, lakini naomba tumsalimie Chaka kwanza. Yeye ndio mhenga wetu hapa. Na misemo ambayo tungependa kuyasikia kabla tufungulie wewe nao kalete msemo wa kweli. Chaka, vipi lakini? Mtakatifu, leo umelemewa ni? Hebu nione kama naweza kusaidia.
Niko sawa. Kwanza nisema asante sana ndugu yangu Bernard, kaka hapo Jerumani, na wale wengine, na kaka hapa Harun, na wale wengine wanatusikiliza. Msiwe na wasiwasi nikiwakera kwa sauti nzuri haswa za vyura mnazosikia hapo kando. Ni kwamba ni neema ya Mungu kwamba huku mvua bado inanyesha kishenzi. Kwa maana hiyo unaweza sikia kwa mbali hivyo msijali, msimamo ni ule ule. Bwana, mimi nimeshukuru sana kwa hii nafasi ya kipekee.
Mfalme ameleta mvua ama imekuwa kwaje? Walisema Elnino hakuna.
Bila shaka mfalme labda ameleta mvua, lakini cha ajabu still bado watu wanajinadi, watu wanajitembeza. Ama kweli wahenga kakaangu Bernard hawakosea kwamba siku zote kizuri huwa kinajiuza, lakini kibaya huwa kinajitembeza. Hadi lini? Mimi najiuliza kama msimamo ndugu yangu Bernard kwamba labda pengine haswa watu watalazimishwa kuamini. Ni jambo linanikera kaka mimi haswa, maana nimekaa kwa muda angalau kutafakari nione haswa Wakenya ndio wanajitokeza sasa kuwa na uaminifu na kupewa kuamini. Hivi mbona tunalazimishwa kwamba tuamini? Anyway, yote ni tisa, tumwachie Mungu, maana unaambiwa ya Ngoso yaachie Ngoso na ya Kaisari tumpe Kaisari. Sisi bado ni sisi wana Kenya tuweze kuangalia wajichopevu na laundani zaidi. Haswa kwa sababu Bernard, kwa kweli mimi kama msimamo sijaona cha kujivunia katika hii serikali. Sijaona na pia sitegemei kuona. Maana uyoga mchungu siku zote hauachi mambo yake kaka Bernard, hata ufanye nini, hata utie kwa chungu ushafishe, kama ni mchungu hauliki, ni sumu tu. Hivyo kuibadili tabia inakuwa ngumu. Kwa maana hiyo mimi nitafunga tu kwa haraka haraka kabla nipate sikio leo la kusikiza, na hamu sana kusikiza leo, kwamba Wakenya tusije tukalala tukajisahau. Nafasi tunayo, mimi nitazungumza miaka nenda miaka tunayo ya kuweza kuibadilisha haswa mfumo mzima wa siasa ambayo ipo kwa sasa hivi hapa Kenya. Ni sisi tubadilishe. Uwezo huo tunao na hakuna wa kupinga. Mimi nitaachia pale kwanza kidogo Bernard nipate kusikiza tu, lakini na mengi na yaandaa hapa, kisha nitarudi kwa makali yote leo. Asante.
Sawa sawa, asante sana Chaka, karibu kwa, asante kwa utangulizi mzuri, na kama unasikia basi umelisikia kizuri cha chiuza kibaya cha chitembeza. na imani ya kulazimishwa hii si imani tena, ni imla. Haruni, vipi? Salamu.
Niko ubuheri wa afya. Labda pande za kwako neema ya Mungu inaendelea kuwa mingi kwako, ama iko namna gani kiafya, kimfuko?
Maandiko yanasema neema inatosha. Tunashukuru.
Asante. Nashukuru sana kusikia namna hiyo. So kwa haraka ningependa nami angalau nipate kuchangia kupitia kwa mada ya leo. Sana nimesikia Mr. Jeremani akiguzia mambo ya ama ni wewe Mr. Bernard, kuhusu historia. Mbona William Samoei Ruto anakanyagia historia chini? Historia, angalia Mombasa walikuwa wanamuuliza nini bei ya mafuta. Ulituambia kuwa ukichukua uongozi mafuta utarudisha chini, lakini jamaa anaendelea kuongeza mpaka huu mwezi haitarudi chini. So kutoka hapo ikabidi jamaa apeane mic. Niliona akipeana mic na akatoka unyoya, nikana kwamba kuna mtu alikuwa anamkimbisha manzi. So yeye anajua kuwa as long as tutaendelea kuangalia, because internet never forgets. Ushaona sasa, kuangalia zile clips kutoka za campaign, ama akiwa kama deputy president, vile alikuwa na vile akusaidia hata watu wake kupata ile Arol and Kimorel Dam. So vitu kama hizo jamaa hataki, yani ni ila anaomba hata hizo clips, yani kama angekuwa na uwezo mahali zote ziko azivute zote. But tunaendelea kuombea watu wa YouTube, TikTok wote mtuweke hizo clips cause zinaendelea kutukumbusha yale ambayo jamaa alikuwa anabonga kutoka hapo nyuma, na sasa hivi yale ambayo anayoyaongea kinyume. So mimi Mr. Bernard, kuhusu King Charles kututembelea Kenya, mimi hakuna haswa cha msingi naweza sema kwa Kenya tumefaidika, cause yeye mwenyewe mliona kuwa haku apologize kwa yale maovu ambaye nchi yake wakati ilikuwa inakanyaga watu wetu hapa Kenya. Ilikuwa tu yani aliongea tu kijuujuu, lakini unajua kama angesema kabisa hakika we did wrong, hata sisi tungefanya nini, tungemsamehe. But uliona sijui ni aibu ama alifikiria kuwa kama angepeana hiyo apology kabisa tungemuomba pesa. Unajua sasa hivi maisha ya wale wenzetu ambao walipigania uhuru wetu wa Kenya, hauwezi ukayapeana dhamani yake. Hata ukijaribu ni ngumu kabisa, kwa sababu the soul of an individual, dhamani yake ni Mungu mwenyewe, ambaye anafanya nini, ambaye anayejua. So mimi hata kama hakuomba hiyo apology itoke kabisa kwa roho, wacha tu niambie wa Kenya, yaliyopita si ndwele. Hebu tugange yajayo, chapo ni machungu, kwa sababu watu wetu waliumizwa. Kuna wale ambao maybe wako hai, ama wale ambao walikuwa wadogo waliona wazazi wao wakipitia hali ngumu wakati walikuwa wanataka kujikomboa kutoka kwa minyororo ya huyu mkoloni. Time has come to move on, hata kama ndio mioyo yetu imekanyagwa, na tukimove on, Mr. Bernard, Mr. Jeremani, Mr. Chaka, nikimaliza kwa sababu hii ni utangulizi tu, niko area. Hata kama ndio tuta move on, na hawa mabeberu hawa, let them stop kumeddle into elections za nchi zetu, kwa sababu hapo ndio tutajitoa kutokana na minyororo ya new slavery. Kwa sababu angalia kama hii uchaguzi ama hizi chaguzi zenye zimekuwa zikipita, tunaona kuwa huyu Mwingereza, Mmarekani ama European wanajiingisha sana. Yani wao wameweka maslahi yao mbele, hawataki kuangalia maslahi yetu. Na unaona hata zile atrocities, yale maovu yenye walitutendea, hata hawataki kuomba msamaha. Basi waache sisi wenyewe tuchagulie viongozi ambao tunataka kupitia kwetu kupewa hiyo uhuru ya kuchagulia wale viongozi wetu ambao tunahitaji. Basi kwa zile nguvu ambazo tuliowapa, kwa sababu sisi hakika ndio tuliowachagua, tukiona wanaenda kombo, tutawabush, hata tunaweza kawaondoa. Lakini wakati hawa wanatuchagulia viongozi, tukipush hawa, wanawapatia njia ya wao cling into power. Mnaona hata sasa hivi constitution inasema kuwa Mkenya anaruhusiwa kuandamana. So mimi naruhusiwa niandamane nikiona kuwa uongozi wa William Samoei Ruto si mzuri, lakini yule atamwambia kuwa wewe sisi ndio tumekuweka hapo, na tumekuweka hapo tukitaraji kuwa kama ni GMO tulete, kama ni mambo ya ushoga ruhusu, kama ni yani interest zao ndio wameweka mbele. Lakini wewe sahau mambo ya constitution. Yani wao wanajaribu mbinu zote za kutugandamiza sisi, but wao wenyewe kama basi hawataki na wao ku apologize kwa yale maovu yenye walitutendea. Let them give us our freedom. Thank you so much. Hiyo ni utangulizi tu. Back to Mr. Bernard.
Okay, thank you Harun for that good start. We appreciate it. And then of course unajua ukikubali kusema pole ama umekosea, basi lazima ukuwe tayari na kulipia. Ni sio kuomba msamaha shida ni malipo, kwa sababu kukubali kwamba ukoloni ulikuwa mbaya na jinsi Maumau walishughulikiwa ni vibaya, inamaanisha you commit to compensating the whole thing. And we all know, the king is not ceremonial like most Kenyans are assuming. And it's like majority of Kenyans have been made to believe that the king is ceremonial. He doesn't have any powers. He's just there to represent the unity, or rather the symbol of national unity of the British Empire. But when you look at it closely, it's bigger than that. And that's why he would come to Kenya. And that's why we are looking at his visit and the land question. What is behind the scenes? And you know, British does not work in the open when it comes to deals. There is a lot of British investment in this country, a lot of them, but they don't make noise about it, and they don't come and harvest from them with noise. But for majority of Kenyans, they think mkoloni alienda kabisa, alibeba kila kitu na kuna kitu aliacha nyuma. Kile kilichobaki nyuma ni kikubwa kuliko kile ambacho kilikwenda, na ndiposa tuko hapa na tutaangazia hiyo masuala kwa kina. Just before you come in, Jeremani, there is something here Let me see if I can get that clip being requested by mzee wetu wa nguvu hapa. Okay, I didn't get that. Let me just play this in the meantime as I get that ready.
The overall leadership. Tonight, we deliver our memo to Parliament and the overall leadership of the country. We are witnessing some absurd, unacceptable, and disconcerting people who should embody integrity. The majority party whip in the National Assembly, Sylvanus Osoro, while addressing a crowd that was not so welcoming to him in Bomet County, sought to calm them down, and specifically through promising them money, bragging that he is rich. He went on to claim that he is the chief whip and MPs are under him. And when they want to travel, they have to pass by his office, give him his share, presumably of their travel allowances, and insinuated, then head out for their travels. Now this, to all clear-minded individuals, was a confession to bribery and illegitimate soliciting. Osoro's public confessions are an affront to the laws of the land and the integrity of the office he holds. They are in total disregard of Chapter 10 of the Kenyan Constitution on national values and principles of governance, as well as Chapter 6 and integrity. These public utterances, in addition to the ones the very same leader uttered months ago when he intimated to bribing opposition MPs to skip Parliament during the Finance Bill vote, ridicule the tenets of parliamentary decorum and put the institution of Parliament to disrepute. These comments by an individual who has been allowed to continue serving in the top echelons of the House point to a leadership whose integrity and credibility is tunneling to a disconcerting low. An I don't care attitude, the mtadu way of operating, is being turned into a point of celebration, yet it is anything but that. It risks setting a precedent of mainstreaming many ills and making them acceptable and the subject of emulation. So again, using Sylvanus Osoro, who here is a good example of a bad example, the question is whether his conduct can be allowed to continue unabated or called to order. Good to note is that he sits in the House Business Committee. So another question is, will this matter find its way to the House and the Powers and Privileges Committee chaired by the Speaker? The Powers and Privileges Committee can act in its own motion and summon him to substantiate the allegations, especially touching on the integrity of his colleagues. Will any member rise to the occasion and raise the issue on the floor of the House, thereby initiating an opportunity for the committee to act? Is the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission still silent amid such a loud indiscretion? Or, to be fair, is it gathering its facts, and will it come to the rescue of a Kenya grounded in ethics and integrity? Well, we sure hope so, because such one-off incidents which go untamed, then repeated, are the ones that place the neck of an ethical Kenya on the path of the guillotine blade. Will the communication to Kenyans be that there is some level of immunity to his actions, and more contextually, because he represents the government of the day? Will this be another case of accusations thrown at the media and political detractors? Will it be another instance when spinning what was allegedly meant based on semantics will carry the day and ultimately insult the collective intelligence of the people of Kenya? These issues must not go unaddressed, in the name of it's just politics. No, not in a country that is battling serious moral rot and a deficiency of role models, especially when leaders who are meant to be among the de facto fillers of that space are toxifying it with impunity and shameless immorality, and thereby feeding the monster that is a culture of evil. Mr. President, this is a man who you appointed to office and is serving under your nation of the things that Kenya we want look like. Will you stay silent and just let this slide? While it could be sliding generations looking up to you and other leaders into an abyss of immorality. Is this the kind of Kenya that you, the one legislator? Many questions, many concerns, and hopefully not just many, but significant responses for the good of Kenyans. That is the memo.
Mr. Bernard.
One moment, please. I want to clear that so that when we get back to the talks, we continue unhindered. Just a slide show of what transpired in Mombasa today.
Mafuta mafuta bara. Mafuta mafuta bara.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your patience and continued followership as we proceed with the conversation. I call upon you, please, let's be on the forefront. And I'm sharing the link for subscription to Sound Candid Talk Live. Please make use of that link. Click on it. It will take you to where to subscribe. Subscribe. And when you subscribe, turn on the notification bell and the notification for all notifications so that you wouldn't miss out on any of our programming, especially when we are not able to go live on Sound Candid Talk. Thank you so much. Back to Jeremiah, Jeremiah, sorry. You had your hand up.
Yes, Bernard. And I beg your pardon for my many interjections. I just didn't want the point by Haron to be lost. You know, we have this saying, Leopita sindwele tugange yajayo. And I find that in many instances that methali has been grossly abused and is now used by politicians as a means to sweep under the carpet questions of accountability. And if you really dig into the saying or the methali, yaliyopita si ndwele, you will discover that ndwele is an ailment. And the reason behind the methali was to say, you are ailing before. Let us now look past the ailment and see what future possible ailment of the same could be like. and what can we do when it comes in the future. Essentially here we're saying it is about Ndwele is about managing a condition, not so much a disease, but a condition that springs up from time to time. It could be high blood pressure, it could be hypertension. How do we manage the situation in the future? The past is the past, but let us look at the future. But I find that we hardly use, even the mganga requires historical information to be able to gauge or predict the future. But I find that our politicians always want to run away from the history, but always want us to focus on the future without using history as the determinant for future. Sorry, as I said, once again, my intervention was based on what Harun had said, and I didn't want us to lose that very important point. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you so much for pointing that out. I was also troubled by the same, but I didn't want to be prejudiced. I'm happy that we are looking at that from that angle, because there is there is what we call blanket application of principles, or not of principles, of different scenarios. Like in church, what tunasema in marriage counseling, you don't lift this marriage status and then use it to judge another, especially when it comes to issues of divorce. See, that you cannot say that there is a uniform way of divorce. Every marriage should be handled in a particular scenario and the circumstances surrounding it, so that when you give your counsel, it's within that scenario. So yaliyopita si ndwele tukange ajayo is as a result of us tumeka pamoja, tukasafiana nia, tukaelewana, mwenye makosa akakubali makosa, mwenye kusamea akakubali kusamea. Okay, so it is a phrase that is supposed to open a doorway for the next phase. It is not supposed to be given a blanket application on every issue. Each issue should be handled in its context, and then the application of that should be restricted to that particular context, not to be lifted and placed on every place. So mtu anakuja anakuibia kura, anakuambia aliyopita sio ndwele tukange ajaye. Anakuja akuibia mke, anakuambia aliyopita si ndwele, nilikuwa nimepita nikaamua nilale kwako leo, lakini aliyopita si ndwele tukange ajaye. So hapana. Changa iko hapa atakwambia. Okay, huwezi fanya hivyo isipokuwa unataka kutake advantage of people's way of handling matters. So it is important that you pointed that out. And then we should also be strict about holding these leaders to account. Okay, you can't promise us heaven and begin to deliver hell, and then you come to us, you tell us hiyo ilikuwa kitambo, sasa tunaganga yajayo. Hapana, we must hold you to account on everything you are promised. If you can't deliver, tell us why you can't deliver, and why did you promise when you knew you are not going to deliver? And does that make you fit for the office? No. And therefore, leave office because you're violated. I don't see me being hired by Ruto in his company, iwe ama kwa madigani, okay? Then I don't perform, I don't make any profits, and then at the end of the year, he will tell me, aliyopita si ndwele tugange ajayo, tupange mipango vile itakuwa 2024, vile biashara itaenda. He will fire me without thinking twice. We cannot have this country be run down by one person because he's claiming to say yaliyopita si ndwele. Hiyo ndwele lazima deal nayo pamoja na yaliyopita. Asante. Chaga, ulikuwa unasemaje?
Unanipata Bernard?
Kabisa, wewe uko ngangari.
Sawa. Kenya nimsalimie tu hapa Kenya, maandamano kamili. mimi na huu msemo kwa kweli umeudadavua nilivyotaka kuzungumza. Wakati huo ukitumika, uliokuwa unatumika kwa njia ambayo ilikuwa ni ya usawa zaidi, kwamba watu wamekaa kikao, wameona kweli huyu mtu amedhulumika, sawa, but hili lishakuwa na baada mshakuwa, kwa sababu nyingine, sababu ni hii, wacha sasa tusameane, tusafishane nia na tuendelee na maisha. Lakini kwa wajanja na wasomi wa siku hizi ndio hao wanaogeuza let's accept and move on. Maana hii yaliyopita si ndwele, tugenge ajayo ni hii tunayosikia hapa, let's accept and move on. Hakuna tofauti. Sasa how should we accept and move on wakati hapa ndani kuna nini? Kuna jambo jamani, tusilipige jibwa bure ili hali nyumba inanuka nyama. Bernard, tulisilitwange bakora jibwa pasipo kuna sababu ya msingi wakati ili hali nyumba inanuka nyama. Haya maswali yanamregelea kutokana na promise nyingi na hadi nyingi na kujiamini kwingi, lakini utendaji nduni. Lazima tuzungumze ukweli. Kwa maana hiyo mfamaji siku zote haachi kutapatapa, na sikufichi Bernard, nitazungumza, ndio maana nimeingia hapa. Siasa ya pwani utaiona this time around. Tupo ukimya wetu sitona, tupo kafe tumekaa Bernard. We are here. Tunajaribu kubadilisha jimbo. Asifure ni pwani tu yenye anaweza kuja na zile propaganda zake za dongo kundu hapo. Akijaribu ana imani, kumbe kuna hiyo mipango. See, we are aware of it. Huwezi tudanganya kwamba ati this time around ndio naumizwa na dongo. Where were you wakati huo? Kama ulijua wakati huo, mbona hukuzungumza wakati huo? Na nafasi ulikuwa nayo kwamba ndio jamaa, tatizo hizi zinasema Kakamega huko na wapwani melala. Hatufumbi macho. We are here. Sasa tunahamasisha watu wetu na siasa mpya, ndugu yangu, na tunashukuru tumefikia hatua nzuri. Ndio maana kimya chote utazuka Bernard, na kuhakikishia hatutajaribu kupotoshwa tena na huyu jamaa na huyu nduli. Kwa hiyo siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. Asante.
Okay, asante Bwana Changa, tunashukuru kwa hayo yote mazuri na
Mr. Bana, nimegongwa.
Ngoja kwanza, najua umegongwa, lakini tulia hapo. Wewe sio uliyetunga hiyo methali, wewe umetumia tu, so ama nataka claim rights. All in all, Changa, nashukuru umesema kwamba tusimchape umbwa bakora ili hali nyumba inanukia nyama. So we should address the smell.
Bernard, kwanza nikumalizie kitu kidogo. Bernard, kindly kidogo tu. Yaani mimi nashangaa kitu kimoja Bernard. Juzi na jana tulikuwa tunazungumza Mau. Sisi ni wana wa Mau. Ni wakati sasa nisikia kweli haswa wana Mau, watatizo wa Mau wajitokeze mbele ya King. Where are they? Wako wapi? Bwana we. Kwatisha. Asante.
Thank you Changa. Haruni, nakupatia dakika moja tumlete mama Kenya maandamano, turejee kwa Jerumani. Harun.
Wanipata Mr. Bernard?
Kabisa, endelea.
Sawa, asante kabisa. Mr. Chaka, Mr. Jerumani, unajua ndio maana tuko kwa hii studio. Yeah, sometimes unapiga namna hii angalau tujaribu kubroaden mawazo yetu, na hapo kabisa tutakuwa tumesaidika sisi kwa sisi. So na ndio unaona nitarejea kwa yale matamshi niliyoyasema kuwa wakati sisi wenyewe tutaruhusiwa ama kuanzia sasa tuseme from now henceforth, wacha wa Marekani wakae kando, wa China wakae kando, sisi wa Kenya tujichagulie viongozi wetu. Hakika mtu kama William Samoei Ruto, wakati unaona kuwa hataki to refer yale yenye alituambia hapo nyuma, na sasa yale ambayo anayoyazungumza, then kutoka hapo ndio tuone kama tutakuwa na future ama hatutakuwa na future. So hapo ni wakati sisi wenyewe tumechagulia viongozi, lakini wakati unaona hatuchagulia viongozi tumepandikiziwa na watu wengine, ndio unaona kuwa inakuwa ngumu kung'oa huyu jamaa uongozini, kwa vile anajua kuwa kama ni katiba nitaisweep. Unajua wakati unaona William Samoei Ruto hataki Wakenya tuende maandamano, anajua kuwa haya maandamano yatanitoa, so wacha ni sweep katiba kando, ni deal na hao wenye wanaandamana, then kutoka hapo ndio kila kitu iwe sawa pande yake, and which is very wrong, which is very very wrong. So hapo Mr. Jeremani, Mr. Jaka and Mr. Bernard, I agree with you kuwa huo msemo wanga hawa viongozi wanautumia vibaya kwa kuficha yale maovu yao ambayo maybe wametekeleza, na wataki tuwakumbushe kuwa mbona ulisema hivi na sasa hivi unabadilisha. Thank you so much. Back to you, Mr. Bernard.
Okay, thank you so much, Arun. We appreciate that, and it's good. As we are making progress, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to be on the forefront. Karibisha mtu, like video, alafu usika katika nini hiyo poll yetu. Na one thing is here, let's just listen to this clip, alafu taleta mama and then Frank, na I hope ametibu mitambo yake leo isimulate down. Okay, tusikilize huyu dada kwa kifupi tu, alafu tuzungumze kuhusu Paul, then we continue.
Niseme amefanya hivi na hivi na hivi mara, like mi ni fan wake, nilimvotia as my president, lakini mimi sioni kitu, like siwezi hata simama mbele ya watu niseme amefanya hivi na hivi na hivi mara, sijui nimetenga mabilioni, sijui nini. Hizi mabilioni kwani zinatengwa zinawekwa wapi? Zinawekwa mifuko za watu, sisi hatuzioni, tunazingoja hatuzioni. Ama umeziona?
Okay, the same question we are asking tonight on the poll. We are asking, is there any good that has accrued to Kenya from Ruto's leadership? So far on Sound Country Talk Live, 22 people have cast their vote. 12 people have liked the video. That means, although of the 22 people who cast their vote, 5% say yes, 95% say no. That is on Sound Country Talk Live. On Sound Country Talk, we have 43 people have cast their vote. 39 have liked the video. Thank you so much. Is there any good that has accrued to Kenya from Ruto's leadership? 12% say yes, 88% say no. In those, 73 votes. 12% say yes, 88% say no. Tukimleta naitwa nani? Mama yetu Kenya ni maandamano kamili, tunakukaribisha. Karibu, maoni yako.
Asante sana Bernard, na kusalimia kama kawaida. Uko hapo unatujali maslahi yetu, kwa vile ukifungua mlango tunafuata, tunaingia. Jeremani, how are you? Haron, Frank, Chakamdume ashaondoka, namsalimia tu kwa hewa, na hata wale watu wako kwa comment section, I say hello to you all. Asante kwa kunipea usukani huu niweze kuchangia kidogo. Nini nasema hivi, mumeongea habari ya hiyo historia, na huyu jambazi alisema we are not in need of history. lakini unajiuliza, history iko kwa kila nchi, si ati ni Kenya tu. Na vile alisema hataki history, maybe he sat down and assessed himself and see that his history is very ugly, very ugly, na kwa hivyo hataki mambo kama hiyo. Lakini unajiuliza, si hata yeye atataka kutengenezewa legacy yake, kwani watatumia nini? We use history of that particular character, how he behaved, how he treated people, how he led the country with the fake promises. And I want to say this, kuna mtu alikuwa anauliza ati hawa vigogo wanakuja nchini Kenya kufanya nini? First of all, look at the person who is in Kenya, who is calling him the president. He is the opener of all evil things. And he is not supportive of what Kenyans are talking about or what they may need to have. Nasema hivyo kwa nini? Hawa vigogo wameona the weakest link. Wameona the gate is open. Huyu ambaye ako jambazi huko Kenya ndiye ambaye anawafungulia mlango. Kwa hivyo wamepata mwanya ya kuingia na kufanya madharau yote ile wanataka kutufanyia. They are mocking us through this jambazi. Hii vitendo zake na behavior zake zote ndizo zimefanya tukafika hapo. Na ndio unaona hawa watu wanakuja kwetu kimadharau. Ona sasa tumeambiwa ati watoto wetu wakizaliwa watakuwa wanawekwa chembe kwa mwili. Kenyans, I really pray and ask God to take care of us. We cannot accept this. We cannot be put chips in our body like animals. Watoto wetu watakuwa nini? Ni chombo. Wawe wanasomwa na nini? Na mashini. We are human beings and we are not going to tolerate this. We are not going to accept our children to be put chips in their body. Hatujafika hapo. Sisi si wajinga. Na hatutakubali watoto wetu watumiwe kama pig. I don't know which one I can say. It is bad and evil the way we are being treated by even outsiders. They are not even ashamed of coming and commenting what they want to do to us with no fear. Mbele yetu wanataka tusikie nini? Tumekuwa wanyama wa kutumiwa in any way. I feel very, very hurt when I imagine innocent babies watatumiwa hivyo, wawe chombo cha kufanyiwa scientific. Ni shida kubwa sana tuko nayo Kenya. Everything that is going on in Kenya, it's evil. Tumepatwa na kitu ambacho hatuwezi kutatua. Wale majambazi wako nje, wale wanakuaga hitilafu, wale maharamia, ndio hao sasa wameingia Kenya kufanya vile wanataka kufanya. Why don't they do in their country? Kwa nini wasiweke hizo vitu kwa watoto wao? Na huko ndio wako wengi. Let them do the first experiment with their people, not coming to Kenya. Huyu jambazi hakuna kitu hata tupatia. Killer disease, everything that is bad will come in Kenya because he has opened the door. He don't care. He cares about only himself. Hii mambo yote anaenda akisambaza Kenya yote. Tuikatae tafadhali wa Kenya. Kama ni bibi anaenda kupata mtoto, what do we do? Do we stand there watching so that our baby will not be inserted with this thing? It's horrible. Our country is getting very bad and we cannot wait and watch these things happening. Let's unite Kenyans and resist these evil deeds that they want to do to us. Huyo King Charles hawezi ongea na nyinyi sababu yule amemkaribisha ni don't care. Ni what do you do? What you gonna do? That is the attitude in Kenya. And these people, They're just very few. We are millions. We can stand up and resist and say we don't want this. Kenyans, I'm just asking you kindly, let's unite and fight for our country. We are not going to have a generation that is tampered in their bodies so that they can be used in any way wherever they go. Huyu jambazi anasema ati hakuna sasa matumizi ya mabilioni ya pesa ati kwa sababu ya karatasi ya birthday. Birth certificate ipeanwe kama kawaida. Mtoto wangu asiwekwe chembe chochote kwa mwili yake. That's not how we are created. Na kama sio hivyo, afunge virago aende. We don't want him there. We have been singing we don't want him, and nobody wants him there. He has opened so many wounds that people had healed, and now we are suffering. Entertaining all these evil people coming in our country, it's evil. Hawakuji kwa maslahi mazuri. Wanakuja kufanya hizo scientific things to us. I pray that our country stands. I'm very much hurt. I feel so sad when I think how babies can be taken care of in this way, that they will be suffering to have chips in their body. That thing really carried me away. It really oppressed me. It really finished me. It's really devastating when you think about that. And you have no control, but we have control, Kenyans. Let's join hands. Mimi nasikia uchungu sana every day because there is nothing is coming out that is good to support our life. We want to live in our country happily, but we are being always getting bad news that really depresses us. We cannot move. We cannot think good things. We are just suffering. Nawaombea tafadhali wa Kenya, tushikane pamoja. I don't have much to say, Ben, but I feel very much hurt, and I fear this to happen in our country. May God bless our country. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mama. We appreciate that. A very right concern indeed. Our irresponsible leadership is plunging this country into irreparable problems. I really don't get the rationale behind all that is being decided, all of it in the pretext of trying to control how much the government spends. Just before we bring in someone else, I want us to remember the first day in office, William Ruto returned the judges that were implicated on corruption and were rejected by Uhuru Kenyatta. Second day in office, he took away the subsidies for petrol and the other things in the pretext that he wants to control the expenditure and spend on subsidizing production and not consumption. The following thing was to take away the wherever Kazim Taani in the pretext that is controlling the expenditure and cutting down on how much money is spent, and he wants to revamp what he called production and job creation, and started the house levy so that it can create jobs for the youth instead. And from the look of things, you notice that he runs away from responsibility, does not take the challenge and rise up to the occasion to respond to the challenge. He will always fall for the easy way out, fall for how to withdraw the support that people are getting. And in the process, his options have been has been shrinking and shrinking and shrinking with every passing day. So the possibilities that Kenya was facing at the exit of Uhuru Kenyatta have all been, narrowed to an extent whereby we are now seeing a bleak future what we were not seeing during Uhuru, because Uhuru was taking on the challenge. The Nairobi Expressway, which had no funding. You had to find funding for it. He said the country has to move. The infrastructure development has to be up to date. We must compete with the rest of the nations of the world. So, contrary to what Uhuru Kenyatta had envisioned, William Ruto is shrinking everything and turning it into running from responsibility. So if we print ballot papers for one occasion, which is general elections, and we spend over 40 billion on that one ballot paper, which is used in the general election, is it now the birth certificate that has become an issue that we now don't have enough papers to print birth certificate? Somebody needs to arrest William Ruto for me. Frank, nataka nipatie wewe dakika mbili utusalimie, turejee kwa mgeni atuchambulie masuala haya. Unmute and speak up, Mr. Frank. Hey, Bwana Frank. Sorry, you seem to be fully challenged. Pole sana. You need an upgrade of your gadgets. Let me try and see if I can help you from this end. I can't. I've been... Okay, it's saying the StreamYard is saying your mic is not connected. Your mic is not connected. Please allow... Yes? Your mic is not connected. Please get out, and when you come back, allow StreamYard to configure for you. If you're using your phone, make sure that it is StreamYard setting for you the mic and setting for you the camera. That way you cannot make the submission. Jeremiah, back to you. You've listened to Mama, you've listened to other commendation, you listened to that memo by NTV, and then of course huyo Mkenya anayesema hakuna kitu chochote ambacho William Ruto amefanyia nchi hii, amekitafuta hawezi kukiona, ahadi zote hakuna ile imetimia. What's your take? Let's keep going.
Thank you, Bernard. Allow me to start with the comments made by Kenya Maandamano. Yes, it's very depressing many times when we hear of bad news always arising from Kenya, and especially to do with the citizens. It's always depressing, and you wonder, is Kenya as deadly as we see on the news, or is there an exaggeration? And I'll give you examples. I wake up one morning and I receive a barrage of WhatsApp messages, forwards, that say taxation here, taxation there. If you're coming to Kenya from abroad and you should come with equipment less than 500, the value should be less than $500. Otherwise, anything above that will be taxed. And the tax is not easy, because I've seen a Twitter or X feed of someone who was coming with equipment and was being taxed at the airport to the tune of 150,000 Kenya shillings. And I said, wow, if you come with a camera, for example, and you want to do a documentary featuring Bernard, will you be taxed at the airport for bringing that piece of equipment? And assuming it is equipment that is supposed to be broadcast quality, those run into millions of Kenya shillings. So I can imagine the tax commensurate will make it impossible and this is far reaching now, will make it impossible for people who want to do documentaries, for example, to come to Kenya because you're thinking the taxation that you're going to pay at the airport. And I don't think Kenya has a regime that says, like other nations, where you pay tax as you enter the country. When you're exiting, you're reimbursed that tax. I don't think Kenya has that kind of a system. It is more kiendacho kwa mganga hakirudi. And I think that is what will start making it very scary for people to say, no, we cannot use Kenya as our airport if we want to come to, say, Tanzania to do a documentary because of this taxation that we're going to be facing at the airport. As I said, these are the far-reaching consequences of such pronouncements by government on taxation for people coming into the country and the minimum value of goods they ought to be coming with. That, as I said, is one example of a depressing component. Then the other thing we start hearing again is whenever government wants to raise money, one of the first things I've seen is that government always looks at taxation as the first avenue of revenue collection. And I'm thinking there were promises of creating opportunities so far, and here I'm tying it to the second video that you shared. So far, I've not seen opportunity creation pronouncements. I've not seen we're expanding the export processing zone to employ more people, to generate more revenue. I always hear very strong pronouncements about taxation. From this month, this tax is going up. From this month, that other tax is going up. It is really choking the mood in the country. We may not see it immediately, most immediately, but I think over time, we are going to see very angry people. And usually you see very angry people on the motorways. You see angry people in the streets when people don't really care about other people. And that is a kind of slow mental buildup that is affecting the nation. So the lady was speaking about not seeing anything. It's true. If you want to find out what the mood of the nation is, do not sit with the politicians. Do not wait for the presidential address in parliament to know what the state of the nation is. Just go to the streets or to the residences and interview people in the streets and ask them top of their head before they sit down and start thinking, which party am I in? Top of their head, what they think about the state of the nation. The answer that comes to you is usually right on the spot, is usually a true picture or true indication of what the state of the nation is. And as I said again, the state of the nation seems to be very suppressed, very depressed mood. I go to the video that you shared from NTV newsroom, the editorial. The editorial hits very good points. And the question of accountability, when Osoro, who is the chief whip, is reported to have said that whenever parliamentarians travel outside the country, they must pass through his office and give him his cut or his share. That's a question that the office of EACC ought to invite him to make a formal statement on. That is a question I'm expecting the Law Society of Kenya ought to be writing to him to provide clarification on what he said. That is a question I'm expecting multiple other people, both in government and outside government, to be writing to him and saying, Mr. Chief Whip, you are reported to have said the following. We invite you to provide clarification, failure to which we expect your resignation. I do not see that level of accountability. And I say this because it appears people in power are taking for granted the delegated authority from the Kenyan sovereigns. And it appears to me then that there is no real accountability at that level. And then, if that is the question, you start asking what happens thereafter with any other person. You'll find the policeman will start saying this is the system. You'll start finding the citizens who are not law abiding will say, okay, this is the way to go. It becomes a system of the might. Those who are able to have their way will always push for whatever they want, to the detriment of the wider population. There is one more aspect that I saw in there from one of the clips that you shared. It just eludes my mind at this particular moment. But I thought, if we are going to have a situation where, and let me provide the context before I make commentary on it. The context of it is the president speaking at a shopping center in Mombasa. Of course, what we paid attention to in the context that you shared was the people saying mafuta, mafuta. That is what people are clamoring for on the ground. What I was able to also pick out from that video was the tone in which the president was addressing the sovereigns. Standing, I believe he was atop a car and addressing what I call the sovereigns versus the tone of voice he uses when he's addressing King Charles and the Queen. Those are the sovereigns of the UK. These are the sovereigns of Kenya. What is the tone of voice there? I don't want to comment further, but I leave it to those who are listening to make a determination. The tone of voice used to address the sovereign of the United Kingdom and the tone of voice used to address the sovereigns of Kenya. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Jeremani, for that a good outlook. And I don't know whether Frank has sorted out his issue. Frank, how are you? Frank, how are you?
I'm fine. How was your name, Bernard?
Oh, great to hear you. My day had El Nino.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I wanted just to say something about the Ruto's government. What I can say currently, Kenyans should know that we have no government. It's just a criminal, it's an organization of criminals who have criminalized every institution of the government for their personal interest. Because we have taken almost 1 year, but we have not seen anything. Actually, this criminal has done nothing because he has been loitering every part of this country trying to relaunch the project which have already been launched, and some are almost to be completed. I want to know the budget for that 1 year. How has spent that budget? He has been borrowing. Where's the money? How can you continue borrowing? You are overtaxing Kenyans, but you are doing nothing. So what is there? We have to know. Actually, you have no government. It is just a gang. It is just a gang of gangs who have organized themselves to loot this country, and just to ensure there's nothing Kenyans are going to see from them. And they are using money everywhere. all the independent institutions are just criminalized. From today, you can see what happened today in the KRA. How can you organize the KRA, then president go to dictate how KRA should work, to give the KRA target? It means that very soon everything is going to rise as far as taxes are concerned, because KRA should meet the target that they have to collect this year. So I can say there is no government, and these are just criminals who have organized themselves, who have united to ensure that they have taken everything for Kenyans for their personal interest. They want just to enrich themselves. So we have no government in place as we speak, because even when you see the policies, they have no any idea, they have no any policies. When you need to contrast concern the Kibaki's government, Kibaki and a very well planned cabinet. Every cabinet or every minister was aware about its duties, and they should come out with a plan to implement the duties. But now, you see there is fight between the Musalia, the Skuria. They don't know what they have to do. So this is just a government which is clueless, has no end direction. It is only Ruto has channeled all resources to his state, and is the one who to dictate what should happen, and is the one who to dictate everything. So even the cabinet ministers or those CS are just there. They are just washing in. They cannot give any policy. So I want to say very soon our country we are going to be having a very harsh condition, and we are going to have high rate of unemployment, because even those who are employed are going to lose jobs very soon, especially those are in private sector, because most of the investors are going to move from Kenya, because they are not getting anything. So we are going to experience high rate of unemployment, and very soon our economy is going to collapse, because these people, they are not interested to serve Kenyans. They don't know why they have used the vacant ones to get the position. And you see, how can you use all those money to host a King Charles Kenya to do what? He has brought nothing. Because the problem you're having, especially those countries which were colonized by the Britain, is because Britain, they want to keep dictating them. They want to keep exploiting their resources. They don't want to give those countries their rights. They don't want those countries to reorganize themselves. They just give directions now and then. Because you see what has happened. The High Commission invited Raila in State House, because now they want to get this country and exploit some resources like minerals that are treated with the oil and the other minerals. So we are not going to benefit from this Ruto's regime, because the regime itself don't know what to do. They are consulting foreigners, and those foreigners, they want to exploit our resources. So you don't expect uh, anything to be given for Kenyans. They are going to take what we have very soon, and that is why they want Ruto, because Ruto has no agenda, has no any policy to implement for Kenyans, and they are going to ensure Ruto is in that position so that they can continue exploiting our resources. And this guy is only interested to be rich, like Kenyatta family, like Moi family. So he has no agenda to serve Kenyans. That is what we have to understand. Because when you see the ministers that Ruto has, they are all criminals. Those are people who have paid. Those are people who have been in scandals. Every cabinet secretary here, with the exception of Kithure Kindiki, the rest have been involved. They have the track record of corruption scandals, like this guy of the treasury, Jogona. During Jogona, it is the time when CBK performed very well. The central bank, in fact, performed very well. During the time for Musali, when he was Minister for Finance, we entered the golden scandals, golden backer scandals. And when you see all those CS Ruto has selected, they have the history of the scandals. They believe shortcut. They are not some they are used to import the mercury, others the mercury in sugar, others importing the maize with the aflatoxin. So those are people who have the bad side of the country. Those are being informed, they are criminals in fact. They cannot serve this country. And we have no government in place. That is what we have to know as Kenyans. And that is why the guy is giving us stories. We have allocated. Tumetenga, tumeweka pesa, and we own your pesa. Because he wants just to play he believes blackmailing narratives and propagandas so that he can push the duration. Will not, the guy 5 years going to take everything that Oro has left, that the previous government has organized. Is going to take everything. So that is what we are going to see. And himself, and he has selected people who are like him, criminals like him. So that is what we have to understand now. Because when you see the recruitment that has done, KRA and KRA around 60% Kalenjin and Kikuyu. So it means it is tribal organization to ensure that the guy has to give directive to that to that authority, and in every part or in
Okay, sorry, Frank. Thank you, but we appreciate you are able to make your submission to some degree. Glad that you did that. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to salute everybody for continuing to be faithful in your followership of our show and participating. Asante sana watu wa comments, mnaendelea vizuri na michango yenu hapo. Tunawashukuru kila mmoja. Ningependa tu kucheza clips mbili alafu turejelee Jeremiah. Tunataka kuanza kufungasha ili tuelewe ni mada yetu imekwenda vipi leo na tunamalizia wapi. So tegea hapo hapo. Ningependa pia kuwajulisha kwamba leo tarehe 4 mwezi wa 11 na nilikuwa na propose kwamba tumalize historia ya kulipa bill kesho, hiyo tarehe 5. Kwa hivyo kama bado huja jitahidi kuhakikisha kwamba umetuma mchango wako, tafadhali tumia hizo details, weka kwa comment section kutuma mchango wako, ama ndio hizo kwa screen. We really need, we are around 30% to what we need, and so we really want everybody to send in whatever they can send in to help us out. Hatujafika hata 50%, we are at 30%. We are looking for the 70% of what is needed. And that is also to the degree of the people who have responded. We have not gotten support from more than 15 people. If I can enumerate, I think only around 12 or so people have sent in their contribution. So please, tuko wengi na kila mmoja akifanya tu yake kwa uwezo wake, tutatoboa hii mambo bila kusukumana na bila kuumizana. I would not want anybody to be troubled by reason of what we are doing, but we are calling upon you out of the goodness of your heart and your love for this program. Send in your support. You know, we have that standing order bills that we pay every month. So tusaidie tafadhali, tumia hizo details. Till number ni 516575 +2547184545585. Bernard is the name, and those are our official contributing details. Don't send to any other number, don't send to any other account. Those are the ones we use officially on this particular channel. So note them down and respond. We want to bring a curtain to this by end of tomorrow. So we have today, and then tomorrow we close that chapter. Whether we have gotten to the 100% or not, we'll have to survive with whatever that is available. until further notice, because we also don't want to be a nuisance in, troubling you every day with the announcement. I believe we are all mature people and we are responsible people, and so nobody should be pushing us into doing what we know very well we should be doing. So asante sana kwa kila mmoja, naomba tumakinike kwa pamoja. So I'll bring in these 2 quick videos and then we get back to the conversation as we begin to wrap up the show tonight. Well, there is this mzee wetu hapa amesema hili kwa kifupi tu.
Wale wanalalamikia Ruto kutembea kila mahali. Bas, China ni Lawi Arab Korir. Mimi nawauliza wa Kenya, wale wanalalamikia Ruto kutembea kila mahali. Nawauliza waandishi wa habari, wale mnaandika kila mahali, mnaandika kila siku ati Ruto anatembea kila mahali. Amkuwa naelewa mlichukua timu ya tangatanga. Mlisahau ilikuwa tangatanga. Sasa kama mlichukua tangatanga, maendeleo ni kutangatanga tu. Hakuna kitu ambaye mtaona kwa hii serikali. Hii serikali ni kutangatanga tu. Mlichukua tangatanga, wacha tangatanga atangatange mpaka siku yenye mtachipanga, mtoe tangatanga na muweke mtu kutoka kieleweke mwenye ataelewa shida ya Wakenya.
Buyer, hustler, tawale. The people who say dynasty buyer are hosting the biggest and the richest and the most prominent dynasty in the world, in the country today. And they are inviting the people like Raila Amolo Odinga, who were also called dynasty during the campaigns, to that banquet of dynasties. In addition to, and that hustler in Kiambu and Murang'a and Thika are the ones that are financing a dinner for dynasty dinner at State House.
Castro, did you receive invitation?
It goes to tell you, it goes to tell you, yes, fighting poverty, ignorance, and disease. And what has he done? He said, sick you are, but I'll not give you money for sickness. Diseases you have, I'll not give you money for diseases. He said, you have a lot of other problems, but I'll not give you money for them.
Yes.
But for ignorance, and given some, I think 800 whatever million to Kenya, for fighting ignorance, because ameona, out of the problems you are fighting at independence, poverty is okay, you can live with it, you've lived with it. He's looked at sickness, he said it's okay, you can live with it, you've lived with it. But this ignorance, that 7 million people would queue and vote for Kenya Kwanza administration, that ignorance must be cured. And that's why he has put aside money to help Kenya deal with this ignorance of 7 million people who queued and voted for a government that promised them an end to dynasty and is now holding the biggest dynasty in this country, and to a bouquet at State House at a cost to that hustler, and that hustler is not.
Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. We're going back to Jeremiah to help us now look into that aspect. Hustler is hosting a banquet for the dynasties. Na mlisema dynasty ni mbaya, Hustler atawale. Sasa ni kipi ambacho kimebadilika? na hii hasla kumbe pia ni dynasty Jeremani.
Thank you, Bernard, for sharing that clip, because you just or the speaker there has just reminded me of something that I'd forgotten to mention, and I wanted to inquire before I speak. Was Uhuru Kenyatta invited to any of these events?
Sorry, Uhuru Kenyatta?
Yeah, was he invited to any of these events? Do you know whether he was invited or
Okay,
participated?
it was unconfirmed report that said he was invited and he declined. He was invited for that particular banquet and he declined.
Okay. I say this because I wanted to recount when President Obama arrived in the country. Uhuru Kenyatta was there at hand to receive him as head of state. This was one comparison I forgot to make of the king's arrival. When President Obama came to Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta was on the runway to receive him. When the king comes, he's being received by chief cabinet secretary. When the king comes, is received by the chief cabinet secretary. I found that a curious point of view, and I would wish someone with more knowledge on protocol to educate and inform me as to why there was this choice of reception. Aside from that, what you have just said there is, or what has been shared in that clip is very important, because my question was, if the people are always fighting between themselves, and at the end of it, when elections are concluded, you find that the people that you really demonized are now the ones attending those magnificent receptions, those gala events, while you, who was uttering the strongest epithets, are nowhere in the radar. That should tell the citizens something about politics and taking very strong positions against your fellow citizens when it comes to time for elections. We must always use this incident as a reminder that politics should not be the cause of enmity between fellow citizens. Aside from that, those are my strongest take homes. I don't wish to crowd the discussion with my one-sided points of view. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay. Thank you very much. No, Jeremiah, before I let you go, since our time is running, we are a few minutes to 1 a.m. East African time, and I wouldn't want to stretch this particular segment of the show to another hour or so unless we have some changes. I would want you to help us wrap up the tie, according to our question, or our matter for today. Your title, King Charles Kenyan visit and the land question. Although that did not play in the open, I'm sure that it had something to do with the backdoor arrangement. And this is in the backdrop of the reality that majority of the deals that the British entered into with Kenya have all approached the expiry date or they have expired. Could it be that the king made the trip specifically to secure the British interest in Kenya and get to reschedule the leases of the lands that are in the custody of the British Empire? or he just came to visit the graves and innocently go back and take report. I went and saluted the soldiers that died in the forefront of war.
Thank you, Bernard. I'd initially thought I would raise this point of the land in the opening sections, but I'm glad to see that you've directed the discussion to a much broader perspective than what I'd initially prepared for. And I appreciate that. And one of the things that, to answer your questions very directly, first of all, I look at the king's visit and ask myself, I will make this point first, but it would be my last to address. There were a couple of missed opportunities. As I said, I will address that missed opportunities last. But going back to what the commentary you made in posing the question, was the king coming to secure the interests of the UK? My firm answer there is yes. To what extent? The way our Kenya government operates in secrecy, we the citizens may be in the darkness for a couple of years as to what the true intent of this visit was. The UK government already knows why that trip took place. We unfortunately are on the short end of the stick. We may not be able to know soon enough why that trip was necessary at this point in time, but nothing stays a secret for long. The only question is, by the time we discover what the true intentions were, will there be adverse effects arising from that trip? That will be a question to be answered then. With regard to the leases that are expiring, I would naively want to say the British or the monarchy may not be able to influence, but then I hold my thoughts in that regard and realize that Kenya is a country where power and money influences legal determinations. So I will not discount that it's possible that there are some land lease matters that were in the offing and may not have been addressed directly. And at the point when they may need legislation or regulation to bring them to effect, necessary influence will be brought to bear to achieve a positive determination likely for the UK. The question is, will Kenya be on the short end of the stick? Will the citizens of Kenya be on the short end of the stick as far as those deliberations go? And that, again, as I said, will be a question that we will be able to determine not soon enough, but in due course. Allow me to address the point that I said missed opportunities will be addressed last. And the missed opportunity comes, I take us back to history, and this is 1965. There was a commission called the Stamp Mission Report. There was a mission called the Stamp Mission. This Stamp Mission prepared a report around 1965 going on to and influenced decisions made in 1966. And I bring this up because in our previous discussion, we talked about some decisions being made in 1966 that we are still having or bearing the brunt of to this date. And this Stamp Mission report had 3 terms of reference. Broadly speaking, because I may not be able to go into them in detail, is that this Stamp Mission report was supposed to report on what will be the transition from European-owned crown lands to Africanization. How do the Africans start getting a piece of the crown lands, which are the known as the European highlands. The transition was supposed to be documented by the Stamp Mission. They did prepare a report. They did present that report to Her Majesty's government. That report was asked to be tabled in not Congress, but in the House of Commons. It was not tabled. That report was asked to be tabled in the House of Lords. It was not tabled. The Minister for Overseas Development in the UK government at the time was known as Barbara Castle. This name might sound very abstract. No one pays attention to some of these names, but this is where Barbara Castle comes in very, very prominently in this scenario, in this context. Barbara Castle was the lady or member of parliament who brought to the fore the Hola massacre to the House of Commons. Now, the Hola massacre for many Kenyans is a very distant, abstract event, but in the Hola massacre is what led eventually to the scenario that led to Kenya becoming independent. 88 inmates were badly beaten in Hola camp. 11 of them died. What was the official report from the camp? That these 11 died having drunk water from a dirty or poisoned source. That was the official government report at the time. But it emerged as information was being put out that these 11 inmates who died were beaten on the orders of the Prisons and Camp Commissioner. That report made it to the House of Commons, and an investigation was ordered. A hearing, full hearing was ordered, and Barbara Castle is given the credit for having brought that matter on behalf of Kenyans to the House of Commons. Years later, it emerged that the person who actually fed this information to Barbara Castle was Dennis Pritt. Dennis Pritt was Jomo Kenyatta's lawyer during his trial at Kapenguria. And he was the one who used to feed leaked information to Barbara Castle, who was then a member of the opposition. I brought up Barbara Castle because now when she became minister and was now in government, you would have expected that she would have the heart and plight of Kenyans at heart. But it appears the monarchy or matters around the monarchy can supersede the interests, human interests that people have for other fellow human beings. And Barbara Castle was totally unable to table the Stamp Mission report, even when on several occasions she was prompted to table it. I've given a long story, but here is where I'm coming to. There was a missed opportunity from the Kenya government to ask that Stamp Mission report be made public, sovereign to sovereign. Kenyans ought to know what was in that report and what was determined as the way forward. We do not have the answers to date. The British public do not have the answers because that document has remained sealed, not presented, but to date, it still has impact on the Kenyan citizens. Missed opportunity because People have been saying, and which was pointed rightly, people have been saying that they are they are Mau Mau children. But then again, when the opportunity was presented there uh, uh, to address Mau Mau plight, no one came forth. I saw some report where a group was planning to organize a protest, and police went and stopped them from organizing the protest. And again, I say missed opportunity. Those opportunities that should have been brought to this discussion. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Jeremani, for that a good tying together for our history and our current state of affairs. We seem to have a long way to go in terms of reconciling what really transpired in our past, where we are in our present, and how the two can, relate seamlessly. Kenya seems to be a country of distorted realities, some truths that are hidden, never to be revisited. Then a younger generation that seem not to have a liking for history. And in the process, our identity seems to be hanging in the balance as we go further. It appears to me that we continue with this kind of trend. Come 20 years from now, there will be no need for Madaraka Day, there will be no need for Mashujaa Day, there will be no need for these Jamhuri Day celebrations because they are being eroded with every passing day, especially by successive regimes. And with this in place, the hope for this country is wherever getting dimmer and dimmer with every passing day. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's keep going with the conversation even as we begin to wrap up. I want to urge us to be on the forefront in helping us pay our bills, please. We want to conclude this by close of tomorrow, the 5th of November. So if you have not sent in your contribution, please do so. We really need that contribution. And we pray that everyone that is able to do something, please do it. Don't wait until it is late to tunahitaji huo msaada wako. And then quickly wacha tuangalie polls kufungasha 2 hours into the votes. Sound Candid Talk Live, 28 votes, 17 likes. Half of the people did not like the video. Reasons I don't know. Okay, is there any good that has accrued to Kenya from Ruto's leadership? 4% say yes, 9 on Sound Candid Talk. With Sound Candid Talk, 8 what? Well, here we go. 108 people have cast their vote. Is there any good that has accrued to Kenya from Ruto's leadership? And the percentage remained the same. 12% say yes, 88% say no. And then of the 108 people who cast their vote, only 59 have liked the video. Please, let's comply in following due process. When you cast your vote, remember to like the video. It's important. We are not just, pushing you. It is part and parcel of why we can function rightly as a channel. It helps us with ranking on YouTube. With proper ranking on YouTube, we get the video viewed by more people, and the educative information that we're sharing here needs to reach to as many people as possible. So liking the video is not just for the profiting of the channel, but also in enhancing that information is shared by relevant people. When you like the video, everyone that has followed you or everyone that you talk with will be exposed to that video. because you have liked the video. So you are the link to YouTube sharing the video with someone else. So if you don't like the video, none of your people you're following will be shown the video by YouTube. That's why we're insisting, tafadhali make sure you like the video even as you participate into the poll. I want to salute everybody. Please, let's keep going even as we continue with the conversation. We are beginning to wrap up. But before that, Frank, mute your mic, please, until it's your turn to speak. It is important. It provides a feedback that is very irritating, especially when you're listening through the earphone. Nataka Haruni naye aseme kwa kifupi tafadhali, alafu Frank, tukirejea kwa Jeremiah tunaanza kufungasha. It's approaching 1 o'clock in the morning East African time, and I don't want us to stay beyond 1 a.m. Mr. Harun, here we go.
Yes, Mr. Bernard, I hope, let me adjust the volume, yeah. Basi kwa haraka ningependa kusema
Bwana
namna
Harun,
hii.
hatukusikii, umezima mic.
Basi itabidi ni drop nirudi kama
No, sasa umepatikana. Endelea.
yeah. Nilikuwa nasema hivi. Ebu hii mic yangu iko na shida.
Okay, samahani, rekebisha hiyo. Frank? Bwana Frank, tunakutegea. Sema. Frank, you seem to have issues with your gadgets or your line. I don't understand. No, Frank, rekebisha nini kwanza ndio urudi. Rekebisha mitambo alafu tarudi. Samahani. Okay, back to Jeremani as these guys set up their gadgets. We are looking at our country and the land issue. Do you think that the land issue in the country will still be a make or break for this country? Because it has been the bone of contention from before independence, after independence, until now. That question has not been handled. Will it continue being the make or break issue of this country? Or you think that by sweeping things under the carpet will eventually be forgotten and will go on with life as usual?
Here, Bernard, I might make some unpopular comments. Unpopular comment number one. We need to move away from a tethered ownership perspective to land. We need to move away from that aspect that this land is mine and no one else's. For me to be a person of note in the society, I must own a piece of land. We need to move away from that. We need to start thinking more about how do we become people of value to the nation, not necessarily because we have a document that says we own this, we own that. If we can move away from that to a new paradigm, of national ownership as opposed to titled ownership, then we might be making steps towards overcoming the land challenge. Because right now, what happens is that we have a few people who own title deeds. We have millions of others who do not own that or those documents called title deeds. And there's always this race towards people wanting to have that piece of document that says, I own land. Okay, after you own the land, what do you do with it to generate wealth or value from that land? Land on its own does not, land is not as a self generating I'm not getting the right words to phrase it, but land on its own does not generate wealth. It needs input from other additional sources. It needs the right environment for it then to become a piece of productive land. If you only own the land, but all the other factors are beyond your control, like capital, like societal harmony, you will own the best piece of land, but will never generate the real value of it because society is collapsing. People are not getting money to sustain themselves in their day-to-day lives. And then your piece of land will become worthless, high value, but has nothing to show in terms of returns. If you're ever in doubt, ask the people of Sudan. They have a lot of land, which has a lot of oil, but what is happening to that nation today? That is what I'm saying we need to start thinking about and moving away from. That concept of ownership of land, let's leave it in the 1960s. Let's look at the new, as I said, it's a very unpopular statement. Let's look at new frontiers going forward. What should land ownership mean? Land ownership should mean whatever piece of land that is within the 580,000 square kilometers of the country should work for the benefit of all the Kenyans equally. There are various ways we can do this. This is not the forum maybe for us to go into the details of how we could possibly think it, but at a future, and this is my proposal to you, Bernard, at a future show, we should invite people who will come and say, what should we do with the land that is Kenya going forward? We've spoken about what the historical challenges have been, but we're not saying we've exhausted them. We should also look at going forward. What should we do to this land, 580,000 square kilometers? We hardly use 20% of that acreage of Kenya. We are only fighting for what is the 20% of the Kenya landmass. What of the 80% that we do not hardly use or hardly talk about? How best can we make use of it? That should be a discussion for future episodes. Maybe I could pause at that. I can see Frank is there and Harun, maybe they might come back.
Okay, thank you, Jeremiah, for that sharing that kind of information, and then the statistics that we are scrambling for the 20% when there is an 80% that is yet to be put to use. That has always been my argument. Why should we be importing products or going to grow maize in Congo and grow other products outside this country when we have not maximized what we already have? So putting only 50% of the land to use it will be more than enough in sustaining the country. And then, of course, there was also the talk on, maybe we'll come back to that shortly, on what Alex was talking about, nationalization as opposed to that land ownership program. Nationalization whereby there is what is owned by the country, and whatever comes from what is owned by the country benefits each and every citizen within that particular country. Without that, I would not even be excited about paying taxes. Now I'm paying taxes for what? Okay. We are paying taxes to rescue KQ. We are paying taxes to rescue, let's say, East Africa Portland Cement and the airport authority and all those things. Then when they make profit, it does not subsidize our essential products, essential commodities. It does not help with our education. It is not helping with our healthcare. So where do I get the motivation to pay taxes to a regime that is only milking me but not feeding me to keep healthy? So I think we have a long way to go. And especially with the Zakai administration, we may never get there no matter what we do. Harun, I give you 2 minutes, then we go to Frank. Harun, quickly, please.
Yes, Mr. Bernard, ningependa kusema namna hii, kutax wa Kenya. Mr. Frank, mute your mic kidogo. Ama Mr. Bernard, mute Frank, because there is an echo coming from his side. Yeah, thank you so much. So nasema kuwa vile wa Kenya tunakuwa taxed, is just only purely stealing our money. Ni pesa tu, because angalia hata hii mean budget yenye juzi jamaa wamejiallocatea. Nimeona Ruto alishukishiwa 300 million, Gachagua akaongezwa sijui 700 million. So sasa hivi ataenda ku ofisi yake atakuwa anapata 4.3 billion. Rachel Ruto naye kutoka 444 million akaongezewa mpaka 593 million. Mudavadi ikabaki 1.2 billion. Dorcas naye akapewa from 292 ikaongezwa mpaka 717 million. Sasa hiyo tu ndio hapo ndio tax zetu zinaenda tu. Hao jamaa wanatunyonya kutunyonya manzi. So alafu unapata watu wengine sasa hivi ndio wanataka kuangaisha Mkenya mwenye ameumia Saudi Arabia for 2 or 3 years. Alafu mnakuja kumwangaisha hapa airport, ilari watu wenye wenye wametuweka mahali tuko sasa hivi, wanakuja tu kazi yao tu ni kuwapembeleza kama watoto. By the way, ni kitu ambacho kina hurt sana. Alafu mwisho kabisa, before nikuje kwako, nasema angalia sasa, tuseme kama huyu King Charles alikuja, hiyo lease ikuwe renewed. Imagine lease inakuwa renewed maybe for another 99 years, ilari Wakenya ndiawa wanabomolewa manyumba. Sasa mpaka unashindwa wataenda wapi? Instead huyu vile alikuja angesema, mimi ile kitu nilikuwa nataka nisikie kutoka kwa huyu King Charles, kuwa ndio tunajua kuwa kuna mashamba tuko nayo, na lease zetu ziko karibu kuisha. Some of those ranches ambazo lease zao zinaisha tunaenda kuachilia, ndiposa serikali iweke hizo lands into productivity. Ama wale wa Kenya wenye hawana mashamba angalau wapate kupewa mashamba. Mr. Bernard, wa Kenya wanini wasiishi maskota kwa nchi yao, lakini utaona tu hizo leases zikifanya nini, zikiwa renewed for the next 99 years. So nitarudi kwako because nimeona baba Mr. Lala ameingia katika chumba na yeye atapeana ushauri wake. Back to you Mr. Bernard as you bring on next person or Mr. Lala. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Harun, for that. Interesting, but very discouraging at times. You know, you get frustrated being a Kenyan and of what exactly is happening. Well, there is it quickly before we bring in the next person. It appears that even my net is problematic. It keeps fluctuating. But let me just bring in this. Okay, an overlay. Okay, all right. Aha, that is. Okay, that's scary after the Kenyans took up to their arms and fought. So the latest is, let me quickly just read out. Kenya Revenue Authority clearance at passenger terminals. The Kenya Revenue Authority, KRA, is mandated to collect revenue on behalf of the government of Kenya in line with custom laws and other national and international laws regulating passenger movements. KRA implements various initiatives to promote tax compliance, seal revenue loopholes, and enhance revenue mobilization. KRA is committed to continuous improvement and in the process of upgrading the use of technology to enhance non-intrusive inspection of luggage at all points of entry. Part of this process is to ensure that prohibited and restricted goods are screened out of scrutiny purposes. For passengers clearance at terminals, KRA informs the public as follows. Clearance of personal items and effects. All used personal items and effects are exempt from custom duties. And number 2, it says clearance of new items as per the law affecting all East African community goods up to the level of $500 for each traveler are exempt from import tax. If so far as the baggage is accompanied and declared to the custom officer. However, KRA in the process of reviewing this regulation on a higher limit, and this shall be communicated to the public in due course. Okay, number 3, baggage handling. Screening of travelers' baggage is done to ensure correct declaration for purposes of taxation and to screen our prohibited, restricted goods for the safety of all Kenyans. Items flagged out after the first line of X-ray non-intrusive scanning process will undergo a physical inspection by the custom officer. Number 4, determination of duties. Where imported goods are subject to custom duty, a passenger is required to self-declare the actual price of the item, the duty to be paid, if any, and shall be based on the actual purchase price as declared by the passenger or traveler. All passengers are thus required to declare the specific items in the passenger declaration form F88 prior to the arrival in Kenya and present it to the custom official at the point of entry. However, a passenger has a right to query the assessed custom duty and may seek an explanation from the customs officer. Lastly, payment of duty. Custom duty is paid at pointed banks located within the terminals and or through a mobile banking platform after the custom officer generate an electronic payment slip. See more information on the KRA website as you have seen. Now, that seems to be a rethought that is not pulling out everything that has been said. They are just changing the language to make it an East African thing, used items, and then all that, which, in my opinion, they are telling us the same thing we have all been afraid of, and the implementation of the same is already taking place. And so, what is this? Is this ni kifumba macho ama ni nini? Frank, dakika zako mbili, alafu tumlete Lala atakuwa wa mwisho kianza kung'atuka. Frank, are you still there? Bwana Frank, endelea.
Okay.
Okay, Frank, you.
Okay. What I can conclude is that
Sorry, you keep muting yourself. What's happening?
what I can conclude is that the government that we have I'm saying what I can say is that the government that we have has no any agenda, and the taxation will not serve this country, because you cannot continue imposing taxes, but you have no any policy that you have put that you have set aside that you are planning to do. So it's only the business of taxing, but there's no any policy that you can see they are going to put in place to transform this country to invest in agriculture, because agriculture is very important in our economy. But these people are not really coming with the policies to expand the agriculture for a betterment of this country. In fact, like what one of speakers said, this country we have many resources. We have a very big land which is handled, but the government is not doing anything. We can have the issue of irrigation. They are spending a lot of money to host visitors like King Charles and the others. They are spending a lot of money to travel outside. But if they can put those money in the sector of agriculture, I think that can make us to have the right production and make the maximum utilization of the land that we have. In fact, Kenya has many resources, has more than enough. It's only that we are misused for a personal gain. If those resources can be used effectively and for a betterment of the life of the common mwananchi, we cannot have any problem. So what I'm saying, this government of Kayo or Mr. Ruto is only interested to milk Kenyans. We have seen what has happened to NHF. They have decided to changes. So it means that the NHF has lost billions of money it because they know they want to get that money. Same case applies to KRA. They are coming in all those policies, new taxation method in order to continue getting money for their personal gain, but not for the betterment of this country. So we have the government that we have is not the government to serve people. It's just, and they have been saying, it's just a criminal organization of criminals that are willing to milk everything and to take every resources that can help Kenyans or that can improve the life of the Kenyan or of the Kenyans. So with those few remarks, let meet another day. Let me reach at that point, Mr. Bernard.
Thank you very much, Frank. That's clear enough. And we trust the information we get to our rightful people for right action. Sorry, Frank, your gadget is interesting, but all in all, thank you very much. Your point is made. Gentlemen, you're saying we need to go to Reverend Lala.
Yeah, sorry, allow me to recognize Lala and apologize for interjecting before he speaks. I just wanted to make one commentary on the KRA statement. So, very well worded press statement. It says, and this I'm not looking, but I'm using memory to recall the last paragraph, I think the third one, where it says, is it a passenger has the right to query? Now, here is where the danger lies. So you have arrived at the airport. You have your things there. You do not know what the rules are because majority of us Kenyans, we do not know our rights, number one. We do not know our responsibilities, number two. So you are being faced here by a KRA customs personnel who says, I want to assess you for this much taxation for the following equipment. As I say, the danger lies here. You're already in the lion's den. Now it's you to negotiate your way out of that situation by querying. Who are you querying with? Are you querying with the same staff who's already imposing an assessment on you? And what are the chances that you will emerge victorious in your seeking clarification at that particular point? I wish there was a follow-up statement that says, and if you feel that the assessment or your clarification is not satisfactory, the process can be suspended until another session or is provided for you to gain a satisfactory conclusion to your clarification. But if the clarification is going to be sought on the spot, and the same person that you're seeking clarification with is the one who's going to tell you what the rules and regulations are, and you have to explain that before you exit the airport, you're in danger. You're already in the lion's den, and there's no way you're getting out of that situation victorious. As I said, if the right is there, the responsibility ought to be there, yes, and there should also be a remedial step to ensure that you are not left under pressure at that particular instance to resolve it before you leave the airport as tired and hungry as you may have been traveling. And there should be a remedial step to ensure that if you feel the assessment being conducted on you now is not fair, this process will be suspended until you may be appearing at KRA offices on Monday or Tuesday to seek better clarification or from another body or entity that is impartial to that particular process that already ties you to the lion's den. That's my commentary on that. Thank you, Bernard.
So I'm going to add water.
Okay. Thank you, Jeremiah, for that outlook. But oh God, the seeking clarification, the Kenyan version means the KRA officer should just take you through the list and say this cap is this duty and this is this. So you are doing mathematics. It has nothing to do with reviewing whether what he concluded was right or wrong. So he's just explaining for you the quotation is this amount, this amount, this amount. It adds up to this amount of dollars. So if you don't believe the amount of dollars, he'll take you through the list again, just for you to agree with him that his total is the right total. But when it comes to reviewing on whether what he decided was can be reversed or can be withdrawn, and then they would have referred you to clarify or seek clarification from the senior officer or demand to talk to a senior officer. But if you are clarifying from the same officer, basi hiyo sio kesi, hiyo ni story ya kumaliziana muda na kukusumbua akili. And that is still the unmaking of the whole thing. So there is nothing that has changed. It is the KRA people who are going to be the prosecutor, the judge, and the lawyer, and everything as far as that matter is concerned. And that opens the door to abuse by all means. So that officer has the discretion to charge you whatever he wants to charge you. Then thereafter, you can't review it anywhere. Yes.
Allow me to
Can we now
provide-
bring in, yes, Jeremiah, please.
Yeah, just one more clarification. And this is why I'm saying this is where the danger lies. You arrive at the airport, you have a very good looking piece of equipment that is still in the bag that you want to come and use in Kenya. And then you say, for example, that you bought that piece of equipment from a sale. So sales are usually discounted. And you bought it, say, at 50% discount. And at that time, you're about to travel, you found this is a good deal and you bought it and you took off with it. And you arrive in Kenya and the KRA person does not have a reference point for that piece of equipment. What they will do is that they will go to Google and look at your piece of equipment, look at the model number, look at the year of manufacture, and they will look at the market value of it there and then. And then they will charge you customs or taxes based on the market value there and then. Notwithstanding that you bought these from a sale, even if you have the receipt, they will go by what they are seeing online, that this is the market value of it and this is the tax. And you will find that the tax they impose on you will be much higher than the sale price that you bought that piece of equipment at. And that is the danger. As you said, it is opening a loophole for abuse because you will not have the money there and you will quickly go and rationalize, I bought this equipment at half the price. They're now charging me tax that is double the price. I might as well leave this piece of equipment with them and go. Probably that's what they want. And then, as you said, the abuse starts there. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you, Jeremiah. Thank you. Arun says taxation system in Kenya is purely robbery. Reverend Lala, come in, please.
Thanks. Good to see you, Bernard. Jeremiah, it's been a long time. Harun and the rest in the background, I'm Jambo. I've been listening, back and forth because I'm doing something else. But I just want to give a practical example. I was in Kenya 2 months ago. I came to JK Airport, and as usual, I had to go through custom. They literally detained me there I didn't have Kenyan money, and they couldn't take my credit card, which means I had to go out and get change money and then come back to clear what they wanted me to clear. Okay. By the time I did all my transaction, my flight to Kisumu was gone. I lost a ticket. I have a ticket here, I lost a ticket. And so if Kenya's thinking of Nairobi as a regional airport, okay, that means that people who are going to Tanzania, people going to Sudan, going to Somalia, going to other places, see Nairobi as the point of entry. It means that's where they're supposed to clear everything. Okay? So if you come to Nairobi and clear everything, and everything that you have will go through, because gifts, somebody gives you a gift, you don't know how much they bought it for, the value of it. So someone who doesn't even know what you're talking about will come and use their calculator, not knowing how you bought it, how you got it out there, and start charging you. Okay. This is the worst thing that can happen to democracy, because first of all, you are literally chasing away potential investors. People want to come in, they will not come. Secondly, whenever there's an economic challenge in a country, the area that most government look at is taxation. And in fact, you must reduce taxes. Obama and others, the first thing they did is to make sure that taxes as low as possible, so that you can attract people to invest and start spending. But if you only see taxation, getting money from the people, I'm telling you, they are doing the opposite of what will help us get out of this economic beast that we are in. So I don't know what kind of thinking goes into this, because first of all, let me just go to the other topic that you guys talked about. We talked about land. Land is probably the most important equipment or asset when it comes to development. Kenyans must know that even actually land is cheaper in the US than in Kenya. Okay? Land is cheaper in the US than in Kenya. And the reason is that land is where you put your investment so that you can be able to make profit. If you're paying so high for that particular land, whatever you produce, your product, your finished product, will be too expensive to compete in another market. So you want it as cheap as possible. In the US, there are land that you can buy for $1. $1. Like a very suppressed area, the government would simply attract people to go there to buy these homes, for as low as possible, so that they can put some investment in them and change things around. Okay, but in Kenya, all they think about is milking. Even a sick cow, they keep on milking that cow till the cow is dead. And so whatever's going on in the mind of so-called planners that we have and Ruto's team is you wonder which school they went to. You really question that, because yes, taxation is important. We must get taxes. Okay, that's really important. But the question is, who is giving this tax? Okay, how much support do they have? Can they get land and work on that land, and can they be competitive? So that balance seems to be missing. So what we are seeing is every single day tax, because that's what they're looking at. And That's as Baba stated, the punda sasa ameanguka, because how far will you go with taxation? And actually, we are putting ourselves out of the league, because with I'm telling you, I just asked for a very small piece of land, which not even the city, somewhere out, and I think it is it's a quarter, 1/10 of an acre. They're asking for I think almost 1 million Kenyan shillings. Okay, in a place where there is practically nothing there. Okay, so the question is, if you buy land that expensive and you want to put some investment, how will you stay competitive? Who will buy your stuff? And so we have put ourselves out of the game. Tanzania, where land is different policies there, okay? And which means they are able to use the land, produce for the market in East Africa, Kenya, and I will buy Tanzania because it's going to be less expensive than Kenyan one, because the investor in Kenya will have to recoup their money they bought land with, plus this expensive stuff that they're being taxed everywhere. So we are actually taxing ourselves into a Stone Age system. So whatever's going on in the mind of these people, I really, really don't understand. And finally, I think it is important for us also to see that Kenya is not where it was 20 years ago. Okay, we are not in Moi's era. Moi's era, Kenya was the most developed space. Okay, so foreigners would want to come to Nairobi. You see them reporting, about Sudan, but they're sitting in Nairobi. About Congo, they're in Nairobi. So Nairobi was where the money was coming. That's where people would spend, and that was the place where you feel safer. It's no longer that way. Rwanda is already past us. There's some security and think that you can get there, and so they don't have to come to Nairobi. Tanzania is just, way up there. So even places that people did not even think of going, now they have caught up with us. So they can go there and stay cheaper. They can find services they could find in Nairobi. Okay. So they don't have to fly into Kenya to get what they're looking for. As a matter of fact, right now, some reporting are now being done from Arusha, from Tanzania somewhere. Okay. You want to come and see the animals. Why would you come and pay those high tax, and be humiliated at the airport? Go to Tanzania and do it. We just have some friends. They're going to Buindi, in Uganda to see those gorillas, but they could have come to Kenya, but they're already now in Uganda because of, they can't predict what's going on. And people, before they go to a place, they Google. Long time ago, we used to tell them stories about Kenya. Now they don't have to listen to us. They are able to get that. So this idea of trying to promote Kenya, sharing all these wonderful things, people are not buying that. They will get it themselves. They go into the internet, get that information, and they know so much before they even come to Kenya. So unless this administration starts updating their data, moving into another century, because they are locked. I don't know which century they are operating, under. We will continue to lose. And so I agree with all of you here that what these people are doing, especially the airport thing, and of course, I went through it. They opened my suitcase, opened everything, they looked at it, and people are watching and looking at, are they humiliating you? Think that never happened. I travel everywhere. I travel everywhere. There's time that I'm always out. You know, the U.S. government would send my tickets, and I go every airport in the world. And you know what? Never have I been treated that way. Nairobi, you will be. Now that they've introduced this other extra way of, you know, getting money, this is going to be a nightmare, especially for Kenyans. And finally, the people who will pay that percentage are people who keep going back and forth. And those are who? Government officials. And where do they get their money? They get them from us, our tax money. So it's the same tax money they're going to use at the airport. So they are not losing anything, okay? Because you and me, you live in the US or in Germany, wherever you are, and you come once and then go back, okay? And for them are the ones who are here back and forth. And so how are they going to get that money? They're getting it from the taxpayers' money. They're going to fleece our families. They're already, you know, carrying this weight, you know, heavy load of taxation. And so I think the faster we get rid of this government, the better. That's my truly belief, because they cannot be reformed. They cannot change. And I stated here, Jeremiah is here, maybe help us to keep the record, you know, of missteps and this terrible, you know, decision that they keep on making day after day. It's like every day something crazy seems to come up, and the country cannot stomach this, because we are going down. It's just it's Titanic, you know, people are busy having a party, but the ship was sinking. We are sinking with this kind of decisions. There's nowhere and I'm telling you, watch my word. JK, Nairobi Airport, you know what? People are not going to be coming. I'm a Kenyan, but you know what? I'm probably flying next week. I'm going to Entebbe. I'm not coming to Nairobi. If I come, maybe I come through the border. I'm coming. I'm coming. Actually, I'm coming next week. But I'm not coming to JFK to be humiliated. No, I'm not. Thank you.
Haya, mambo ni kama haya wa Kenya, na washukuru kila mmoja kwa kuwa mwaminifu kufuata kipindi hiki na kushiriki katika masuala nyeti ambayo yanahusu maisha ya Wakenya na Zakayo na uongozi wake mbaya ambao kila mmoja anashuhudia. Haya, Reverend Lala, karibu East Africa. So shukia kokote kule, shukia Rwanda, shukia Dar es Salaam, alafu uikie kwa amani. Asante lakini. Now, as we begin to wrap up our show, I want to salute everybody for your continued support. Please, let's be on the forefront. Kumbuka tumesema kwamba masuala ya bill tuko bado 20%, tuko 30% hatujafika hata 50%. Kwa hivyo na tunataka kufunga hii kitu by kesho, the 5th. So please, if you have not responded, we need that response as fast as possible. Let me quickly go through the poll, and then after Jeremiah's response, we call it a day. Sound Candy Talk Live, 2 hours and 30 minutes into the show. We have had 33 votes on Sound Candy Talk Live. The question is there any good that has accrued to Kenya from Ruto's leadership? The percentages are of the 33 votes with 22 likes on the video. Yes is 6%. No live. Let's look at Sound Candid Talk main channel. Okay, main channel has had 128 votes. Is there any good that has accrued to Kenya from Ruto's leadership? 11% say yes, and 89% say no. 70 likes on the video. Thank you so much for participating. Please let's ensure that we keep sharing the video and call in as many as possible to be part of this great family. You need to subscribe to Sound Candy Talk Live, our backup channel. It's important, especially those of you that missed us the last week when we had a blackout on from Sound Candy Talk. Please ensure you are subscribed to Sound Candy Talk Live, and I'll be sharing that link right away. If you have not subscribed on that, we need you on that subscription because it's our backup channel. If we have issues with particular channel, so please be on both sides so that you don't miss out on any of our broadcasts. Secondly, I want to remind us, those of you who are not yet on our WhatsApp group, if you're not on our WhatsApp group and you want to join our WhatsApp group, contact me through that number. You send me a WhatsApp message, you want to be added to the group, I will get your number and then add you to the group. So that same M-Pesa number, +254-718-454585, is the number you contact me about you are joining WhatsApp group, where we have official communication in case there are any changes or in case there are any delays. So please, let's do that. And then, of course, we are still receiving our payment of bills contributions. Use those details. Till number is 516575. And those of you in the diaspora who can't use the till number, use the M-Pesa number +254-718-454585. Thank you very much. I'll be sharing that in the comment section in case you can't see clearly if you're using a small screen. So as we begin to wrap up, let's be on the forefront of ensuring that we adhere to all the regulations and then, of course, participate fully in all that is happening. Back to Jeremiah as you respond, wrap up the conversation tonight and help us get out of here.
Thank you once again, Bernard. I believe the wrapping up will be your responsibility. As I shared with you, I was minus to avail myself today and be a good participant in the show, and I hope I've lived up to that expectation. The comment that I wish to make based off of what Lala has shared is that yes, there are some things that our revenue collection is doing that have far-reaching effects than what is being seen as the immediate revenue target. And they ought to be reviewed very, very intensely before application. And I'm hoping, I know we always rely on people like Okia Omtata to challenge some of these regulations. But I'm thinking it's a high time that we also as citizens start saying, what can we do at our individual capacity to make sure that some of these regulations that are being passed by KRA from time to time, we create the intervention long before they're implemented. That said, the other commentary that I wanted to make, rising from the topic of discussion today, and I think arising from the King's visit and the land aspect, and then I see Ruto in Mombasa. I'm very limited in knowledge about Joe Kayo, so I will not attempt to make commentary there. But my commentary in summary is as follows. On the short game, we will never beat the politicians on the short game because they scheme every day. And we all know about footballers, an estate team trying to play Manchester United who practice every day. Even if you are to play them for 15 minutes or just given 45 minutes, one half to play them, you will never score against that team. They practice every day. They know how they gel. They know who plays what position, who counters which position. You will never beat them on the short game. But on the long game, which I'm proposing that we need to start looking at, because I know in previous conversations when there was a lot of fire about getting Ruto out now, I did make a submissions about the IDs of March. And I said that I shared that if by March nothing has happened, the likelihood of the year ending status quo will be the same. This is November. We are coming to another end of year. And I repeat, whatever plans that you have, if you've not actualized them by March, you will not attain them. So that would be my constant reminder to Kenyans or fellow Kenyans that anything you plan, always ask yourself, will it happen by March? If it doesn't happen by March, close the year. You have to push it to the next year. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you so much, Jeremiah, for the information. We are really profiting from your givings and learning a great deal. We really intend to have you more so that we can harness more insights into our situation. I would give to you. Said you know very little about Dr. Kayo. I'm sure Reverend Lala does. So I will give him that opportunity to make his tribute on your behalf and on behalf of Sound Candid Talk. Thank you so much, Reverend.
Thanks, Bernard. Thanks, Jeremiah. Thanks, Aaron. I just want to comment a little bit on this great man, Joe Kayo, who has gone to be with the Lord. I think of Joe Kayo as the true original in the sense that what we have in our time are a lot of fake stuff going on out there, a lot of shameful stuff going on in the church in the name of Christ. But Joe Kayo came to the scene at a time when Christian faith was in the back burner. It wasn't seen as progressive enough to appear even in the stage, in the mass, in the media and other places. But Joe Kayo was able to change the colonial mentality that had impacted the church and allowed us to be able to see ourselves as capable, able to do what God calls us to do in the Bible, and be the people that God wants us to be. History will judge this man because every part of Kenyan life, East Africa, call it the whole, has been impacted. The church, the economy, academia, and everything else has been touched by the ministry of this man. He didn't have a lot of education, but he was able to raise the standards of God in the lives of people to the point where people begin to look at other facts. In other words, even some of us who are gone to seminaries, got a PhDs and doctorate, whatever it is, they have their beginning in the ministry of this man called Joe Kayo. It's impacted every aspect of Kenyan religion, whether it is the Pentecostals or the Catholics and even Islam. So, and I pray that people look at his contributions to faith itself. So he was larger than the Deliverance Church that he started, and actually, if you look at renewals in Catholic Church and in Anglican other places, Joe Kayo's hand is in all that we see today. So it's really the father of evangelism in Kenya, but really, when you look deeper, is an authentic African preacher who took the Bible and helped us to see the power that God has in the Word of God and what we can do as Kenyan. I'll give you an example. He had gone somewhere and with other preachers, and other preachers started talking to these white people, asking for what they could, what they need, if they can get this and get that and get that. And Kayo stood and said, no, what we need is partnership. We don't need handout. We need partnership. And actually, it is Kayo who actually motivated us to give the tithes, build churches, and all that. He's the one. It's through his ministry, through his messages. So the man has done his part. The man was about integrity of the gospel. Many of us who got saved those early days, you go out there, it was actually the love for God, not for things, not for this so-called prosperity stuff that we see in our time, but authentic love of God and service for God. And so he is truly a giant. He is in the ranks of some of the greatest men that Africa has produced, and that is Joe Kayo. I first heard of him as a Form 1 student at Maseno. He came, that's where I gave my life to the Lord. He was at Suriba College. I remember going there and listening to him preach the word of God. So the man has done his part. I would challenge the church to stand. He was a true original, a true preacher, a true mentor for most churches, most preachers, and most ministries. And so may God be with the family, Rose, Mama Rose, and the children, and may his legacy live on and on. Thank you, Bernard, and thank you all. And that's what I have to say for now. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Reverend Lala. We appreciate that. Thank you, everyone, for your continued support and commitment to Sound Candy Talk. I can see the spirit of Kayo. Harun, Kayo comes from your village. You can say one or two things.
Hello.
Yes,
Unanipata,
Harun.
Mr.
Here we go.
Kuhusu Jokayo manzee, simfahamu vizuri hata mimi nimefuatilia information from Mr. Lala na nimeshukuru sana. Wacha Mungu aendelee kumpumzisha vizuri cause hata sisi vile tuko hivi tuko kwa njia cause life is very short. Leo tuko, kesho hatupo. Yani
sisi kama wanadamu ni maua. So familia yake, marafiki, wale ambao wote walikuwa wanamjua, mimi ile tu ningependa kusema ni ile tu let them continue to trust in God, alafu may they all get God's solace. Thank you so much. Alafu ningependa kurap up. Unajua wengi hawajai niona nikiwa nikiwa kwa kamera leo, kazi haijakuwa mingi ya so unajua lazima kwanza watu waangalie mambo ya unga kidogo hivi so ndio naona nimeamua kuja kabisa mwisho kwa sababu nimepata nafasi. So ningependa kuguzia jambo la mwisho kuhusu Mr. Gachagua. Nimeona akisema kuwa hoteli hakika za Kenya zimejaa. Hilo ni jambo muhimu sana, but mahali alikosea ni wakati alisema kuwa sasa kwa locals wale wenye wanataka kutravel kwenda Mombasa ama kwa hizi mahoteli kubwa manzie muende kwa village na unaona sasa Mr. Bernard, yale yenye tulikuwa tunasema kuwa watalii lazima watafurika Kenya kwa sababu our dollar yani our shilling ime lose value when we compare it with the American or the US dollars So unaona sasa Wakenya hawatafanya nini? Hawata travel, wameambiwa waende manyumbani. So mimi jambo nilikuwa nahitaji kutoka kwa Gachagua kama angekuwa ni kiongozi, because Gachagua is a politician. What I needed from him ni kusema kuwa hakika this time round tumeona tuko na upungufu wa mahoteli kwa sababu business imenoga. So next round tutajaribu kuhakikisha kuwa mwaka ujao mahoteli yamejengwa kwa wingi, so that wakati inapofikia wakati kama huu we can be able to tap in zile mihela ambazo Wakenya watakuwa wamekusanya the whole year, at least tupate kusukuma gurudumu la maisha. But William Samoei Ruto amefail everywhere, my brother. So there's nothing good ambayo itatoka kwa hawa bana, but tunajua kuwa God's time is the best, and na Mungu hawezi akaacha watoto wake waendelee kulia namna hii. Ndio nimesema kuwa a tailless cow, God knows how to protect her from flies. Thank you so much. Back to you, Mr. Bernard.
Excellent.
Curious.
Excellent. Thank you, Harun.
Can I ask a question? Maybe you guys can help me out here. This man, Gachagua, is suggesting that the hotels are all filled up. So American friends who wanted to come, they can't come. Is that what he's saying? That Kenya hotels are, they can go to Tanzania and other places. That's what he's saying. Or what is he talking about?
Yeah, Mr. Bernard, maybe, I don't know Mato ameenda wapi. Mato kama angekuwa kwa sasa unajua tutaki tule masaa yako kozi inaenda kugonga 2, hata hapa ni 2. So ungeplay hiyo clip angesikia vizuri vile huyo bana alitamka. Hoteli they are fully booked until February 2024. February 2024 hoteli are fully booked.
Arun, thank you. Thank you. Anyone listening to Gachagua giving information on hotel industry, education, agriculture, and all that is carrying water from the river using a basket. It's that simple. Okay, it has no statistics behind it. because for you to use that kind of a statement, you need to have have both private and public hotels at your database, and use that kind of information to say it is filled up. And why should that even be a political statement or rather pronouncement on a political platform? All he's trying to do is try to say that you people are criticizing the Ruto government and foreigners are enjoying it. That's what he's trying to say. And everybody is in support of it. So all they are out to do is look for their legitimacy from everyone and everything. In my opinion, let's get that information from the Ministry of from the Ministry of Tourism. Okay, there we have the tourism board, we have the hotel industry, they called SACCO group. Okay, they give statements. We have not heard of that. If there was scarcity of hotels, they would have come forth. Right now, everybody's begging for anybody to come. They have complicated entry of visitors in Kenya by these new regulations of checking people at the airport. Nobody's coming. So what he's trying to do is fight that bashing that the Kenyans are giving him online by making foolish statement like that. To me, that's very foolish statement to be coming from a number 2 of the country. It's so foolish because it's not thought out. It is not applicable. Even if we don't have enough room, we should create enough room to get enough visitors, because the shilling is doing poorly. We need foreign exchange. We cannot lock out anybody at this point in time, even if it means turning schools. Now that schools is out of session for 2 months, okay, we should turn those schools into accommodating areas so that we can house as many tourists as possible. So the level of foolishness of Kenya Kwanza administration, it is just beyond measure. And it's very, very, very heartbreaking that you are being led by those kind of people thinking.
That is shocking, because I know even in air industries usually tell you that the plane are full, but there are some spaces to motivate you to go in and buy it quickly, not to tell you the place is been up to. That is counterproductive. That is, I don't know what Mutua is saying with the minister now. I mean, he's telling no coming to Kenya. That's weird when we know there are spaces there. Hii serikali kweli.
Kenya haina serikali, tusikubali tu mapema. Hatuna serikali, kile tuko nacho ni grupu ya watu wawili ambaye inahalalisha hao kutuibia. Wakapewa hiyo barua na Chebukati, wakaenda kwa Martha Koome akaweka rubber stamp. Sasa wao ni wezi, lakini wanatuibia kihalali. Wamepewa mamlaka na sheria kutuibia. Hiyo tu, kwa sababu hakuna kinachoendelea katika nchi hii ambacho kinasaidia nchi hii kusonga mbele. Education imekataa, healthcare imekataa, chakula walileta mbolea. Sasa unasikia wakiongea kuhusu mbolea. Kwa nini? Mahindi haitoshi, chakula hakitoshi, so hawezi kusema maneno ya mbolea tena. Sasa wameruka saa hii, sasa wameanza ati inaitwa what is the place, I can't get the word clearly. Okay, they have now jumped into beginning to relocate people. Okay, ati una claim land in coast, na wewe unatoka Rift Valley, na wewe unatoka Kakamega, wewe unatoka Kisumu, jina yako inapatikanaje coast? Kwani Ruto anafikirianga inji ni ya wajinga sana, kwa sababu okay, yeye ako na land coast na kwake ni Rift Valley, jina yake ilipatikanaje coast? Tuanzie I have to go. Mato, umesema story ya wood, okay, unajua mahali pa kuipata, wacha kusumbua serikali, okay. Kwa Sound Candid Talk kuna link, ukiklik kwa hiyo link inakupeleka kwa shop. Ukifika kwa hiyo shop unalipa, ukishalipa unatumiwa kwa mlango yako, halafu utavaa mwenyewe ukiendeleza kipindi, lakini usikae nje ya kipindi kwa sababu una jesi. Kama una, sio mimi wa kulaumu, mimi niliweka hiyo kitu hapo kitambo. It has been there almost a year now, so msinipige mawe, piga mato mawe. Ndio amechelewa kwenda kuchukua hudi yake. Otherwise, I want to appreciate everybody. Sijui kama kuna lile naachilia, naona pia ulikuwa kwa blackout, wewe ndio uja subscribe kwa Sound Blackout, you know that tume hibernate huku tukaingia huko kwingine. Siku hizi matatizo ni mengi tu, but I'm happy that we are keen. Kuna ile ameuliza Roda alienda wapi? Basi tutaenda kumleta. Kuna sasa due to public demand ulikuwa
By the way, leta Roda, hata mimi nimemiss sana.
So Ronnie makes it 3. So 3 votes against how many people viewing right now? 103. So we'll see how it goes. Otherwise, naomba tutamatishie hapo with this. Mkora wa Injili ndio huyu hapa. Yaani wewe hata usamehewe, unaendelea tu na dhambi wewe. Mimi nimefunga station, wewe unataka kuingia.
Wewe niko on strike.
Opposition unataka kwa
Niko kwa strike.
Amefika hapa wenye mawe, basi leteni mawe mpige huyu.
Niko kwa strike. Kwanza namba moja, siko
wewe ndio spokesman wa Gachagua.
Ai. Ala, nijipate.
Wewe ndio ulimepatia Gachagua hiyo statistics kwamba hotel zote zimejaa, nyumba zote zimejaa.
Saitani, nyumba ya nani? Hotel ya nani? Nilikwambia tutaingilia.
Why are you lying to Gachagua?
We, nilikwambia unitafutie namba ya watu kidogo wenye wanakujanga kutubu dhambi kwa chache yako, watu wenye wametoka tu Al-Shabaab, wanipatie tu pale mahali nitaweka mifuko, tukaingilia Kisimayu, tutokee hapa Boni Forest, nichukue mifuko zangu niwapatie yao ndogo, tuendelee, because nimesikia kila mtu tu ni kupeana kitu kidogo. Sasa wacha nipeane wale wanipitishie mifuko zangu na mimi nisiangaliliwe boxers zangu. Unaelewa? Sasa sisi ati mnatuambia tuwezi kuja Kenya ati wewe. Mimi hata kitu imenileta hapa ni kwanza kuambia Harun, good to see you finally.
Wewe pia wako na representative. Huko pia wako na representative. Kwani una habari?
Nani Duale? Wewe tutamtuma.
Hiyo makaa
tutamtuma Moyale.
Makaa ingi kutoka Kisumai bure. Yes.
We, unajua ile kitu nini malori za kitambo zilikuwa zikifanya, zikitoa makaa huko, zilikuwa zinakuja. Unajua hapa Emali, kama mtu ashaipitia Emali, kuna kamlima kingine kagumu hapo. Lori hata dereva anaachilia, anaekelea mawe na yeye anashuka anaenda kukunywanga chai huko, angoje lori fikage. Aingoje huko mbele. Sasa makaa zilikuwa zinabebangwa hivyo, zote zinashukishwa kaa lori bado inaendelea. Unaona, hata mafuta yote inakamuliwa na kila kitu. But Bernard, we are not going to do it. Kama Miguna, let me be on a lighter note. Kama Miguna karibu apite na hiyo JKIA yote. Sasa si tukikuja huko sisi wote, yani mnatuambia mtafungua mifuko zetu zote. Kuna msichana alisema ataweka panti zake zote hapo. Wafungue wapatane na panti kwanza chafu. Bernard, we are Kenyans. There's no way you're going to stop
Ninyi
us and start taxing us.
mkuje polepole tafadhali. Kujeni polepole.
Tutapita na hiyo airport yote
Tuweni
mzima
kwamba
bwana.
viongozi wale wanaongoza sio viongozi. So mwapeleke polepole, mosmos.
Wao wanaangaliagwa. Huyu mwenye ametoka Germany akikimbilia kwenda kukimbia na pigana na kila mtu ndio asalimie king. Huyu mwenye huyu mnamwitanga nani, Kachedha. Huyu yeye anaangaliwa when they go through the VIP. Na hata ukiangalia nini utapata oversized coat. Anyway, Bernard, we are Kenyans.
I wonder.
Yeah. We're not going to play those games. We are going to come back hard, and especially because now they are saying that sisi tumeshikilia dollar. Well, yes, we know why we are holding to the dollar. We said zero remittance. We are not going to give it mpaka ifike 250. Bernard, we were in this channel when I told you we were going to hold that dollar. Sasa hizi wanaanza kutuambia ati international wameshikilia. Tutashikilia bado. Na tutakuja bado, tutakuja na South African Rand. Na tuende kwa Museveni. Museveni amekuwa mzuri kwetu, ameanza kutufungulia njia. Busia pia si mbali, kuchukua tu basi hapo tu, naingilia hapo tu. Na hii side nyingine Malaba, Mama Suluhu ametukubali. Hii side nyingine Al-Shabaab hatuna shida nao. Ethiopia hatujai kuwa shida nao, tunawafichaga kule wanapitiaga. We don't know how they pass through the immigration, watatuonesha njia. Sisi ndo tutakuwa na masiri. We can easily go to Tanzania and come in, tupitie Malaba. Uambie kazini yako akuja kuchukua kwa boda. So what? Kaeni na hiyo nini yenyu yenye mna hiyo KIA. Muangushe kabisa, ikufe kabisa. Hiyo ni Ayuda. Hatuitaki. Ama tukuje na nini? Inaitwa nini? Na boat. But we will be there for summer.
Hakuna shida, nyinyi kujeni na boat, kuja na unatumia ile ya Sumbawanga. Let's get this matter shortly, then I'm out of here. I leave you.
On that country's Maisha Naba digital ID initiative that is currently under development. So, according to a Kenyan news agency, Gates' role is assisting the was announced after a recent series of the closed-door meetings with Kenyan President William Ruto. According to Biometric Update, Maisha Number is supposedly expected to address different challenges, such as identifying and authenticating citizens, safeguarding primary registration, and improving the management of the social programs and government operate the country. Rights groups have also been expressing concern over the possibility of discrimination and the erosion of privacy. But listen, I just told you in a very nice way. Now let me just put it blatantly to you. The program targets the birth of new babies. So once you have your baby, before your baby leaves the hospital, you no longer get a paper birth certificate, but then you get a digital one that is somehow implanted somewhere on somebody's body. Think about that, but have a listen to this.
The digital ID, which has been a big problem to us for a very long time, is now on a testing mode for the next 2 months. I have been assured that by December, we will be able to launch. Every Kenyan don't have to carry any paper, plastic or otherwise as an ID that they should be able to be identified digitally using their iris or their fingerprints, and we can transact without the necessity of people struggling to identify who they are. And the proudest part of it is that we don't have to spend the billions that we have spent on all the other manenos, as all of you know.
We're taking things that are, genetically modified organisms, and we're injecting them in little kids' arms. We just shoot them right into the vein.
Kenya is in serious trouble and controlled. Think about it. So they have targeted the new babies, of course, even the ordinary citizens, the grown-ups, the young ones, the teenagers, and even the elderly ones will receive this digital ID. But they will then create a new generation where they'll be completely under this digital ID and they have no choice. Now, it even gets
Okay, Mato, over to you. That is Zakai and his demons as they seek to hand us over to some bodies to control us without our choice, without our input.
Bernard, I don't know what digital ID is. I thought the digital ID that I knew was like my credit card that I go and swipe somewhere. That's already digital. When they talk about paper ID was the one that used to be laminated. That was just paper. You go print, you go in a printiwa and you go do that. We're already digital. What is this else that we're doing that is so digital that and especially it has to be started in our country? And Bernard, the thing that also kind of scares me is that okay, let's talk digital. Let's say it's a good thing, assuming. But why is it that the rest of the world is for the first time being concerned with Kenya so much that Kenyans are going to do? I mean, the international community, newspapers and newses are talking about Kenya so much. We've never seen this so much kipimekwa kwa Kenya so much that there are people are talking about it. And you can see even the international community. Today, Bernard, I was watching Ile Mainanjenga, they were somewhere in Central. And they were, for the people that understand Kikuyu, because I listened it in Kikuyu, and the things that they were talking there was just smack. Vitu zingine hata unashanga, are we really in the same Kenya? There was a pastor there that was talking vitu zingine hata, I don't know, a bishop. I couldn't just understand this guy that is a pastor. Bernard, we've gotten to a place where right now Kenya is becoming a limelight of talk, but I don't think it's in the best way. I mean, it's in what is supposed to be talked about. So many medias are talking about Kenya, international medias, and I don't think we can really hit that. You know, Bernard, if you have a home na unajua una umbwa mingi kwa nyumba yako zenye zinaweza simamisha mwizi, you don't invite huyo mwizi. You hide some things. I think we are biting way more than we can chew. I feel like we are calling a war to our country, physically, psychologically, and it's only Kenyans who are going to hurt eventually, because some of the war that you're trying to fight ourselves, we cannot do. We cannot handle. We don't even have the machinery to handle it, be it in the mainstream media in the other media. I saw somebody when they were talking huko hivyo kwa hiyo mazishi. I think you actually played it on our channel. Sijui Madhikoma whoever. And somebody saying that they need to shut down channels like we have at the people. We cannot have channels that people go talking rude about the president or about pastors and talking about what this freedom of speech has to be curtailed. Are we seriously wanting to go through down this road? Bernard, wacha ninyamazia hapo hivyo. For the guys who are here wenye mko, mimi I can only do maybe another 30 minutes. I know Bernard wants to go. I only have 30 minutes, or depending on what it is, maximum 1 hour, and then I'll be closing the whole show unless other moderators come in. Mmenipata tu when I'm on my transition, na ni Bernard mmenichokoza huko hivyo.
Thank you, Bato. I will just weigh in on this, then I get out of here. You will close at your pleasure. There was a tea at Bomas about the relaying of the results by IEBC. And it was about the verification. And he said the only way for us to have verification is when we have 2 ways of passing same information. Okay, and says there was the law, the text message result, which is typed and sent as an SMS. Okay, and then the picture photo, the result of the form that has been announced from the polling station, so that when it gets to Bomas, we now look at the text, compare it with the picture. That's what verification is. We as a chip or that SIM, okay, and then that SIM is supposed to be scanned at the immigration officer, then your fingerprint to confirm that the person carrying this document is the owner of the document. Now, if they put the chip in you, okay, then you go to put your finger. What are you verifying? Checking. So is it your arrival or what? Because the verification is supposed to be this document is authentic. It has come from your house. It's from the immigration officer. Okay. The owner of this document has shown himself. You see his face. Okay. To confirm that his face is the one in the passport, he puts his fingerprint, which reads his biometric document that agrees with what is on the passport. Now, if we do away with paper, we do away with the other document, the only thing we have is the physical appearance of this person. Does that help into verifying information or complicates it altogether? I think William Ruto is selling us out, and we need to begin to be more assertive on this one, because the way he's reinventing the wheel at every sector is very, very disturbing. Okay, remember, he comes to education, he finds help fund. Okay, he reinvents it, makes it hustler fund. Okay, it has come now to what? Huduma number, he has changed it to Maisha number, reinventing the wheel. There's nothing, everything is being changed. And wherever it's being changed into, is very suspicious. So Kenyans, Utaamka tu asubuhi unajua wewe ni Mscandinavia na mwingine ni Muganda, mwingine ni Mkongo. Kwa Kenya wenye nia njema, naomba tafadhali tuangalie kwamba haya mambo yanayoendelea tunaangazia us ensuring that our security is done. But if Sudan, okay, can hack e-citizen, I won't talk again. Mato, Kenyan maandamano kamili yamerejea. Naomba
Bernard, thank you for that last question. Kabluende, thank you for that last question. Na sijui kwa nini Lala amekimbia, because I wanted you to changia this, and na pia Lala come back, because I don't know, Bernard, if you had played this one, but this is something, Bernard, I was really waiting for the chance. Na ni kitu kubwa imenifanya nikuje niingia hapa for now, because I'm on transition. Lala and everybody else that wants to come in, please, I'll be sharing in. Kujeni, let's have our last nini as we let Bernard go. Tafadhali mkuje, msituache hapa tu na mami. I don't know kwa nini siku hizi Lala kimbia, but you guys can come in. This is your show. It's not my show. It's not Bernard's show. It's your show. But Bernard, as you leave, I want you to watch this. I don't know if you saw it or you've already played it, but I want you to changi on this one as you leave me with Mami, and maybe Lala can come back, and whoever wants to come in, I've already put the link over there. We will just have at least 30 minutes of continuation. Alafu tutafunga, maybe Njiro will come back later. So Bernard, I want you to tell me if you've played it or what you have to do with this one. Then I'll let you wende.
The foreign travels made by some top-ranking officials, including the president, his deputy, cabinet secretaries, and others. The government pays them in excess of 150,000 shillings per day as allowances. These figures fluctuate based on the country visited, with the amount paid as per diem for visiting a country like Singapore being a whopping 194,550 shillings, while a trip to Japan or Switzerland earns 166,650 shillings per day. This is according to a review by the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, SRC, in August this year. As NTV senior political reporter Ibrahim Karanja now explains.
In the circular signed by Salaries and Remuneration Commission Chairperson Lynn Mengich, although the daily subsistence allowance paid to public officers for foreign travels remain at what was being paid before the date of the circular, which is August the 7th, 2023, the rates at which travels at some of the countries are paid per day are mind-boggling. Using the current exchange rate of the US dollar against the Kenyan shilling, daily rates for a trip to Singapore, the most expensive destination in Mengich's circular, see a state officer at job grade F4 earn $1,297 US, which is equivalent to 194,550 Kenya shillings. Officers in job grade F4 include the president, deputy president, cabinet secretaries, principal secretaries, members of parliament, senators, chief executive officers, director generals, among others. Iraq and Kuwait are the second most expensive destinations, with the above-mentioned officers paid $1,245 and $1,162 US per day, respectively, which at the current rate is Kenya shillings 186,750 shillings and 174,000 shillings. For a foreign travel to Japan and Switzerland, the top cadre of state officers is paid $1,111 US, which translates to 166,650 Kenyan shillings per day. In Israel, the daily rate is $1,105 US, equal to 165,750 shillings. An official trip to Germany sees the state officers in grade F4 currently paid 138,300 Kenya shillings per day, which is a conversion of the $922 US allocated. The United Kingdom, Ethiopia, and the United States of America have their per diems at 848, 809, and 724 US dollars respectively, which is 127,200 shillings, 121,350 shillings, and 109,215 Kenyan shillings respectively. When contacted for comment, Mengich explained, and I quote, "There are no proposed rates. What was recently issued is a retention of existing rates with a small change to include destinations that were not in the previous circular." End of quote. Noteworthy is that the rates are placed in US dollars, while the conversion to Kenyan shillings keeps rising or falling due to the rate of the two currencies. Ibrahim Karanja, NT.
Bernard, remember that?
Well, your mic was providing a feedback.
Oh, sorry. And now? I don't think it's mine, but anyways.
It's okay. So go ahead. It was fighting with the video.
Oh, sorry. But did you get the gist of everything? Did you see the amounts per day?
Yes, the amount. In fact, hey, that is why people are traveling. Or it is you make more money by traveling than staying in the office. So, if you can be paid $200 per day, why can't Kayo travel around the world? He makes more money by going away than staying home. So hii maneno ya tangatanga kumbe si tangatanga tu. It is still an income generating project.
So you can imagine some of our, and Bernard, let me just be honest, because this channel, we said it's going to be a very honest channel. You know, some of us and people, I mean, you can ask the people who live in the diaspora, wenye wanakuja kuchukuliwa vitu zao zenye wamepigana zinakuja kuchukuliwa kwa airport. Bernard, imagine that I think that Germany and Israel, or, you know, those per DMs, 187,000 a day. This is some of the money that sometimes watu wenye tunatoka huku hivi we come and we want to come for Christmas period. This is the money that we are fighting so hard to really at least have for a vacation of what, 800, 8 days or 5 days in Kenya, and these guys are getting it per day, and at that time they've already their ticket is already paid. For us now, we're looking at bado tutalipa your ticket, which at times is like, I mean, it's on the thousands, and then we come out there tena tumebebea watu wetu. Yeah.
Sorry. Kenyan would love. There is a complainer that your mic disturbed the people. They did not get the video properly. So I would suggest you replay it, mute your mic, and then replay the video so that people can listen and watch. In the meantime, I will slip out unannounced.
Okay, sawa. I'll do that due to public demand. And namuingia kwa show, msituache hapa na maandamano peke yetu, because I know Bernard is about to sneak out. Msituache hapa sisi wawili, sisi tutaongea alafu tufunge. Come in and have your conversation. But due to public demand, thank you so much, Bernard, for always being here. In case you slip out before the video is over, because I'm using one screen now, I'm not using two. Siko nyumbani. Normally I use two, I can see whatever is happening, but if I'm playing the video now, I'm just using one. I'm not at home. So inaitwa nini? Munisamehe. That's why I cannot even run the show for so long. So let me mute mine and play the video. I won't see you if you sneak out. I hope you don't sneak out before it comes back, because it has to play on my, I have to see it if I'm using one screen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, tafadhali muingie. The link is out there. This is Sound Candy Talk. This is where we have our conversation. Due to public demand, let me play it again. Watch the math, listen to what they're saying, and know why people are traveling all over. Sometimes They're not even going for anything. Benchmarking, anybody can go with even your own money, especially hawajaguza mshahara na wamelipiwa mandege na mali ya kulala. Okay, here we go. Let me get the video again.
Ranking officials, including the president, his deputy, cabinet secretaries, and others, the government pays them in excess of 150,000 shillings per day as allowances. These figures fluctuate based on the country visited, with the amount paid as per diem for visiting a country like Singapore being a whopping 194,550 shillings, while a trip to Japan or Switzerland earns 166,650 shillings per day. This is according to a review by the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, SRC, in August this year. As NTV senior political reporter Ibrahim Karanja now explains.
In the circular signed by Salaries and Remuneration Commission Chairperson Lynn Mengich, although the daily subsistence allowance paid to public officers for foreign travels remain at what was being paid before the date of the circular, which is August the 7th, 2023, the rates at which travels at some of the countries are paid per day are mind-boggling. Using the current exchange rate for the US dollar against the Kenyan shilling, daily rates for a trip to Singapore, the most expensive destination in Mengich's circular, see a state officer at job grade F4 earn $1,297 which is equivalent to 194,550 Kenya shillings. Officers in job grade F4 include the president, deputy president, cabinet secretaries, principal secretaries, members of parliament, senators, chief executive officers, director generals, among others. Iraq and Kuwait are the second most expensive destinations, with the above-mentioned officers paid $1,245 and $1,162 per day, respectively, which at the current rate is Kenya shillings 186,750 shillings and 174,300 shillings. For a foreign travel to Japan and Switzerland, the top cadre of state officers is paid $1,111, which translates to 166,650 Kenyan shillings per day. In Israel, the daily rate is $1,105, equal to 165,750 shillings. An official trip to Germany sees the state officers in grade F4 currently paid 138,300 Kenya shillings per day, which is a conversion of the $922 allocated. The United Kingdom, Ethiopia, and the United States of America have their per diems at 848, 809, and $724 respectively, which is 127,200 shillings, 121,350 shillings, and 109,215 Kenyan shillings respectively. When contacted for comment, Mengich explained, and I quote, "There are no proposed rates. What was recently issued is a retention of existing rates with a small change to include destinations that were not in the previous circular." End of quote. Noteworthy is that the rates are placed in US dollars, meaning the conversion to Kenyan shillings keeps rising or falling due to the rate of the two currencies. Ibrahim Karanja, NTV.
I hope that was clear now.
Excellent. It went well. Thank you.
Okay, Kenyans, give me feedback. What do you think? 187,000 Kenyan shillings a day. What are you using it for? I mean, I've been into many countries in my life, but I don't think I've ever used that kind of money anywhere in a day. Bernard, I have really nimefanya ukora mahali kwingi. lakini I've never spent that money in a day. And especially kwanza imelipwa kutoka nyumbani, ndege kwanza ishalipwa kila kitu. So now we getting our answers finally as Kenyans. Tunafunguka macho ama tufunguki, Bernard? I don't understand. I don't know kama tunafunguka macho ama tufunguki macho. Nimenyamaza. Kujeni hapa muniambie. Leo siongei. Leo na nyamaza, hata Bernard akienda. Nyinyi ndio mtasema for the next 30 minutes or 1 hour depending kama mtakuja. Bernard, tuambie kwa heri ukituambia hiyo pesa yote wewe kama ungekaa Kenya.
Hey, Mungu asaidie nchi. Kwa sababu that amount, even if you have traveled with the team, I don't know. And that team is also subject to that money. Alafu tunashindwa kulipia education, tunashindwa kulipia matibabu kwa sababu watu wana travel. Makes me very sad. All in all,
Swali ni una travel kwenda
it's their
kufanya
time to eat. Sasa hiyo ndio swali. That's why unajua this explains very well. Si tulikuwa tunauliza hii maneno ya tangatanga. Why 38 countries in 1 year? You breaking record. Okay? Uhuru did 56 countries in 10 years. You have done 38 in 1 year. What are you going to do in 10 years? So it is just becoming clear that this traveling kumbe iko na pesa. Akikaa kwa ofisi kusign checks, okay, kusign makaratasi, he doesn't make that amount of money. Okay? But when he travels, he makes a lot of that money. He gets a lot of what are they called? Claims. Okay? Claims at treasury, analipa directly kwa account yake. So his salary is not even touched because this is too much money. Yes. Allow me to go.
Alafu unaenda kubenchmark na Cosmo Choi.
Well, you will make me not sleep my sleep. See you later. Good day, good night.
Mami, come here and help me up hivi to understand this benchmarking that wanaendanga wanapatana na Cosmo Choi huko watu tu wale you live abroad. When they come and see you around na nini, alafu hiyo ndio pesa wanalipwa. You tell me what's going on. Hebu tufunge kitu pamoja, because unless somebody else comes in, my guys, I'm going to be closing with Mom, and we're going to be out of here until next time when Bernard comes in or we open up another one. Lakini mkikuja at least I have 1 hour. Wacheni watu wa comment section, kujeni hapa hata nani our friend amekuwa akikuja siku hizi, hata leo amejionesha. It's not hard to be up here. Just come and have a conversation today. It's your conversation for the next at least 30 minutes to 1 hour, and we'll be calling it a day. Thank you so much, Sound Candy Talk, and our members and everybody. Please like, share, and subscribe, and also become a member. We are always here to have a conversation. Na usiogope kukuja hapa, hata kama sisi kuna wengine unafikiria ni mkali, kuja, tuko hapa sisi wote bwana. We just have to have a good time as we speak in matters our country. Thank you. Mom, the floor is all yours. I hear you're going to benchmark with Cosmo Choi from Kenya, and I'm going to pay you 187 Kenyan shilling every day as you go there. I don't know how much your ticket is, and I don't know hii kitu hiyo pesa yote unaenda kufanyia nini. Mami, I'm being sarcastical. Come in.
Thank you, Mato. Thank you. God forbid. Cosmo Choi, no. It's nothing like that. Now, remember, okay, nimekusalimia Mato, hatukuwa na wewe. Nimesalimia huyo mwingine ameingia, na wale wote wanatusikiza. Sijui nani huyo ameingia. Anyway, anajijua nimemsalimia. And everybody in the comment section.
Ni Olara.
Olala, okay, you are welcome, please. Sasa mimi nataka kusema hivi. Baba alipokuwa anaongea during campaign time, alisema atapea watu wale wamama ambao wako na watoto, I mean windows, that they will be getting 6,000 shillings every month. Alisema na mdomo wake akasema tunajua pahali pesa iko. And in fact, I believe Baba knew what he was talking about. Our country has money. It's just being misused. Nataka niseme hawa watu ambao wana spend pesa hivi ndio wale wale wanalipwa mshahara ya juu kuliko nchi zingine, au politicians. Hizi safari wanaenda kila mara hazina maana yoyote. Hizi pesa wanalipwa, nitauliza swali, is it hardship? Wanalipwa kama hardship ama ni gift kwa sababu ya kukubali kwenda safari? Because you wonder when people are spending this kind of money and people in the country are suffering, they are going through a lot of hardship, hata kupata chakula ya kukula. Na mtu mmoja hivi anapewa maelfu ya pesa one day, aende akae huko kama siku 5. Hizo ni pesa ngapi per person? When you look at the country itself, ni kuisha inaisha. Na hizi pesa, they are spending it out of the country. Kwa hivyo hata wao wanatoa pesa nje kwa safari hizo zao. Mimi nauliza, all this money that is being spent and the problems that are really going on in Kenya, this money, where is it coming from? From mwananchi. Mwananchi ambaye analia. Kwa hivyo ni kumaanisha mwananchi ajiue kufanya kazi juu chini, ndio hawa mabwenyenye wapate safari zao kwenda na kurudi, wafurahie maisha yao. The few are enjoying life while the millions are starving and suffering in so many ways. Nchi yetu haina namna sasa, inakaa kama ni bugani, pahali mtu anakuja amekimbia anachukua kile anataka. Lakini si kila mtu, they are the chosen few who will have it. But the rest, who are the majority, have nothing. Wakenya, mimi najiuliza, sisi tutakuwa wapi? Tutakaa aje ndio hawa watu waendelee kukula? Because when you eat like this, it's not that you are putting back. Ni kutoa unatoa. Baadaye kutakuwa aje? In the long run, what is going to happen in the country? What are we going to do? Even if they talk of benchmarking, what for? We have never seen anything happening in our country as development, or something that really we can see it's manufacturing something just for people to get a profit out of it. There's nothing. Everything is being consumed. It's like how a fire can burn a house. There's nothing that you get from there. It's only ash. So sisi wananchi tumekuwa sigara, wao ni kufyonza tu, wanaendelea na maisha yao. We are in a tough time, and this tough time has been invented by somebody, mtu ambaye hajali maslahi ya watu hata kidogo. Nchi yetu inaisha. I don't know what we're gonna have in the near future, kwa sababu wao ni kucheka tu, wanacheka. Unajua kuna watu wanaendaga kufanya wizi pahali, Wizi ukikosa kufaulu, kila mtu anaenda njia yake. Wanatoroka, lakini pahali watakutana ndio wataanza kupeana story vile kulienda, waanze kucheka. Lakini wale watu walibaki huko bado wako na hofu, kwa sababu hawajui hawa wezi wameenda kufanya nini ndio warudi tena, ama wako karibu ama wako mbali ama wameenda. So sisi tuna hofu kwa sababu wanatuibia, wanaiba pesa zetu zote, wanaenda kugawana huko, sisi tunabaki tukilia. And yet they come back to us, milking us. Watu wengi hapa wamesema you can't milk a cow which gives you 2 gallons and you expect 4 gallons. Where is it going to come from? If you want those 2 and you are not feeding that cow, where are you going to get that milk? Unless now you say you're done. And when you are done, you're out. Nothing you're expecting from that cow, it's dead. So for us, we are being watched like we are supposed to do what we are doing continuously. Ndio wao wapate maziwa ya kukunywa. We can't live like this. It's a hardship that really needs to be controlled. Lakini kunaonekana sisi wananchi tumefinywa, tumeambiwa ebu jaribu ku make any noise. And this is where I'm failing to understand, because you see even this mabwenyenye hawa wanakuja kwetu kutufanyia hiyo madharau, wanatufanyia kwa sababu wamepata mwanya due to this guy who has opened the door wide open for these people to bring all evil things in our country. Na Kenya ndio sasa, and in fact, remember, let me stop there and say this. Remember Whitman, Mag Whitman, alisema Kenya is the horn of Africa. So it is the entrance of all bad things going to spread in Africa. Kwa sababu nini? Wamepata yule mtu walikuwa wanatafuta for many years, ambaye atakubali maovu yao yaingie kwa nchi. And that is what it is. Huyu mtu ndiye amekubali maovu yote ingie kwetu. You see those white people saying, wakiwa na, yani wana maringo ile hujawahi kuona. You saw that guy, that white guy sitting there, I think it's Gates. Anasema you just put, I don't know what is ito chips, anaongea habari yake. You can't imagine, you are talking about human beings that you don't even know where they came from. You never created them. And yet you are planning how you can get into their life and destroy it. Who are you? Whom do you think you are? Put one in yourself. We see. Don't come to test people who are innocently living in their own life. They don't need you. We don't need your support. In fact, we don't need any help from these people because we are not at war. We are at our time of life and we need to enjoy like any other person. Let them try in their country. In their country, you have a choice whether you accept or not. In Kenya, it is now by force. That is what I saw. We are going to be forced to have those chips in ourselves. Forcing to have those chips. But in this other country, they don't do it. And if they try to do it, you have a choice whether to accept or not. And nobody can tamper with you. Why is it so that we don't have somebody to stand up and say no to this? Or is it that we have to lie flat, wait for all these things to happen to us? This is worrying. Now wazungu unaona vile wamekalia hizo viti, they are very serious and very furious. Ati watutawafanyia hivi. They don't even feel ashamed. Watatufanyia nini? Watatuweka hizo vitu tukiwa nini? Wanyama? Nani ameleta hiyo shida? Because they installed this guy, knowing that we got the guy. The guy is going to do our job. This is the time. Kenya imekuwa ya nini? Ni nini inatakikana kufanyika Kenya? And in fact, Kenyans, it is time to make history. We stand up and say no to these people. First of all, it's not Americans who colonized us. And they are the one now in full swing, coming in our country to do evil things that they cannot do to their people. Si mashamba wanataka, Americans? No. It's people's life. And do their scientific things upon our bodies. Unakuta watoto wanazaliwa huko kawaida. Wewe ukiwa vile uko unajiona wewe ni mtu wa juu sana, unakuja na hizo machepechepe unaweka watoto ati ndio wawe kama una control. Who are you are controlling our children for what? Hakuna pahali umesumbuka wakizaliwa, haujawapea malazi, haujawapea chakula ya kukula, si wewe umewapea uhai, alafu uje udestroy uhai huo wao. Me, I'm shocked. And I feel very shocked when I see this being even televised to the whole world. Kenya, this is what is going to happen. Those innocent infants will be tampered with. Ndio wawe wamechukuliwa na hawa mabonyenye, wawe wafuasi wao ama their slaves. It's terrible. Sasa hata mnaacha, tunasahau, we cannot even talk about other things apart from knowing what is the generation that is going to happen in our country. What generation are we going to have in our country? Are we being assimilated to something that God never intended? We have lived in our country peacefully, and now the peace has been destroyed for no reason. Sasa huyu Ruto ameona vizuri yeye atumike mambo ile yote wazungu wanataka kufanya in this world. This will be the center whereby they will come and start doing their scientific things. Kenyans, resist. Please. Watoto wetu hata wekwa chembe chembe kwa mwili. Tumejaribu mambo mingi, lakini this is too much. It is beyond. Mtu anaapa ati vile ataenda afanyie watu Afrika, waende wafanyiwe hivi. Well, these people don't like us. And yet we are giving them space to come and destroy our infants, our generation that to come. No. Me, I stand with that. And that one really has hurt me so bad. Really bad. Paka nikashindwa, what kind of Kenya are we living? Is it a country that has been put aside to be used by any arrogant, evil people? Ni kwa nini imeonekana Kenya ndio inawezekana? Because we have got an evil person who is leading our country. Evil. Na wanajifanya ni watu wa Mungu, ati ni Christians. That one, put it away. We don't have to judge, but we can see. Action speaks louder than words. We have seen these people are evil. Na walipofika pale, walijua tumeingia, sasa tuendelee na maovu yetu. Our plans must excel. That is where we are. Na hiyo mambo yote ambao wanafanyia watu, God will reward them. They'll be rewarded, definitely. You don't go to people who are not able to exercise their rights and destroy them and expect good things to happen to you. Nothing. And it will come to bite them. Nitasimama hapo kidogo, nipe Olara chance. Santi.
Thank you,
Kenyan
ma'am.
with love. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And listen to what our mom is saying here. Lara, I can see you here, but before you come in, I hope you're conversant to the video that we had played before there, the per DMs. Now, I want you, as you come in, Olara, and good to see you, sir. I really appreciate you. being here. As you come in, I want you to connect that video with this one here as you come in, so that Kenyans need to start really understanding the per diems that you just saw and the audacity of this one.
Sasa wewe ukipiga kelele hapa utakula pesa. Wewe unafikiria mimi ni maskini? Tulia chini. Waambie Kipeleka atatulia hapa atengeneze pesa. Wewe ukitulia hapa hata mimi wote mkitulia. Hii uwanja mko wachache. Mimi napanganga na hivi hapa watu wanakula 200 wakienda. Hivi vitu ndogo sana. Unanyamaza ninazungumza alafu nakulipa. Unanyamaza nazungumza alafu nakulipa. Ama namna gani wa mama kule? Ukitulia nyinyi wote. Hii malipo ni iko. Mimi nimekuwa bunge sasa siku nyingi na nimetengeneza kitu ya kutosha. Unafikiri nimeingia juzi? Na mimi ndio chief whip kule bungeni. Hawa watu wote, hawa wabunge wote mimi ndio nawasimamia. Na wakitaka hata kuenda ng'ambo lazima wakuje kidogo kwa ofisi yangu, wananiachia yangu ndio wanaenda. Hiyo yangu ndio hapa atakuja kuwapanga. Tulia. Wale wote ambao wako hapa juu tushuke chini. Tushuke chini tafadhali. Tushuke chini, tushuke chini. Wale wote wako juu tushuke chini. Tushuke chini tujipange sasa. Wale wote wako hapa juu tushuke chini. Wale wote wako hapa tushuke chini. Tushuke chini tafadhali. Tushuke chini, tushuke chini. Tushuke chini. Tushuke chini, tushuke chini.
Olara, my big brother, I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to let you take over the floor. You've seen the other video of the per diems and you've seen this one. Hata wanapitanga huko ndio waniachie yangu and naweza lipa kila mtu. So I don't know. I mean, it's up. You're a Kenyan. Tell us what you think. Me, I won't direct where you're going.
No, asante sana. When you are moderating, I try to be honest enough. I try to be not devious. I try to be direct. I feel free. And part of it is this. Our champion here that don't want to come to reality that we are actually left with a Bible, but the actual politics of the world is still played with other metrics. The metrics is will suppress you with your faith, or the faith they left us with, or we can suppress you with the system, including what international economic systems. If you thrive out of that, we can actually come down to you militarily and destroy you. Am I deep enough, or you want me to go deeper?
The floor is yours, sir. You can go as deep as you can, go as high as you can. This is an open forum. I try to let everybody speak because we cannot. I want to hear you from Olara, not from Mato, not from San Candid Talk. I want to hear you.
So the flow now is a bit fluent. It's a bit leveled. We are not going to pray to any God to come and save us. We are not going to look up for something else, but we just have to deal with the facts. Facts are starting with economic downfall of Kenya now is not, it was not a science, it was designed. If Kenya is subservient or what, they'll get what they get. And the biggest owner of the lands in Kenya, who's the king of UK, he came to confirm that his lands in Kenya, which are in the names of natural reserves, highlands of Kenya, all those tea plantations are intact. The title deeds, because recently there was attacks on those lands, including Mavoko, including Kericho. But the government of the day pushed everyone who were trying to attempt to have a cleverage over those lands or reclaim that land. It is squashed immediately. And why the king come now? The king came down now here to confirm only one thing. Is the sovereign still Queensland or a Kingsland? Because we believe for longest we've been a Queensland with a whole church, Anglican church, maintaining the subservience of us. And we've left with a book. And the amount of churches and deliverances and what, somebody is suffering from headache, he'll go to a church. Somebody is suffering school fees, he'll go to a church. Somebody is suffering from economic deviation, he'll go to a church. Samburus and all those courts to fight with Turkana, the only option we give them a book. You guys, you have to be No, let's talk real now here. Before the books, Africans were also son of the god, including Kenyans. So now, if you want to look at this kind of situation, you know, the king's visit is very significant. Let me just talk, then we can now bring it down to why he came here. Why he came here. Kenya has a problem of highlands took from the original ancestry systems. Now, if you cannot buy a land somewhere, you don't have any ancestry to a place you can call, okay, this is Kenya government taxing me, but at least I'm here, this is my place. Nitakula ile kitu my forefathers eat, kama ni nduma, kama ni nini, kama ni roots, kama nini. You see, Mato, the biggest problem we have in Kenya, we have problem of maize, and we have a problem of sugar. Okay, ask yourself, before that, okay, before 1903, when the maize was introduced in Kenya, and including sugar and tea, if you go to the documentaries, you'll find people who are being introduced to drink tea, people are introduced to eat, to take sugar, people are being introduced to take maize. What happened? Because when they transferred people from the original lands, they took them somewhere else because, okay, out of the books, out of the Bible, they want to be sympathizing with those guys. They introduced them maize. Then they told them, then this maize can be korogot this way, and you can have a tea and sugar. This is just nutrient introduced to your system. Once you become dependent on that, what happens? You become a slave. Kenya is a slave because Kenya is only eating maize. Kenya is a slave because Kenya only consume sugar on the packets. Kenya is slave today. When everything else apart of maize and sugar is not in the system, there is no other parts of the Kenya can produce a natural food for Kenya. Then you call yourself a sovereign. A sovereign is, you have to be sovereign in your own land. You eat your own food, traditionally, which survived you up to 19,000s of those world. When the British came here, they introduced this artificial food, which we are eating now, including sugar and maize. And then they introduced those fallacy of governance, calling parliament, calling that. None of our leaders can speak to the grassroots now. Grassroots is going to your own souls. You see now, every other panelist here come here, okay, we have to pray to God, or let Ruto don't kill us, or no. The same colonists come with the same God and came with same food and came with the same sugar and came with the same maize. Now we are suffering from the same, because now there's Afro education. We are looking back to our souls now. Now we found that we had Nduma, we had even Sukuma Wiki was introduced to us to sustain the maize. Now, when the shortage of that happens, who controls that? Is somebody else controls us. Now, coming back to the issue of vaccination, because now it's coming very sensitive. A lot of vaccines are being introduced again. Bill Gates went to Kambani, he saw the drought there, and the easiest way to allow the vaccine to make us, because Bill Gates already proclaimed that the world is overpopulated, and they will depopulate unworthy people, including me and you. This is where he's targeted. Bill, this guy is not in India, he's not in China, he's not in everywhere. But he's in Kenya, and now the newest president of Kenya is a darling of West, is going to king. The king even coming to visit him, is being happy. Ruto is facilitating a white agenda, which is genocide against the rest of, because now, during the slave trade, they killed almost 20 million of us. When? 16th century, they killed 20 million of us. If you are let alone, those 20 million they exterminated, we could be a half of world. What happened is, they went into America, they exterminated another billion there. Thriving people. People with families, people with chiefdoms, people with primitive, they call them primitive. They exterminated everyone. Now, this Ruto here, and my pain of pains is when we are consumed about okay, Azimio, Yuda, Nina. But we never had listening to what West Africans are doing to their regimes. They're extracting Yuda, they're extracting everyone out. And now, actual colonial power showing their faces up to them. In Burkina Faso, they want to come and fight at the actual government now. And they actually know they can exterminate the president and everyone. They know they can do that. But what happens there is the conscious, which we in this part of the world would. But in fact, if you go to West Africa, I went to Ghana, I went to Nigeria, I went to Cote d'Ivoire. At least those people are still eating their own food. They are not maize guys. They are not sugarcane guys. They're eating their fufus. Their fufus coming from the actual arrow land from their land. It's not. It doesn't need to be GMOs. It doesn't need to be. Their land is producing their food. What happened to Kenya is when the transfer of highlands happened, the Saboas were taken out brought down to South Rift. We have now conflicts with Turkana and the fighting of the cattle rustling. Those lands were taken for almost 100 years. What happened is to keep those other guys humanly alive, they introduced them maize, which we are still eating today, and they introduced something called sugar. This sugar just gives you a heap, something you just can, is something even at least used today. You run a lot, you take some sugar, you become alive again and you're living. But any community, including Maasais of this world, they still eat their own food. There's no drought there. They may have because of the migration system and irrigation and what, their cows cannot pass through the systems. They suffer. Once they pass through the natural systems, they are good. But now, what is happening today with the king insult visiting to Kenya? This judge, the king come here to confirm that his title deeds are secured. Kenya government cannot open those highlands which are called natural reserves. Kenya government cannot open abades to farm correctly. Kenya government were left only with what? Maras, Raila was fighting in the water towers. The water towers, this is just the remnants which we can control. But those guys have armies.
It's called Mau Forest.
Yeah, Mau Forest. Yeah, Mau Forest. This is the only thing we left because Mau Forest is not supporting only us, it's supporting Uganda, is supporting South Sudan, is supporting Sudan up to Egypt. Because of the international concern, that title was left to us, and this is the only thing we can control. You graze your land into something called natural reserve. You're coming with your cows to raise there. Those guys the wardens there can shoot you. And those wardens, they're not Department of Kenya police that they are claiming. These are king rifles. Once they kill you, you cannot take them to any court. You cannot do anything about them. And the king is coming to confirm that that rule still exists. We have a lot of lands in Kenya. We have to rethink our strategy about food. First, we have to think about our strategy about food. Chinese win themselves about that food system. They ate cockroaches. They ate anything within them. It is within them. Kenyans, any food, any plant around you, you should not survive on unga only and sukuma. Look around. Cultivate what is. If you see something is always there in abundance around you, that is what God meant you to eat. The philosophy that you have to eat, now the worst part, that maize is when they are milling it, they take the actual benefit out of it. They take the actual grind of the meat. They give you that white thing, the white powder. Without that, That's why lawyers are eating their gorogoros well. You see, the packet of 2 kilograms of maize, that thing is actually a poison. If this is a birth control, it means after 50 years of eating that, you'll be having a blood pressure. It means after 50 years of that, you'll be diabetic. It means after that. Waste the time when we slaughter our goat, we preserve the tail of the sheep. That thing has lifeline there. All times, those thing was kept dried. When you're cooking your food, you just cut a piece of it, you put there. It will nourish all your foods. Please, now we became a nyama choma society, and then bite that with a beer, or maybe now we are becoming a bottle. At least during beer time, our fathers can live up to 78, 75. Now those fathers of Makali, they are dying at 51. Anyone who's doing Makali now, I confirm to you, kama kuli vizuri na kama na pesa atakufa at 51 before the AIDS catch up with him and kills him off. Please, Kenyan economy now. The basis has always been, if you took an apple, you cut it in half. How you tax up is how the average down there crush the people. If you tax legs, okay, let me ask you, the host. Saizi nafanya kazi, unanitax 5%. Nina job nipige mboka. The moment you tax me over 30%, morale yangu ya job inaenda wapi? Chini. Na morale yangu ikienda chini, I will not be producing enough as expected when I'm doing 5%. Unasema, by the way, wanachukua 30%, kwa nini produce nyingi? I just produce minimum. Alafu sasa, ukirealize produce to the maximum, unaambia unanipatia levy. Saizi lipia wafanyikazi wako nyumba pia. Nitakata hii kitu wategeza, utalipia wafanyikazi wako. Na saizi wale CEO wa kampuni wako walikuwa unalipanga 80,000 and above. Hawa wote wanakatwa almost 30%. Alafu sasa, every time you raise the tax, mimi nakata CEO moja. Mimi siwezi kumaintain watu. Okay, at 1 year pengine namlipia 100,000, 50 sari, namlipia home house allowance 30,000. Ukiangalia mtu mmoja tu hivi unaangalia, mazee, hapa ni kama $500,000 au 1.3 million napoteza. Sasa natoa one CEO out. When it's going down, all the employees down there hakuna raise. Kama ilikuwa kuna lunch break, ulikuwa ni na kata lunch break nafanya hiyo kwa 45 minutes. I want more production out of you. You tax me more, I tax my people also. You tax me, I tax my bases. You tax me, I don't employ anyone. You tax me more, I reduce 10% of my workforce. You tax me more, 30% of my workforce are going back to the villages, to the mtaani go to Kibera. Now what happens? There's a compression of the economy. Compression of economy. What happens there? Sukuma ilikuanga 4 weeks ya 10 bob. Saizi inakuwa 2 weeks hivi tu 10 bob. Hiyo tu ukipeleka nyumba yako na watoto 4 na mama. What happens? Hakuna kitu. What happens next? Tulikuwa tunajiburudisha na buza kidogo hapo. Hiyo buza umetax the maize, you tax the sukari nguru, umetax nini? mtua ile kimbo moja ilikuanga 20 bob, hiyo kimbo ni saizi ni 40 bob. Hata hiyo ni buza was nutrition, in fact it was sugar pale na kuna kanini,
kumbe Lara uko na nini, uko na menu mzima ya kutengeza buza, sikujua. Sikujua iko na sukari guru.
Ni kunoma buda, ni kunoma.
Nakuelewa.
Buza ilikuwa chakula, buza ilikuwa chakula.
Na baadhi unajua siku hizi watu wameanza kurudi hizo manini, hizo ma traditional drinks kuliko kwenda kuchukua Guinness na nini.
The worst part is zamani ilikuwa inatengenezwa vizuri, ilikuwa actually what was called buza, ni chakula na kinywaji. Saizi kuna mvinyo buza, the actual hiyo kitu inaitwa hapo, hiyo nini, we call it what, this is what we call it what, hiyo kitu ileta uchungu hapo, hiyo the actual ingredient inafanya hiyo kila kitu ifanyike, inatumianga almost 4 weeks ama 6 weeks ndio ikue ripe, alafu hiyo ndio unakuja kumwagia kwenye buza. Fermenting processes. Saizi kuna watu wanakutengenezea whiskey red label na 2 days. What happen is it kills you faster. And walevi wa zamani walikuwa wanatembenga barabara tu, habari yenu watoto, wanunua peremeno wapatia watoto wakienda nyumbani. Walevi wa siku hizi, they are violent, they want to kill people, they want to do something. Na walevi wa siku hizi ni watoto wadogo. Zamani walikuwa walevi ni wazee, wanafurahi tu wanaenda nyumbani. Chunga hapo. Na uchumi wa Kenya ni uchumi ya hawa watoto wadogo, unaangalia wamelewa. Unakuta mtu ana flash 100 million na kwa 32 years. Nini? Niko na connection. Nini? Najua fulani. Nini? Imefanya hivyo. What happens to that? The repercussion is ukienda zamani ukipita hapo Kangudo Road, before ufike Ruai, ulikuwa unapata 100 by 100 at 40,000. This was in early 90s. What happens? You encroached further down. Umeenda Kamulu, wakisiwa uko hapo wengi. Hapo ilikuwa at least 100 by 100 ni ngapi? 100,000. Now you are even farthest, umefika paka Mala saizi kwa barabara 1 kilometer east or south, you cannot have a land there without $1 million in your hand. Now that land, what happened to that land is you cannot even have economic development over it. What you'll have there is a house, and then you come and hawk in Jiru. Hawk there mahindi, hawk nini. Then at the end of the day, you go back to that 1 million land you bought at Mala and go and live there. Whereas, where should you buy a land 1 million, then you cannot even have economic activities around that land? That is economics of the maize, which I was complaining, and economics of the sugar. Those guys don't leave us only with Bible. They left us with a bad manners of eating maize and a bad manners of consuming sugar. Once those 6 communities are done, our economy is done, and we are done. And now people who are smarter than us should start thinking about, we don't need olive oil, we don't need palm oil, we don't need sunshine oil, we don't need anything. We have to rethink economics. And I think you are better than that, than me to explain to your audience, Mr. Host. If you can reverse dependency on maize, reverse dependency on sugar, and reverse actually using the canola oils and those oils who are putting Kimbo of this world on the, let's go back to using our animals, let's go back to natural way we are, and reduce amount of vaccines in the systems, because some of those vaccines makes us more depending on that, and eventually take the book out of our pockets and our hearts and look at ourselves differently without discoloring, and take all the white gods in the walls of our houses and our churches. We have to go back to our natural systems, look at ourselves as a people, understand that we have ancestry and we are not just here just because Mzungu brought us as something to look at ourselves. We were before Mzungu and we will be there after Mzungu, and our political systems are just doped to the maximum. We don't have even have any political system. A Bible guy comes in and take the reign, and now we have a king with his grandfather's Bible come to confirm that we are okay. We are not okay. We have to take ourselves out of that system, and I think I spoke enough. I'm getting emotional, which I don't want to be. I want to just take it from me out, take the mic out of me.
It's okay, Mr. Lala. Mr. Lala, Mr. Olara. Thank you so much. I think you've spoken things of matter, be listened by any Kenyans, wherever you are, however you are, whoever you think you are, and what you have. What Olara is bringing up is a big issue that I also have concerns with personally, not as a moderator and not as a channel. This is just me. Before I bring Mr. Heron, I was complaining on another group, on our group channel, on another forum, and I was saying I feel I hate every time that I see, like even in Parliament, when you see them arguing points, matters, Constitution of Kenya, and everything they can do is just relate to to the West and relate to the even the US, woo, 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 woo. And I wonder that these other countries do not relate anything to do with Africa. You will never hear in Congress saying Kenya does this and that and that. We have criminals who are using the Constitution, who are really not using the Constitution, but just demysticating on the Constitution of our country. And we have a country and a Constitution, but who never go anywhere. For example, you cannot, Olara, I want to bring Nani Haron, but Olara, right now, all of you guys that are here, I can bet you, if you talk to anyone and tell them cryptocurrency is bad, they will almost kill you. Why? Because it came from the US. Because it came from the Mzungus. It came from the developed countries. And we're not doing anything to develop ourselves. And like Uninan Jorango is saying here, 100 years after, we're still stuck in there with that. We're still relying on them. But here's just to jog your minds and what is happening. Let me play a video.
True.
Yeah, let me play a video here to show you what these other people are doing to their people. That cryptocurrency, that you cannot tell anyone about it, that watch it. It's money you don't know and whatever. Watch. And when it happens this way, now they'll start talking. So watch this video. Mr. Haron, be ready. You're coming in next after this video. Okay. Just watch this video and tell me what you can tell anyone in Kenya about cryptocurrency. Mami, I know you're there. Najua uko busy. In case of anything, yeah. Hiyo ni mkono ama you're just saying you're there?
I'm saying I'm here.
Okay. So watch this video. What they're doing with the cryptocurrency. Give me a minute. That's not what I wanted. This is what I wanted. Hold on. Just a second. I'm sorry. Let me take
It's
this
okay,
one
it's
off.
okay, it's okay, it's okay.
Let me take that one off, but then bring this one here. This is the cryptocurrency one. Sorry, today I'm not in my
Best.
normal. I'm not in my normal place. I'm fighting with one screen. I
You
normally have
see,
at least two.
mazee hizi mavitu tumeachiwa na Bible hapo imetusumbua bwana.
Okay,
We don't even see beyond ourselves.
Here's your cryptocurrency video.
Counts of fraud and conspiracy. The 31-year-old was accused of mismanaging customer funds stored his crypto exchange, FTX, to enrich himself and his family. We're talking about potentially $10 billion in losses. Angela Senadell is back with us. She's obviously one of our legal contributors here. You've been following this case for us. Guilty on all 7 counts. You were following the case throughout this. I mean, it was tough for him to put up a defense.
It was really tough. And frankly, I think it was lost the moment the prosecution turned the 3 lieutenants who were closest to him, especially Caroline Ellison, his former CEO. So it all started there. And that's the reason why I think Sam Bankman-Fried even stood up on the defense stand at all. He had no choice. Everyone said it was him who masterminded the entire operation. He gets up on the stand. He says, it wasn't really me. I'm pretending to be a naive person who didn't know what was happening. But all of the evidence proved otherwise.
Yeah, and essentially what he was doing, what he was accused of and now convicted of, is basically mismanaging investors' funds, right? He was sort of taking money from one pot, putting it into the other. He became the face of crypto excess, right, with FTX, and then it all collapsed on him. And on those investors, they lost their money.
Right, it's true. So to some extent, his team tried to argue that they were scapegoated, that they were just being prosecuted because he was trying something new. He was going into a brand new industry, making these huge strides. And then when it implodes, he alleged that the government just prosecuted whoever they thought was responsible while not knowing what was going on. So that's what he was saying, that he was an entrepreneur, an engineer, a visionary.
This news is still very fresh. Do we know about what type of prison time he could face?
Well, the sentencing hasn't happened yet, but it could be for the rest of his life, Tom.
The financial crimes were that severe that this man could go to jail for the rest of his life?
Yes, they were for fraud. They were mismanaging so much money, using them for lavish expenses, and lying continuously. So there were multiple counts of fraud.
One of the key witnesses in this case, right, was his former girlfriend, and she ran the hedge fund arm of this crypto.
I don't want to go too much into it, but when you look at a country like that, that the cryptocurrency, what people talk about, and they're talking about lies, and this is actually what you call a Ponzi scheme of crypto, and it's this generation's Ponzi scheme and lying and fraudulent things, but they are able to prosecute people who lie and fraudulently take money from from people. I mean, people who are big. Have we ever gotten to a place where we can actually prosecute? Have we ever prosecuted one person that actually have money like this guy has that money?
Thank you. You see now, I understand your point of view. You see, the pretense when our lands were taken over, when we were being colonized, the mentality is still alive. How did they maintain that? This is the critical analysis we should be doing with ourselves. And I will tell it bluntly. In Kenya, you can open a church without any hindrance. But once you open a workshop, ya kutengeneza kutengeneza brakes ya magari, kutengeneza nini, Kanjo will come there, una kibali. Nani will come there, una nini. License will come there, KRA will come there. And then, if you go to the legacy which you are left by, we were left with this system of governance, divide and rule. And then critically, we were left with a freedom of faith. But if that faith is what is prevalence, the prevalence is we have industry out of churches. Church is the biggest industry now in Kenya. The churches are...
So, Olara, I'll give you another round, and I don't want to stop you.
No,
I'll give you another round because we can go and
eat
go
up
and
a lot
talk,
of
but
money
here
out of you.
we have two people
No.
here again.
Those guys have billions of dollars going to churches. That's why you have utapata 10 churches, then utapata a workshop somewhere. And that one workshop alone, all those delivered people here there are working at workshop here, the Magari Pale.
Yeah, I hear you.
They have
Hold that thought. Hold that thought, my big brother. But you see, just the other day we were being maybe Nani, Haron, and even Mami can remind me, or someone on the comment section. We had this crypto thing that was coming to Kenya that people went to get the eyebrows there. Not eyebrows. Okay,
No,
that's
you
too much.
Deliverance.
Iris, not eyebrows. Yes, Mami, thank you.
Gospel of prosperity.
Yeah, they had this world coin or something. Now look at this, guys.
This is a gospel of prosperity.
Okay.
Somewhere God will look at you one day, then you become prosperous. No, you have to work. Jesus was a carpenter. His father was a carpenter. Every one of them had a trade in their hands. Anything which is not in your hand,
let's
you
bring
are
Harun.
fucked up.
Let's bring Harun, and then we circle back to Mami, and then we'll come back to you. Hold that thought, because I offered only one. Ndio hiyo watu wa cryptocurrency wameanza kushikashikwa. We remember Chicken Gate walishikwa. What is it? Kwa nini sisi we don't prosecute people? Again, the things that are going on. Aaron, this is normally kuna zile time semanga, it's an open forum. You don't have to answer my questions, but if there's anything burning inside you, you can actually bring it in. This is just an open forum where you say whatever it is. Hata kama iko kwa topic. We don't have much time. I think I only have nimeongezea 30 minutes na nitakuwa tunafungasha. But wewe Olara, tulia.
Mimi niko hapa gangari.
Harun, nice to see you today, man. Thank you so much for member. Asante sana. I know what before you came in, and it's good. It's always good to see you, sir. I appreciate you. I hope you had a good weekend, a good week, and I hope you have a good weekend going on. Tutapatana hapa tu sometime weekend. But come in. Either you can answer what we've spoken about, what you think, na maybe kama kuna topic yako tu iko kwa mwili na kusumbua tu, you can just bring it in. It's an open forum. Fungua roho, sema. Hapo ndio nasemanga saa zingine show zangu zinakuwaga nataka kila mtu don't follow the topic. As long as we are not 6 here, you can just open up, sema chochote chenye kinakusumbua.
Sisi ndio baya.
Sawa. So nimefurahi sana kwa makaribisho mazuri. Nimeona Msolara hapo, nimeona
alafu Harun, in case I'm gonna step out to just go turn off something. In case uishiwe, just shikilia kidogo tu in case, lakini nasikiza.
Yeah, very true. Yeah.
Okay.
So asante sana kwa wenye wote wako studio, Mama Mary hapo na kuona kwa umbali. So in fact mimi kwanza hii mambo ya kutaka utajirike teke vile mavijana wanasema, hii nitalaumu kama Kenya, nitalaumu sana William Samoei Ruto, kwa sababu ndiye alisema kuwa akija lazima afanye bidii sana kuweka pesa kwa vijana, kuweka pesa mfukoni mwa vijana. Lakini kumbe manze, jamaa ni muongo, yani jamaa ni muongo kiajabu to an extent. Unaona sasa mpaka mavijana wanaanza kujiingisha sijui kwa Bitcoin sijui nini. Unajua hakuna vitu ambazo zinakujanga, zile vitu zenye zinakuja kwa haraka hivyo hivyo ndio tena uwanga zinafanya nini, uwanga zinaisha. Ndio hata kwa Biblia, kwa wale ambao wanasoma Biblia, hata wakati Yesu alipoenda kumfufua Lazaro, aliambia akina Mary kuwa please liondoleeni, ondoa hilo jiwe kutoka kwa kaburi. Yani lazima ufanye kazi na mikono, kwa mikono yako. Lakini sasa William Samoei Ruto vile alidanganywa mavijana, sasa hivi angalia mahali amewaacha vijana ndio hawa wanahangaika tena, ile kidogo yenye wanapata jamaa tena anakuja anachukua. William Samoei Ruto kweli, hakika Mungu, mimi najua Mungu atampatia kiboko, cause yani vile amefanya Wakenya mpaka saizi, yani nikana kwamba the way jamaa anaongea nikana kwamba yani anaona he owns Kenya, yani ni kama kwake, ni kama it is very wrong, but mimi najua Mungu hawezi akamwacha na Mr. Ulara, this is a very person mwenye aliinua Biblia akasema, niki quote, I will do justice to all in accordance with the constitution as per a law established and the laws of Kenya without fear, favor, affection or ill will. Na hayo mengine bla 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 bla. Mimi si rahisi nimalize. Sasa kitu tunaita favor. Favor inamaanisha kuwa you will treat people equally. Yani watu wale ambao una lead wewe kama kiongozi utawatreat vizuri. Affection inamaanisha kuwa you will be close to your people. Uone zile shida ambazo watu wako wanapitia, ulie na wao, uomboleze na wao. But William Samoei Ruto mtalii, kazi yake ni kukimbia.
A perfect puppet. This time they found it.
Yes. Alafu mambo ya ill will ni kuwa unfriendly, mtu mwenye ana hostile feelings towards someone. Hizo vitu zote William Samoei Ruto ako nazo. Je, ni mtu ambaye ana treat watu equally? Hapana. Ni mtu ambaye ako na affection? Hana. Ni mtu ambaye ako na ill will? Nakwambia hiyo ill will ako nayo, cause angalia vile ana treat the so called wenye wangekuwa kwa steering sasa hivi, vile ana treat. Tukiangalia pande ya maandamano, angalia vile the likes of Gachagua vile wanaongea. Unajua hata kuongea ni kana kwamba yani ni kana kwamba uko almost kutenda. So it is very sad, but what I know, God of heaven hawezi akaachilia watu wake waumie to an extent, maybe watake kutenda yaliyo kinyume na mapenzi ya Mwenyezi Mungu. Sasa Mr. Ulara, niko na swali kuhusu hizi chips zenye wana propose ziwekwe kwa watoto. Tukitoka kwa watoto, je, watu wazima? Unaona kuna kakitu tumefichwa. Hata watu wazima utasikia kuwa sasa hatuhitaji maisha card, kwa nimesikia tena hakuna saizi ni maisha kali. So watu wazima unaonaje, tutahitaji huyu jamaa ataamua kupropose na sisi tuwekewe hizo chips kwa mikono yetu ndio tuwe tuna access kama ni accounts ama nini? How do you see it?
No, first of all, you see, in a free world, you should be free. Nobody should be accessing you. Nobody should be knowing where you are. Or mtu haitajiki ujulikane saizi uko na mke wako kwa mkitanda, saizi spend how many hours there. This is just all agenda, because the COVID was initially designed that we should be having a chip. Everyone should be having a chip in the world. But it got a lot of resistance. They tried to do it by molecule, but I think the molecule did not succeed to trace everyone and give a code to everyone. But it's still the same hypothesis. Those guys, they think they can control us, including Africans and Aborigines of this world. We are the target. And we've been growing out largely in India. Even Africa is thriving with almost 1.4 billion against the expectation. They exterminated almost 30 million before during the slave trade, just through transatlantic. But now you go to Americas, in Brazil, Africans are thriving there. We are almost a third of Brazil is Africans. You go to Caribbeans, we are almost 80% of the Caribbeans are us. And now you come to actual America now, we are the most productive and most, creating more contents, we are more musicians, we are more entertainers. And by the way, Nigerians from Africa, they are doing amazing in America. They'll get in there, the first generation, but the second generation, they're all doctors, they're all just engineers, they're all that thing. Now, the idea of sun, if you know about sun and the melanin of us, we absorb a lot of sun. Any white person cannot absorb any sun. He spend 1 hour in the sun, it's done. He has to apply oil on it and to absorb the sun. But the confusion which is still left in Africa here is the confusion of our spirituality. Our spirits are still kept under some certain books, including Qurans, including the Bibles, but we are overcoming it. In Western Africa, they have override the problem of food. They only suffer out of bad management, bad governance, but they have no strive for food. They eat their own food. They eat their animal food. They eat their wild food. By the way, where I am now here, we have a thriving farms of ostriches. Ostrich. One ostrich can, in one session, it can produce almost 47 eggs, or up to 50. Imagine if you incubate them in the modern technology. One cow of an ostrich can produce continuously for almost 1 year, almost 300 ostriches. And a full-grown ostrich is almost a goat. Imagine, we go to where I'm here in Saudi Arabia. This is the first time I ate an ostrich produced from Saudi Arabia. Here, it's allowed here that we can. No, they brought ostriches from Kenya, 1 pair or 2 pairs. Then they reproduce them. Then it becomes a meal. Why should we not do the same for antelopes? For what? We domesticate it. We allow mass production of those same animals. These are all nutrients in our. But because the king, who's coming here to just look on his title deeds and his house niggers, including the president, they are saluting all the time. We have never seen our president so excited and so afraid in front, and so the mannerism he treated the king. It looks like we are just subservient. We are subservient. No, I didn't look up how he was announced. How can Ruto allow Raila to come within vicinity? Then he look at his vice president as a toxicity. Throw him out of the country for 1 day. Go have a lunch in Germany. Let me just treat the king rightly. Then you can see where you are. The grandfather of King George Bible is here. The title deed father of natural reservists is here. All the system you've been using is borrowed from them. Is here. Is coming to reconcile you maybe for certain benefits. Maybe Kenya will be okay. Will be favored. Your economic situation will be fine. Your tourist destination will be favored in their indexes. They'll say, okay, now Kenya is safe. The king was there. Okay, let's have some more white people come here.
Okay,
This is the reward now. The reward is neocolonialism. Go back to your food. We don't need to eat maize. We don't need to consume more sugars. We don't need to use mazolo of this world. We need to eat our own food. Sims.
Okay,
we have to
Olara, anza ku minimize it. You will still get another chance because I can see Mami hasn't spoken for a long time.
No, just keeping it alive before you come in. Okay, I'm very cool. I'm very cool.
I know you're cool, man. I've always known for you to be cool, and thank you for keeping it moving. I'm just seeing there's this friend of mine that has come. Mami is also there listening on the back.
Bring them up, all of them.
Yeah, let them say we'll since Pia Nani is here. Kamwene, this guy, you know, he's starting a new movement. Kamwene is here too.
Wow, how do you hear about him? Oh, that guy, I like him, man.
Yeah. All right. Kamwene, before I bring you, Mami, do you have anything to counter from? I think we've spoken a lot. We did speak. Aaron ameongea, Lara ameongea, and you were part of the conversation, but you did not reply. And then we bring in Kamwene. I know he's always listening behind there. He never misses. Mom, do you want to add anything? I think there's a lot of topics that have been spoken while you were, you know, Mom always ananyamazaga tu hapo tu anangoja mpaka mumuite. Mami, toka kwa shawa. Kuja hapa.
Nampenda mama sana, huyo mama mzuri sana, anakuwa na wisdom.
That's my dear mother there.
I'm good. Kamwene Sans, you are welcome. Haron, you are welcome. Mimi niko tu hapa na wasikiza, lakini the only few words I can say, Ruto must go. Hiyo tu, tuendelee kuongea tafadhali.
Na crypto? Uoni crypto tulidanganywa na ile ya world
coin? Yes. Okay. Thank you. You brought that to me. crypto, it's something, oh my gosh. Let me go aside a little bit and talk about wild coin. Hiyo wild coin, within a very short time, watu walikuwa wana malalamishi ya macho yao, wengine sijui macho ilifanya nini, baada ya hizo picha walikuwa wanachukuliwa. Na hiyo kitu ikafungashwa, dakika kidogo imeisha. You know, they look like unaonaga Nairobi pahali watu wanachezaga karata wamewekelea hizo carton juu ya zingine. Alafu pakiona police, you would not even know what has happened. Everything is gone. Na watu wamehama, wameenda.
Inaitwa pata potea, iko wapi?
Sasa hiyo ndio ilifanyika kama wild coin, because the moment people discovered that, within a very short time that thing was over and gone. And then it was being in the motion. Huko parliament sijui walikuwa wanaongea nini, alafu ikasemekana hata huyo jambazi hakuwa anajua kuna kitu kama hiyo inaendelea. And he knew very well. He was among the members of that WorldCoin, I believe. So hii mambo ya miigizo ambayo watu wameletewa, and if you look, in most cases wale wanakuwa trapped ni young generation, I'm telling you. Because me, I have a cousin who went there and got 7,000. But that boy could not even tell his dad, because the dad would have beaten him up. Because these are children who are hiding behind us. And when they hear somewhere there is money, they just go. They don't know the repercussion after what happens later. So hii mambo mingi mbaya mbaya imekuja kwa nchi yetu. Imekuja kwa sababu ya nini? Because we have an opening. There's somebody who don't care what goes on. Yeye hata yeye mtu huyo apata potea. He is playing karata hata yeye. Hebu jiulize, hiyo ni nchi ya aina gani? And in fact, I'm trying to think. Yesterday, Kamwene was saying, where are these tycoons that they are not even talking? They are just quiet. For heaven's sake, it is like people have gone. It's like nobody in Kenya. Kenya is empty. Watu wanafanya, wale wamebaki huko ambao hawawezi kwenda, ndio sasa wanafanya vituko zile zinafanywa. Yani unashindwa ni inchi ya aina gani for now. At this very juncture, huyu jambazi yeye anajiona ni kama ako na uhuru wa kufanya matope yote, sanya yote kutoka nje alete nyumbani. Imagine this guy vile alileta maneno mingi huko, sijui pikipiki ya stima, sijui gasi, sijui nini, yani vitu nyingi sana ya migizo. People are doing experiment in Kenya whether their products can work. That is where they are dumping. It has become a dumping site. So tumeokotewa mambo mingi na huyu jambazi. Hizo safari zake zote anaenda si za kujenga dam, si za kutengeneza hospitali ama hizo zinaitwa stadium. Nothing. Ni kwenda tu anaokota takataka, anaenda kwa trash za nchi zingine, anaokota analetea Kenya. Inakuja inazama. Because where are those bikes now? Ile gas mitungi ile watu walikuwa wanaambiwa iko wapi? Is it still being sold? However, let's not even go there. Talk about the development of the country. Nothing. Hii safari anaenda ni ya kuona nini ama ni yeye tu anajiendea? Anyway, tushaona sasa mahesabu yao vile wanahesabiwa. So the more you go out, the more you earn. And still, your salary is still waiting for you. Kwani Kenya imekuwa ni soko ya pesa, ndio kila mtu ambaye ako huko juu, yeye sasa ni vile anafanya jukumu yake ya safari ndio apate kile alikuwa anataka. Analipwa. So I'm saying it is so sad. We have got all these problems that are going on, and there are no people raising their voice. I hope there is something that is cooking ambayo italipuka tu mara moja. because people seems to be like wako laleland, which is very, very scary and very dangerous. We need to wake up and say no. Omtata, tafadhali, chukua usukani, because you are the only boy who really stands and can fight with the words in the court. Nawe anasikika. Amesakanywa, amefanywa mambo mingi, lakini Omtata never gives up. I like that man very much. So let's fight for our country. This thing that are being brought, ku-uproot zitoke zote ziende, tutafanya kazi. Na unaona zile kubwa kubwa sasa ndizo zinafuata, ambazo ni za kuja kunyanyasa watu kimwili yao. It is hard and very saddening. Mimi nitafikisha hapo. Hiyo crypto wachana nayo. I hope it doesn't go further than that. Asanteni sana. Thank you.
Okay, mami, thank you so much. Na nitakwambia sio huko peke yako, kuna watu wengi wanauliza ile Moide University kidogo Lara. I know Mami has just gotten a call, she'll be back. There is also kuna ile Moide University, my brother here will answer me that. Ile watu waliambiwa kienda Moide na wapige QR code wataenda university. I don't know, it was from Vermont or from where. I still wonder where it is. Na juzi niliuliza watu hapa na hakuna bado mtu amenijibu. Hizi kazi mnasema hata zenye tumeambiliwa zinaenda za Ulaya na nini, where do we apply for them? I don't know whatever happened to the Hustler Fund. Baiskeli ndo hizo nini, the electric bikes, hatujui what has happened, no one is talking about them. But as Mami was talking, I wanted to tell her, and I know she can hear me from back, yes, something is cooking. It's cooking. I know that for a fact. But again, before I bring my brother in, I want to just, I wish Mom was here, but I know she can watch. She's behind there. But I also want to tell her that she's not alone with this video as my brother comes in and takes over. Bro, hebu angalia hii ndio ukikuja sasa unitusi kabisa juu ya hii. Hebu angalia hii. Hii ni yako.
Huyu ni mkali huyu.
Huyu tumeshazoeana, anapenda kunisumbua akili huyu. Wacha nimchokoze aniambie sister yake hapa alikuwa anatuambia nini.
Huyu ni mkali. Yeah, huyu nampenda sana huyu.
Wacha watch sister yake kwanza. Okay, ndio hiyo sister yako, ndio hiyo bro. Alikuwa anasema
ni fan wake, nilimvotia as my president, lakini mimi sioni kitu. Like siwezi hata simama mbele ya watu niseme amefanya hivi na hivi na hivi. Mara sijui nimetenga mabilioni, sijui nini. Hizi mabilioni kwani zinatengwa zinawekwa wapi? Zinatengwa zinawekwa mifuko za watu. Sisi hatuzioni. Tunazingoja hatuzioni. Ama umeziona?
my brother, our sister is asking you a question. Hizi bilioni zimetengwa zinawekagwa wapi? Na hii kazi tunaambiwa tunaenda ku-apply wapi?
El Nino hiyo.
Oh, na El Nino pia, by the way. And you know they always do that every time wanaleta.
Hiyo ndo mbaya, is the most recent. Kuna pesa imepotea hapo.
Hebu acha brother tu hapo hivi atuambie, kwa sababu sister yake hapo hivi ametuuliza swali. Amesema yeye alipigia kijana na akasema hatupangwingwi. Tukaumira tene. Ndio hao wameanza kusema walipiga, lakini hawajui hizi mabilioni zimetengwa, zinatengangwa, zinawekagwa wapi. Wanataka kujua na password ya kuzipata na pia mali ya kuapply hizo job. So Mr. Engineer,
nampenda
huyo. Jibu sister yako.
Ataua watu wale. Leo amekasirika.
Unaona venye anakaa.
Huyo amekasirika huyo.
Nyamaze nisikulwe.
Bwana Orara, habari yako bwana? Long time man.
Mimi nakuanga hapo chini tu, lakini mimi nakuanga hapo.
Very good.
Ule main moderator kuanga na system yake, lakini system yetu hapo chini kidogo ni freelance.
Ni sawa, we cannot fail to be here. So I hope umekuwa mzima. It has been long. Najua kuna wakati tulikuwa tunaongea hapa. You told us of your small menace but I hope you have recapitulated well.
No, I did the surgery. It was successful. Na Mungu amesaidia.
Very good, very good.
It's not a public matter, but
we understand.
Let me confirm to everyone. I can speak now. My voice is coming out. It means I'm surviving.
Sure. Good. Sasa wacha niingie moja kwa moja to the stupidity happening in Kenya, because the truth of the matter is that whatever is happening in Kenya is not something conventional. It is not something which you can even be teaching your kids. Ati nini kinaendelea? Ati unaanzia, unajua when we were growing up tulikuanga kuna vitu tulikuanga tunaambiwa na wazazi about knowing what should happen about our nation na zile vitu zinatendeka. But now there is nothing we can teach our children about our nation because there is too much so kwanza huyo demu umeniwekea hapo, it's unfortunate that she voted for this guy. It's unfortunate because I always say mtu yote ambaye alipigia huyo mtu ni wale watu ambao, yes bwana Alex, na umekaa bwana, inakaa kule umetoka ni kuzuri. There's no way in which utakuja kutupia uondo,
alikuwa na king.
Najua kule alikuwa. Anyway, but it's good, I know. You see, he is refreshed, he looks posh. Unaona ni kama ametoka, inaitangwa manicure ama ni pedicure ya uso.
Leo itaumana. Leo itaumana. We are going to speak it out.
Yeah. Karibu sana. So, huyu demu yetu, it's unfortunate that she was unable to make a good decision the right time. Because, Zakayo, you cannot expect anything from him. Zakayo, his history was known. So we cannot even talk about him. So huyo msichana sasa I just want to tell her, please in life don't make other wrong decisions. Because kuna kitu nasemanga, any person who can vote Zakayo, huyo mtu hata akienda bank usimpe loan. Those are people who cannot make good decisions. No, I'm saying very well. In fact, hata kama unataka kuoa, and nataka kusema kama unataka kuoa, ukutane na dema anakuambia nilipigia Zakayo. Ujue you are ending up to bankruptcy ama into wrong decisions. Siku hizi those are red flags. They could be gold diggers. If you want to know the modern day gold diggers, ni hao sasa. So, bwana Kenya with love, nimekupea a quick litmus test of knowing where you don't need to be. Wewe kama unataka kukuliwa fair, ukipigia tu demu tu, akwambie nilipigia Zakayo, ujue hiyo huyu anaweza kula fair, unaweza jikuta septic.
Alafu bani kwe mweupe niko ndani ya septic tank haraka.
No, I'm telling you. No, this is not a laughing matter. If you meet, including a guy, ukikutana na jamaa kwambie nilipigia Zakayo, na mumeenda kwa diri ya shamba, ama mnaenda kununua gari, ebu badilishia ruta hapo. Unaweza jikuta kwa ngeta zone. Bwana Kenya with love, I'm not trying to. It's unfortunate. That's why saa zingine nikisikianga mtu akisema nilipigia Zakayo, I want to first of all analyze the character of that person. Juu huyo mtu can either be very naive ama ni mtu mbaya sana. Those are two voters of Zakayo. Very naive ama mtu mbaya sana. So Zakayo was able to correct a group of very bad people and he was also able, wale watu ambao washughulikangi, hiyo ndio group ya Zakayo. The awakened people, wale watu wanafikiria, unfortunately they on the other side. So nimesikia mkisema ati mnataka kuwekwa microchip. Niliwauliza siku ingine hapa, sababu najua nyinyi ni kama sasa hata we are not becoming serious. Who in Kenya decides things? Kwani kiongozi, tuseme hata huyu kiongozi Badia, ni decisions gani anafaa kukua akitumikia? Because inakaa ni kama tumekuwa watoto sana, yani sisi lazima tuambiwe kila kitu. I follow the US politics, I follow politics of other countries. Presidents have no those power. Huwezi sikia Joe Biden akisema sijui. In Kenya we have hii shida ya kukua na president ambaye ati tunangojea rais. Ama mkienda pahali ati rais, especially kama ile wakati wa Moi, because I used to attend those meetings. Ulikuwa unaona mzee tu anajipindua kidogo. He is just addressing, he is mtukufu rais, isipokuwa ni wewe, mtukufu rais, isipokuwa ni wewe, mtukufu rais. Yani like we have this stupidity of addressing one person na tuko watu mamilioni. It is wrong. And na ile kitu I even say we have to start changing our speech. History at ya your excellency, na sasa hiyo we are in a stadium with 10,000 people and you only addressing one man. Hiyo ni kitu nataka to analyze sasa. We have to change. There's no in which we can be addressing one man in 21st century. Muko kwa stadium mliko na hata watu 50,000. Your excellency, kama ungekuja hapa hatujui kungefanyika nini. Your excellency, hata ile vitu tunataka tunajua utatuongezea. Your excellency,
unasema wewe utashikwa wewe, unasema sana wewe, wacha kusema sana.
No. We have to get out of that trajectory. We address one human being. Sisi kazi yetu, look, enda in an event. I have attended events where a president has been. Nimeattend events zile uhuru wako. Lakini the level at which everybody is minimized to only epitomize one human being is insane. It is not fair. We feel it even if we are not presidents or we are not leaders, but you need to accord people of that nation their own respect, regardless of what they are doing. Everybody is sweeping his own corner. Everybody is sweeping.
It's a theology of politics. Once you theologize the politics, now Kibaki broke that thing kidogo. Amesema wacha kuniita lakini ujamaa amerudisha hiyo kitu sana sasa. Sasa I think I'm getting you correctly. Just continue, please.
Yeah. There are things which are not working, frankly speaking, because we cannot continue that way in an era where we are only addressing one man. It's wrong. And I want somebody to educate me and you read in a public event. Madugu na madada, when will they ever become important? Sababu unasikianga, and it is wrong, by the way, even the president himself and ministers, they are wandugu na dada. You see, in serious places protocols, you will not hear somebody saying like ati anataja watu wote. Those like African culture, we know we respect leadership a lot. I agree. But despite the fact that somebody like me, I respect African culture too much, there are some of things which actually zinaturudisha nyuma and they are making people actually misuse us. As Africans, we have to start knowing that you only respect. Respect is based on productivity. Like, for example, you cannot be a dictator and you are demanding respect from us. Respect is something which inafaa kukua, it is gauged on what you are doing. That's what, like, it should be determined. So si ati kila saa lazima tukuheshimu sababu wewe uko na kiti fulani. That is usually the problem I usually have na hii respect. To the extent we even respect rapists. By the time tunakuja kujua huyo mtu amekuwa kirara na wanawake wetu, huyo mtu tumempelekea tithe, tumemuita dad, tumemfanya nini?
Kimeumana. Well, please name it. You are being respectful.
Mtu unamheshimu, kumbe ndiye anawafanyia vitu baya sana. So
no, anaua.
Respect has to be done based on character. Tuheshimu watu, lakini this idea of taking leaders as semi-gods, personally I don't agree with it. Kuna vile sisi wenyewe viongozi tunawapeleka juu zaidi, and that is why now they misuse us. You can imagine you have addressed somebody for 6 hours in a meeting. Kila mtu akisimama your excellency, at least tumeidilute kidogo, sio mtukufu, your excellency. Kila mtu akisimama your excellency, huyo mtu akienda kwake anasema akilisikiliza hiyo speech, na watu vile walikuwa wanasema, what can that guy not do? So wacha nirudi sasa kwa hiyo mnasema ati tutawekwa microchip. That's why I was saying these are some of the things which we need to be discussed by the nation, and the nation should agree on what they want to do.
I think you are very loud and clear now. Kuna hiyo mambo ya malaria vaccine which is coming together with this thing. This is another intrusion into our productivity to eliminate us. Just talk to that.
Yeah, those are the things. Those are the things. Mi kuna kitu nasemanga hapa. If you are, and let me tell you, ni kitu nataka kusema hapa.
Your malaria vaccine is very dangerous.
Yeah, let me explain. Kuna kitu nataka kusema hapa.
Only Africans wapeleke pia India pia.
Kuna rhino inaitangwa northern rhinoceros, the northern. Kwa census ya rhinos in 1910 hizo vitu zilikuwa mingi sana. Today we are trying to do artificial insemination after zimebaki mbili. And their extinction was methodological, mostly because of poaching and some other things which happened along the way. So hii ni kitu najaribu kuambia Mwafrika. At least animals cannot defend themselves because they don't have brains, but a human being can defend himself because he has a brain. But binadamu asipotumia akili, he can become extinct. That is one thing which I want to explain here. And that is why, like, even some of the people who think they are very clever than us, they have adopted a very bad lifestyle. And through those very bad lifestyles, actually their numbers have started dwindling, and they think other people are becoming a danger to them. So what I always say is that your survival depends with how your brain looks like. If you are not going to use your brain correct, be assured that it is, to some extent, Charles Darwin principle applies here. If you don't develop adaptive characteristics and you become resilient to some of the things which are happening now, you will not become a parent of the next generation.
Wow.
So
no, repeat that. Repeat it. No. I like that comment. No, he cannot pass. He cannot pass. You have to repeat it.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that kwa maisha vile inakuanga, maisha is not about pity. Maisha sio kuhuruma. Even wewe bwana rara, for you to be created and for you to be here, it is genes passing methodologically. But kukipatikana something to block that, you will not be there. If your parents were stupid, you will not be here. If you will be stupid, your children will not be there. So once you become stupid, you affect the next generation. So what I said is that if the only people who become parents of the next generation are the ones who develop adaptive qualities which can be used by the next generation. You have to be the, in other words, what Charles Darwin was trying to say is that you have to be bright and you have to be adaptive. That is simply how it is. Though I don't agree on Charles Darwin on majority of the things, but in terms of that, I agree with him because it is true. Ukikuwa mujinga, you will be extinct.
I know, I like you to just, as you are going through your comments, I want you to only to also conclude that we were subdued by guns, we were subdued by religion system, we were subdued with that. So now, at least we fought against the land, not completely, but now, do you think our faith systems are also correct? Yes.
And as my brother, you answer that. Kuna swali umetuuliza hapa hivi, and I want to answer you very well. I want to answer you this way. Kuna swali umetuuliza, kwani sisi ni wajinga aje na nini na tunaenda Wacha nikujibu.
Leo itawaka hapa leo.
Wacha nikujibu. Sasa na wakituambia hivi tunafaa kufanya nini?
Now I want to explain. Oh, sorry.
Sasa wewe ukipiga kelele hapa hutakula pesa. Wewe unafikiria mimi ni maskini? Tulia chini. Waambie kipele kanakimbia hapa atengeneza pesa. Wewe ukitulia hapa hata mimi wote mkitulia, hii uwanja mko wachache. Mimi napanganga na hivi hapa watu wanakula 200 wakienda. Hii ni vitu ndogo sana. Unanyamaza ninazungumza alafu nakulipa. Unanyamaza nazungumza alafu nakulipa. Ama namna gani wa mama kule? Ukitulia nini wote? Hii malipo ni kiko. Na nimetengeneza kitu ya kutosha. Na mimi ndio chifu kule bungeni. Hawa watu wote, hawa wabunge wote mimi ndio nawasimamia. Na wakitaka hata kuenda ng'ambo lazima wakuje kidogo kwa ofisi yangu, wananiachia yangu ndio wanaenda. Hiyo yangu nimekosha hapa, atakuja kuwapanga. Tulia. Wale wote ambao wako hapa juu tushuke chini.
Tukiambiwa tunyamaze tutapangwa.
This is the real.
Na Alexia amenyamaza sana, probably tunafaa kuleta Alexia pia aseme, lakini mimi nilikuwa nataka kujibu Njiru.
No.
Hizi saa zingine tunanyamaza. Nakuwa tunyamaze tutapangwa.
This is the irony.
Okay, wacha nimalizie point yangu. Wacha nimalizie point yangu alafu Alexia akuje in just 2 minutes sababu sitaki niongee mingi. There's something I want to say here, Rara. During colonialism and fight for colonialism, actually we lost a third of our population. Unajua mimi mnaja kuwa amujui. Just after independence, we were 6 million Kenyans. But the truth of the matter, if you look at all that people being in the forest, diseases and watoto kutoli, sababu when our fathers were in the bushes, remember the women were the only ones who were left to take care of the kids. So there is a lot of population we lost. So actually colonialism was a depopulation strategy. It's only that
yes. Now they're using a vaccine.
Yeah. So today you cannot go and invade the people without proper procedures. Like for you to invade the people now, you need proper procedures. Muzungu hezi toka kwake na mabuduki na mapanga anzie kutuingililia. But there are more professional and academical methods which can still stabilize you mukikuwa wajinga. This is what I say. Vaccines are not bad, but why can't you develop those things by yourself and you use them on need basis? Why should people from elsewhere tell you you need this type of vaccine now, you need this thing of vaccine now? What we need to do is, as Kenyans, we have trained doctors, we have trained scientists. Let those people sit down, they look at our genes, they look at our diseases order, and they produce customized vaccines for Kenya. But now, how are we going to produce, 1 minute. How are we going to produce vaccines, yet much of the funding has to come from Europe and America? We cannot. So it is it's somewhere where it is prone to attack. We don't do any analysis. Tukiletewa kitu na mzungu ni kumeza tu. Hii imetoka tu Ulaya, hii tumia. Hii imetoka Ulaya, hii tumia. That has been the problem. Lazima tufike level whereby we can be able to understand that this world is a world of domination, and domination is a number. Numbers are power. Don't think that Europeans and Americans will sit down pretty and they wait for Africa to become 2 billion people, because already 25 years forecast has shown that Africa you will be 2 billion people. Whether we will be poor people, the fact that we will be as much people as India, as much people as China, and actually China is stabilizing. China cannot increase more. Maybe India is the only continent which will a little bit increase, but the continent which is highly increasing with the population is Africa. So, and Africa cannot stabilize now in terms of numbers. So we are going to double. We are going to become 2-3 billion. So it means a lot of industrialization, and that is why we have to raise very serious leaders. Don't worry. If we will become 3 billion people or 2 billion people, you need to know that our attrition value of clever people will also be high. Tutakuwa na watu wengi sana ambao watakuwa werevu sasa. There will be a lot of competition in that Africa because we will be too many. And through that, innovation and other things will happen. Don't think that sababu Africa watakuwa wengi, people will start dying of hunger. No. It will be competition, innovation, and doing things. People like Zakayo will be wiped out. Hawatakuwa hapo. We will only be wanting leaders who are serious. So, somebody wants that number to be stagnant. And that is one thing which we have to talk. You know, Africa is multicultural. We have different, kuna wale wanataka kupanga uzazi, kuna wale wataka kupanga uzazi. We have Christians, we have Muslims. We have hata wale wana religion. So all those multicultural effects have different phenomena in Africa. So Africa will explode in numbers, and Africa will have a lot to do. But tukikuwa wajinga, we can actually disrupt that. And this is the high time we need to know that as Africans, we have a state in the global world now. We might not be having nukes now, but in the next generation, we will be having nukes. We will be producing them. We will be taking people to the moon. We will be producing satellites in the next generation, because we will be having bright people, and people like Zakayo will be wiped out. Hawatakuwa hapo. Actually, we are in the last generation of authoritarianism in Africa. We are in the last generation. We are going to have so many people who will not be allowing this shenaniganism which is there. Right now, we might be thinking that things are not working now. Wait until when Kenya will be 100 million people, because tutafika hiyo number. In the next 25-30 years, we will be 100. We will be 100 million people. Wait until we are 100 million people. You want to tell me 100 million people can allow Zakayo to do what he's doing? That time we will be having like 30 million people who do not have jobs. You want to tell me you have 30 million people who do not have jobs and still Zakayo is in the state house? It cannot happen. So we are in the latter days of authoritarianism, and it is ending. So Zakayo can enjoy his final days. But in the next generation, we will be only be wanting fine-tuned people who can think and do the right thing for the society. Our societies are growing. We are raising people who will be able to do the right thing. Even Togeges will be dead by that time. If you not be innovative and a thinker, even the system will wipe you out. Either you become a beggar in the street, or you don't, or things will not be very good for you. Even the Togeges, what Munaita Togege, we are in the last generation of Togege. If they are not going to change, the system will wipe them away. So Togeges and Zakayo, this is their last minute. Thank you.
Leo kumewaka, leo hapa tutawaka hapa.
Na Njiru, when my time ni venye ndio unaona kimbia. Na Njiru and Alexia, watch for Haron. I think he's having an issue with his nini, anakuja kipotea. And then and just as a disclaimer, Alexio, you haven't been here for a while, eh? And Njiru, look in new water. You both of you, you're a moderator, what do you think about the time? Do you think we should just open up another one so that we can be free?
Miniko.
Okay, sawa wewe huko. Harun pia naona amekuja. What do you guys think? We're on the 4 minutes to 6. Si tufungue ingine tu.
Kumbe nimechepuka hapa. Hiyo kitu lazima.
Tukifungua ingine bado utakuja, tutakuwa na fresh na uko na watu wawili hapa wenye wanini. Alexio, I'm going to let you make that decision. Look at the time.
Tumeenda kwa reality.
Wewe waacha siasa. Alexio, hebu salimia watu alafu angalia hiyo time uniambie kama unaona tufungue ingine nani. Njiru, can you work on the other one? So that we just jump.
Wacha maneno mingi bwana. Mimi ni amacha kwa hiyo maneno. Hebu fanya. Jana uliona venye yangu ilianzia wewe hebu fanya hiyo kazi hiyo.
Alexio, can you do the other one?
Wacha kwanza salimiane kwanza. Atuambie ametoka wapi. Unajua anaweza kuwa ametoka honeymoon ya 2 weeks.
Alikuwa na King. Najua kule alikuwa na King huko. Yeye ndo alikuwa anafungia Gashagwa.
Wewe usimsemee bwana. Unajua Alexi has been entertaining himself. He looks.
Yeah.
No,
you know,
20 Siri.
It's time you call it. Sometimes it's good to go underground and come back fresh and ready for another level. But otherwise, Njiru, Olara, Mato, and Harun, na wale watu wote wenye wako kwa comment na wasalimia wote amjambo, and even those watching us. Asante.
Watu wa comment weekend size ba chemsheni kitu iendelee.
I've been away kidogo but nilikuwa tu na watch kwa side nyewe majukumu ya hapa na pale. Hata vile Njiru anasema ni kama nimetoka scrubbing inaitwa scrubbing ya uso. But we thank God we are here and naona mambo imechemka. Tulikuwa napeleka King at least mtoto wa Maumau apewe aombwe msamaha na King, lakini ni kama mtoto wa Maumau atakani really extreme. Watu wamevaa masuti but yeye anakuja na jeans.
Alikuwa ametoka Bahamas, kwani mtu hawezi vaa nguo ya Bahamas? Ya beach.
Bahamas ni bahari yao. It's okay. But anyway, vitu kwa ground ni different. Walisema wako ndani ya State House wanachunga, lakini vitu kwa ground imetuonyesha ni different kabisa. Yeah, sometimes it's good to kuwa mpole na uache bwana akutumikie, wanasemanga hivyo. But anyway, the way Kenya is going, naona siku za mwisho vile Njiru amesema za Zakayo they are nearing. Zinania kila siku akiamuka siku zinapungua. Tep. Leo uliona vile alifanywa Mombasa. Wanajaribu kuambia watu mambo ya SCT na watu wanaambia mafuta bana, mafuta. Vitu za maana ni mafuta, yeye ameshindwa. It's hard to be Zakayo. Hii mambo yenye ameanzisha sijui atafanya nini. Lakini mwisho wake unakaribia. Kila siku ikipita mwisho unakaribia. Na soon and very soon atakutana na Kenyans on his door. Kama atakimbilia sijui atakimbilia wapi. Uganda, na tayari Museveni amesema mafuta yake sasa isipitie Kenya. Sasa inaonekana njia ishafungwa. And the way it normally happens, kuna mtu huwa anasema if you do something that will stand the test of time. Museveni has been supporting them. Unaona? Saa hii ndio hii imemramba. Do something that will stand the test of time. That's what Museveni failed to do. Kuingilia siasa ya Kenya na kuhakikisha watu wanapora mali ya Kenyans. Nasikia yeye ndiye alipeana pesa yenye ilihonga Chebukati. Sasa angalia. Who is crying? I'm here kidogo but kesho ndio najua nitakuwa in a big way. So vile tumefika at 6 hours I don't know, Bernard will be screaming rules zilibadilika while I was away. Guys, thank you very much, guys. The struggle still continues.
Nilifikiria umekuja na roadmap ya kutoa Zakayo. Kumbe tu umekuja bure tu.
Niko nayo lakini siwezi toa, nikianza saa hii haitaisha. So I've kept this for the tomorrow's show. Hapo ndio nitakuwa unleash.
Wewe unaongea story ya kesho wakati kunafunguliwa kituo kingine saa hii.
We're going for next 3 hours.
Bwana.
Bado leo nilikuwa tu salamu. Kesho ndio when I'm coming bigger and better.
Ni sawa. Wacha tusikutoe holiday. Kuna uwezekano unatu address ukiwa kanda ya beach. Kuna uwezekano uko Maldives.
Niko visiwa vya Bahamas. In the Caribbean.
Pengine unangojea jua nini kuku yako hivi hapo iletwe na seafood ziletwe hapo unajua nani amewafunza kukula seafood siku hizi?
Yes. Sasa tunakula tu matuna. Zinaitwa tuna ama nini? Yes.
Mato.
Tuna hizi soft yani.
Ndio hiyo.
Mato, by the way, Mato unasikia?
Nakusikia bro, umepotea sana bwana. Wacha nifungue ingine na i-set up. Nisha set up kama mmoja wenyu anaweza ingia aianzisha alafu tukuje huko.
Mimi kuanzisha wewe.
No, iko huko nimeweka. Sasa nataka kuweka Alexio na nani na huyu mwingine wanajua. Nishaweka, nataka endeleeni kidogo niweke ndio ikuwe part 2 because I think I messed up the
maliza hii tu si ugonge ile video ya kumalizia. Gonga kwanza, tuweke yule jamaa tuweke Uhuru hapo aongee. Weka ile video ya Uhuru.
Kwanza wewe wacha nimalizeni kidogo ni change hiyo nini because nimeweka ikifanana na hii. I need to put it part 2. Nipatieni dakika mbili.
Mato umerealize of late African Americans and those Afro movements and Indian Americans, they're having a lot of TikToking about the white violence on them and
about Kenya.
Can you see that is coming up and maybe we are part of it? Can we be part of it?
They're actually talking about Kenya.
So now the actual thing is this new Zakayo being recruited to be is a killer. They took him they threatened him with ICC, and now he's afraid. He's afraid, man. He's not a free man. He's just afraid, man. You don't do it this, we do that for you. You don't do this, you do that for you. A clergy, almost president, then says everything, sex, marriage, everything, everything. Okay, go to Haiti, go to. So, Mato, I want us, including my big brother here, I respect you. You always been intellectual. You always supported the system.
Wacha tuhamie huko kingine, wacha tufunge hapa. Those people who are watching us, thank you very much. Those who on comment section, appreciate you. And fellow panelists, tukutane kwa second 2.
Leo inachemka.
Na kuna mtu alikuwa ananiuliza mbona hii panel yetu iweze ruhusu watu mbao.
I meant
you are watching Sound Candid Talk.
Maneno ya kutafutana na Uhuru Kenyatta wachana nayo. Uhuru alifanya kazi yake akaenda wapi? Mbali.
If they continue this thing about Uhuru Kenyatta, they are going to see the things they've never seen from some of us. you will hear what they call broadly inclusivity. Inclusivity is nusu mkate. That is why they want us to give them a blank check. Lakini ngo, there will be no blank check. The issues that were agreed on are 5 issues. If you don't want to take that, I told them yesterday, please go back to the streets.
Calling yourself a Democrat when you loot all the resources of your country, mislead people, torture them, imprison them, burn their businesses to us, and you call that a democracy or a civilian rule and an illegally elected government? The leaders must stop lying to their electorate first. They must stop the corruption. They must stop looting our resources. They must understand that they are not a better citizen than anybody. They are given a responsibility, a role to play to help develop the countries and make sure that there is peace and tranquility and respect the constitution of the country.
Mia, munataka kurudi kwa moto ama munataka kuokoka? Munataka kuokoka? Njia ya kuokoka ni baba. Nawaambia.
Mlikataa Raila. Raila alikuwa mtu wa kwanza kulilia watu. Raila ndio mwenye kuongoza hii nchi. Mpende.
Muniache niunge Raila kwa amani. Na mimi naambia nyinyi watu wa Azimio, hapa Rift Valley tuko pamoja, petition ile ya pesa 8. Dawa ya hii Kenya ni kusupport Raila Amolo Odinga 100%.
Raila, tega sikio, tuko nawe hadi mwisho. Tuungane tuondoe Ruto, serikali feki ya uongo. Baba aregesha maandamano, hawa mafisi tuwaone kando. Ruto ainue mkono, Gachagua afunge mdomo.
Baba tapika maandamano. Baba tapika maandamano. Baba tuende maandamano.